Welcome to California. CATL. It's your boy Chili Bo. Chili Bo Pippin. Holla at us. Bam, bam, bam. So cool, yeah. And where my ladies? Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce. And all my fellas, what up, fellas? Y'all just chill. Y'all just chill. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. I'm so C-double-O, light up your L. This beat is so swell like the homie Rozelle. But no, this ain't no beatbox, we call it street rock. They say the homie Chill Will got the heat locked. Young Cali, come clap for daddy. So savvy with the patty, you can ask the family. Yeah, I'm young, rich, and dangerous. Interest rates fluctuate with my paper chase. Who the boss? I'm the boss, I'll be late today. I'ma drink, and get drunk today. Cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, cool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. Bouncing in my peanut butter beans, cooling through the cone zone, blowing in the wind, roll around town, sitting on chromosomes, rocks like ice cream, we just call them cold stones. I'm so grimy and I stay fresh. The chicks call me Chill, got it tatted on my chest. Stunner so sick I can see through the mist, and I'm cool with the bullies. So who wanna trip? Yeah, it's Chill Weezy, hip hop squeegee. I make it look easy, A.p.50, cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, fool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. Now get it rockin' and get it rockin'. Leave it to Mr. Peanut Butter to get it.
Song's really long. We probably should have cut it in half.
Now get it rockin'. Leave it to Mr. Peanut Butter to get it poppin'. Fist of Patron, kiss you past my nose. Shake it fast, drop it slow. Get you snapping that neck. Yeah, I can make you famous. The king of the West, from CA to GA. So chillin', both fresh. The police right behind me. They wanna catch me slipping, but I was just chillin'. I'm too cool for present. Yeah, and keep it rockin'. Yeah, and keep it poppin'. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool.
Farming, this concept, sweeping the web. This new concept that we're cheering for is being implemented by the people that are supposed to have been doing this stuff from the beginning. You know, the people that are in touch with the earth, the 5th and 6th generation farmers, the people that know what they're doing because they've been doing it for so long. And yet here we are in 2020, almost 2021, and this is a new concept of not just raping the earth to its tipping point. So we already have some pretty blatant signs that this is a bunch of BS. Since regenerative ranching uses best practices, why weren't these people using best practices in the first place? There's two possible answers, and that was ignorance, that they really didn't know what they were doing the whole time, or they were just trying to extract as much from the land as possible in order to earn a buck, in order to get over that profit margin, which is increasingly harder to get over because it's incredibly unsustainable to be in animal agriculture. Another blaring warning sign about these people who are patting themselves on the back for working with Mother Nature and getting back to the way things are supposed to be is that they're leaving out nature. Hello, Rancher Bob. Would you like some antelope? Would you like some deer? Would you like some elk on your land? No, thank you. We got our own animals. We got our domesticated livestock. Fuck your native grazers, fuck your native herbivores, and especially fuck your native predators. We have the animals that we created over years of breeding and brought over from Europe. They have absolutely no place in nature. They have no role in nature, and they do not benefit nature, but we continue to breed them because that's our living. Extraction, exploitation, and then selling the flesh on the market. Working with nature. You've got to be kidding. These are the same people responsible for the eradication of our native wildlife. They're the reason that we can't bring back native predators. They want absolutely nothing to do with natural process, except, of course, in the event that their animals get to graze upon a few native plants. Speaking of native plants, how many of these people are actively going out and introducing perennial native plants? Does not work. Why? Because their fucking unnatural livestock destroy these things. When you have your studies and your little fake documentaries that herald cattle grazing as something good for the environment, and they show that when you have cattle there, good things happen, they're leaving out a really important detail. What's actually happening, if you see any positive signs, is that they reduced the amount of cattle grazing that had been taking place before. It's not that they introduced cattle and things got better. What we have here are people who exploited the land, who overgrazed, and that finally came back to bite them in the ass, and they couldn't deny it any longer. But now everyone's talking about, well, if we do regenerative grazing, you mean not overgrazing? You mean not destroying the land completely? You mean taking a few of the cattle away from there? Wow, you're such good people. You're so in touch with the earth. Looking great, cows. Keep up the fine work. The other aspect of this is that they force the cattle to move. You know, they force rotational grazing. Well, if this was natural, you wouldn't have to force it, because the native herbivores do move. They don't sit there and keep everything down to the ground and under the ground to where it doesn't come back. But once again, here we have people that we're supposed to be applauding because they're finally forcing their cows to move instead of just letting them sit there and wipe out everything. Thank you so much. You're so in touch with the earth. You got that billionaire asshole up here in California who has no business raising cattle whatsoever, but he has a hobby ranch. And this went all over the internet because, hey, look at this beautiful land where we have cattle. And look, there's actually plants and things growing too. That's because
he's talking about
not doing
Zuckerberg
it as a business trying to turn a buck. He unleashed a few cattle going through there. And once again, what do you think would have happened if you'd have used native herbivores? No, thank you. Not interested in helping the wildlife. Not interested in giving them some habitat or seeing what would happen if we had some antelope or elk or deer, etc. No, fuck the wildlife. I'm a hobby rancher. I'm here to tell the world that cattle are the key to our future. You know how goddamn stupid that is? I know you're going to go and look at all these fucking papers that have been written, funded by Animal Ag, by the way. Gee, I can't imagine if those results are skewed at all. Just use your eyes, people. Use your common sense. You're literally saying that nature had it wrong, that biodiversity was stupid and nature should have never gone down that path. Fuck bears, fuck wolves, fuck elk. All we ever really needed was cattle. Look how great the land looks. You gotta be kidding me, people. Open your eyes. That does not look like good land.
Carbon sequestration.
So a couple of people are finally debunking this bullshit, and one of them is, of course, carbon sequestration. And one of the problems with this theory is carbon equilibrium. Now, do I really have to scientifically explain that shit on top of shit on top of shit on top of shit eventually doesn't work? That maybe there could be a system involved here, that just adding more poop on top of land that's already covered and saturated with poop doesn't yield biodiversity? Yeah, you'll get something to grow, something very unnatural. And if that's what your end product is, then so be it. Stop pretending that you are in alliance with Mother Nature. And on the same note, I have a very long, detailed video about this with an ecologist explaining, but here is the short version. The plants that are grown where cattle graze do not have a root system capable of carbon sequestration.
That's the extent of the roots. These are little annual grasses that live a season, a spring, and then they die.
The plants that are capable of that are perennial plants, plants with long, deep roots, ones that need to not be grazed upon by cattle in order to survive. well, that's why we're rotating the cattle now. You honestly just had to figure that out now after the fucking land is absolutely decimated. You're like, oh, well, you know, if we plant some native plants, maybe this time we'll stop the cows before they completely fuck everything up. And then we'll call ourselves great because we allowed a couple of things to survive. Point Reyes National Seashore has to be the most alarming example, and it's one that is right next to me, of why this is all bullshit. The cattle grazing industry is so intensely demanding that they want every piece of grass out there to be for the cattle and the cattle alone. There is no room for nature to the extent that they want the elk that recovered from the brink of extinction to be killed in order to protect that tiny little profit margin, supposedly, that the elk are infringing upon, because you just can't spare a blade of grass when you're trying to make a profit in animal ag. Now tell me again, just how hand in hand this regenerative ranching is with Mother Nature. This is a national seashore. These are your mom and pop farms, which aren't mom and pop farms, but that's a whole documentary in itself. Let's go ahead and pretend that they're mom and pop farms, because that's what they tell everyone that they are. And everyone driving through there believes that they're mom and pop farms. And yet these mom and pop farms can't afford to let any elk out there. But we love nature, but just fuck nature. You know, we'll say we love nature, but get nature the fuck out of here. We're trying to conduct business. You city slickers don't know what you're talking about. We've been doing this our whole lives. We do this for a living. In fact, our grandpa was doing it before us, and his grandpa before him. We know what we're doing. And yet, we're just now going to start doing it right with this new concept of regenerative ranching. Have you heard of those cutting-edge regenerative landscape companies that bring in cattle because cattle stimulate native plants so well that it just makes everything look great? Neither have I. Yes, you do need some form of animal eating plants in order for that system to be balanced, just like you need predators feeding on those animals for the system to be balanced. That's not taking place here. Once again, why aren't we using nature's animals? What's that? You're involved in an extractive, exploitive industry that depends on a bottom line that can't afford any leeway, like letting nature have a spot here? Oh, right, that's called ranching. Let me switch things up. Let me approach this topic from the other direction, if you will. Have you ever visited a farmed animal sanctuary where they take animals that have been exploited and abused on ranches and they try to give them a better life? Well, the land at those sanctuaries has been destroyed by only a handful of these animals. You want these animals to be able to roam around. You want them to enjoy some sense of freedom in the process of giving them a better life. But in so doing, you have also subjected your habitat to domestic livestock, and the results are not good. But it's not just that only a couple of cows can decimate the entire acreage of your sanctuary and turn everything that was green and beautiful to dirt and mud. It's also the mind-blowing amount of waste that these animals produce. They eat and they eat and they eat and they poop and they poop and they poop. This presents challenges to these sanctuaries on multiple levels, dealing with all of the waste that's being produced and trying to maintain their habitat in some form. And this is all being caused by only a couple of the livestock, much less hundreds of them, much less thousands of them, which is the reality of ranching that is trying to turn a profit. Meanwhile, just outside the boundary line of those sanctuaries, outside of their private property line where the land is still wild, the habitat looks good, but there are still wild animals roaming around out there. There are hooved herbivores walking around out there, and yet that land isn't destroyed. Explain that one. Cattle have no place in these habitats. Cattle did not evolve with the land. Cattle have nothing to do with local ecosystems. And if the local ecosystem should try to interact with the cow, let's say a wolf or a coyote or something tries to eat a commodity animal, a livestock animal, well, we all know what happens to those animals. But yeah, we're back to nature. I feel compelled to add an asterisk to that particular section of footage because, as you can see yourselves, nothing's particularly compelling in terms of being lush and green. Well, it was filmed in yet another horrible, horrible drought in California and during a heat wave. You can see that some of the perennial plants, such as trees and shrubs, have managed to maintain a lot of their green. But other plants, even the native ones that are perennial, eventually give way to a drought. And so nothing's looking particularly great right now. But this brings us to another aspect of this whole argument, in that much of the drought-resistant native perennial plants have been choked out and replaced by annual plants that turn into dry fire fuel every year. And those were introduced by animal agriculture. And through their invasive nature, they spread. They are spread intentionally by the people who plant them. They are spread by birds. They are spread in the hooves and the fecal matter of animals that eat them and then walk into new areas. And therefore, you are seeing more and more areas that might have managed to maintain their greenness even in a drought time are instead replaced with dry fire fuel. Yet another problem with this idea of regenerative ranching using the very animals who are the reason that native perennials were replaced with non-drought resistant plants in the first place.
So what's the bottom line? What's the end result? What do these sanctuaries end up having to do? Well, it's the same thing that ranches have to do. They take the waste, they take the compost, and they spread it over the land that has already been destroyed by the same animals that produce the waste in order to make something grow back for them to eat the next year. That's not natural. That's not nature. That is a way of overcoming a problem that only exists because of those animals in the first place. I'm not ripping on animal sanctuaries. Power to anyone who wants to provide some form of mercy or compassion to these animals. The point is that the very existence, the very persistence in continuing to breed and create animals that exist solely for the purpose of being killed by humans to eat something that they don't need to eat, and that is incredibly unsustainable, ends with a problem. It starts as a problem and ends as another problem.
Since we're talking about animal sanctuaries and being kind to animals and saving them, I want to address one of the most ridiculous arguments I've heard against not eating meat, and that's that if you don't eat them, then they will all be killed. Just repeat that. If we don't eat them, they will be killed. Now, is this argument coming from the people who raise these animals with the sole intent of killing them to sell their flesh? And who, by the way, do this as soon as the animals are big enough to sell on the market so they can be replaced as quickly as possible with the next round of animals that are being raised just to be killed to sell their flesh? Or is this coming from the people who purchase the flesh of these murdered animals and thus support the endless cycle of continuing to raise animals that exist only to die? The only way to end the death of these cows, if you're going to pretend that you have some sort of concern for their well-being, is to end the process entirely. It's a
Yep.
That's Watching Humans. He's going to be on the show in the next couple weeks,
Cool.
along with his co-host, who are very active local environmentalist guys, cool old vegan guys that are just beast activists up here in Central California. They do a weekly show on Tuesday mornings. Very good show. But anyway, how's it going, everyone?
Good.
Happy birthday to you.
No.
Happy birthday to you.
No.
Happy birthday, dear Abby.
Happy birthday to you. Cry. Happy New Year, everyone. And happy 50th episode, which actually we so don't tell anyone, guys. This is a secret for everyone watching. This is actually the 51st episode, and we messed up and we did 2 episode 24s, but
hear you.
No, it's a secret. We're gonna turn one of them maybe into 24.5, or I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
like
50 episodes, regardless. Yay!
We had 24 and a bonus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, things have been fun.
now.
It's been a lot of work. It's been I feel like it took till probably like the mid-20s to really like start figuring out what we were doing. And then the 30s started getting good, I think.
Get your groove.
But
They
yeah,
know
and
that
then
they're mute, or-
recently, the algorithm is definitely sending a couple hundred to like almost 500 more views than normally on every video. I think tonight our video with Dr. Peter Rogers hit 1,000,
Wow.
which in Truther world is actually kind of a lot of views. So that's kind of cool, but that's a really good
very
video.
exciting, yeah, because that was it might have been my favorite episode.
The favorite of the year,
Yeah.
maybe.
But there were lots of good ones, but
There are a lot of good ones.
that was a really nice one, and yeah, I hope people continue to keep watching that one.
What up, Dommy?
Yo.
Fellow vegan cyclist.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that so tonight we're gonna just we're taking things chill, and we're just gonna watch a bunch of videos that we didn't watch this year, and we're gonna rewatch.
Can you guys hear them? Because I can't.
Who? Hear us? You can't hear us?
I had that problem bizarrely for the first time, and I had to go into my settings. If you go into the StreamYard settings and then your microphone input output, and it seems to have
Sometimes I'll click off. Yeah.
Yeah, it defaulted to Microsoft, and then I threw it back onto my Mac, and that did it. But I don't know what device you have.
Yeah, ours was funky too. We had to adjust it.
We
but
had to
there-
mess with
yeah,
it for a
was
while.
Auto
Funny, I just said, and he's like, I can't hear you. And then I said, like, what to do. So that was kind of like, not going to work.
Let's see.
But we've got a cool
maybe
shirt
we'll
on.
put in the message. Check your input, output audio. It may have defaulted to Microsoft, which is what happened to me. Change to your device.
Yeah.
Laptop.
He hopped off. He'll be coming back on. Hopefully it'll work.
Yeah. It'll probably work.
But yeah, we're just gonna take it chill.
Take it chill. Just gonna
Mr.
watch some
Peanut Butter.
videos.
Take it
Just gonna
chill.
hang out. Keep
Yeah.
it light.
You guys want to talk about anything?
Yeah.
Feel
Any
free.
videos you
I can
watch.
hear
Is that any better, Ariane?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, it's good.
Cool.
So yeah. This is kind of a long video, but I think we're gonna only watch the first 10 minutes, but it's very good.
Classic, on Stoicism, good old Marcus Aurelius. But
Stoicism and natural law. Where did it go?
there's so many
There's
tabs.
so many
So
tabs
see the
open.
third from the left. There's like the little icon.
Oh, that's
yeah,
the blue
it tells
thing?
you that's what's
Oh, okay. Thanks, babe.
After the death of Socrates and the breakup of Greek culture that resulted from the Peloponnesian War, Socratic philosophy went into a decline and fragmented into several pieces. And the fragments of Socratic philosophy make up the body of Hellenistic philosophy. What I mean by Hellenistic philosophy is the subsequent developments of Greek philosophy, which take their cue from the Socratic approach to philosophy. Yet they don't have all the component parts of Socratic philosophy. They usually lack the wit. They almost always lack the poetry. Occasionally they absorb some of the ethical doctrines or epistemological doctrines, but the ones who come after Socrates never really live up to the Socratic ideal. The three main fragments that Socratic philosophy breaks into are called Stoicism, Epicureanism, and skepticism. And these are the most important Hellenistic outgrowths from Socratic philosophy. And since Rome, the Roman Empire in particular, is the political entity which ultimately dominates the Mediterranean basin and absorbs and inherits the tradition of Greek philosophy, most of the Hellenistic branches of philosophy are developed in connection or with reference to either politically or intellectually with Roman culture. And the first of these developments is hedonism or Epicureanism, named after a guy named Epicurus. And what Epicureanism says is that pleasure is the only good, and that the happy man is the one that has a great many pleasures, but no corresponding pains. And there is potentially a way of deriving that from Socratic philosophy. If you would take the idea of Socratic prudence, the man who drinks a little bit in order to get a certain degree of pleasure, but then not so much as he will cause himself a hangover or cause himself some corresponding pain, he's being prudently Socratic, picking and choosing his pleasures in such a way that he does not generate any corresponding pains. You can see possibly how people who were not entirely developed, who were not entirely committed to the Socratic conception of the soul and of virtue might want to derive that sort of justification for the pursuit of pleasure from the Socratic dialogues. A second alternative, again a minor alternative fragment of Socratic philosophy, is called skepticism. Socrates, throughout most of the dialogues, I would emphasize the word most rather than all, says that he doesn't know anything. Part of the Socratic irony is this posture of acting as if he's really an ignorant man when in fact he is wise, in saying that he knows nothing and thus never trying to teach people by directly making declarative sentences. For the most part, Socrates teaches by question and answer. Socrates helps people to articulate and to realize what's already buried within their soul. When Socrates does that, when he's in that skeptical mode, he says, I myself know nothing, all I do is inquire into things. I'm the eternal inquirer. I'm the patron saint of rational inquiry. And it's possible to see, particularly within the context of the Roman Empire, how skepticism might develop from that Socratic stance of knowing nothing. Remember that the Roman Empire is a heterogeneous mix of peoples and cultures and religions and philosophical positions. And after being forced to encounter one cosmogonic myth after another, one theory of religion after another, one theory of morals after another, sophisticated Romans, sophisticated Hellenistic thinkers might well come to the conclusion that Lucian the Skeptic did, which is that no one really knows the right path. No one even knows if there is a right path. The best we can do is say that the pretensions made by the various schools of philosophy are just that, pretensions. Skepticism, while it may be rather negative, is at least right. We can be certain about what we do not know. Right? And it's possible to see how someone, especially someone that was terribly frustrated with the attempt to obtain final, absolute knowledge, might resort to skepticism as a kind of easy way out, a way of avoiding the burden of Socratic inquiry. The third and most important development in Hellenistic philosophy is called Stoicism. And Stoicism is probably the greatest and most interesting achievement of the Hellenistic philosophers. And while it never achieves the poetic and intellectual grandeur of the Socratic synthesis, of the Platonic overarching system, which makes statements about the entire human condition, Stoicism is, in fact, a noble philosophy, an excellent philosophy for silver men, for those spirited men in the Republic who are going to be our guardians. It's an excellent philosophy for military men. It's an excellent philosophy for people that are going to be practical politicians if they intend to be virtuous, if they intend to pursue the public good. And Stoicism is characterized by a rejection of pleasure as the standard of human happiness and human felicity. Stoicism takes the position that the wise man, the good man, the philosopher, is a man who lives in accordance with nature. He fears only abdicating his moral responsibility. He is not afraid of pain. He is not afraid of death. He is not afraid of poverty. He is not afraid of any of the vicissitudes of the human condition. He fears only that he should let himself down and that he should be less than a complete human being. According to the Stoics, and there are a number of Stoics, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 that actually develop the doctrine, but all the doctrines are quite similar. The only matter of concern to a wise and philosophic individual is the things completely under your control. You can't control the movements of the sun and the planets. You can't control whether a leaky ship sinks or makes it to port. You can't control the weather. You can't control other people. You can't control the society around you. There's only one thing and one thing only that you are in control of, and that is you, your will, your intentions, yourself. In other words, the wise man, the truly philosophical man, is the man who is entirely in control of his own soul, who takes utter and complete moral responsibility for his actions and is indifferent to everything else, not because he doesn't care about other people, not because he doesn't care about the felicity of the entire human species, but because it's not under his control. There's no use wondering or worrying about what tomorrow will bring, since tomorrow isn't under your control. Do what's right today and let tomorrow take care of itself. The Stoic philosopher is the man who has liberated himself from fear. He's not afraid of death. He's not afraid of pain. He's not afraid of other people's dismissal as a fool. The only thing he cares about is that he should meet his moral obligations. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said that greatness is the perception that virtue is enough. Here's an elegant and beautiful line. And he might well have stolen that from one of the Stoics, because all of the Stoics basically believe that. Virtue, moral virtue, an organized soul which pursues rationally the ends which are good for all human beings. That's the Stoic conception of virtue. They finally understand their greatness consists in the fact that they perceive that virtue is enough. We do not need wealth. We do not need sexual gratification. We do not need life itself. If moral virtue tells us that we must die in the pursuit of some good end, the protection of our family, the protection of our home, the protection of the innocent, in the doing of right, nothing should be spared, not even our lives. The Stoic wise man is a man who has trained his soul, trained his mind, so that he is not afraid of apparent evils. He is only afraid of real evil. He is afraid of losing control of his soul. He is afraid of being a slave to lust, to desire, to emotion. The Stoic man is the honorable philosopher, the man who stands at his duty and is steadfast and serious-minded. In living according to nature, what the Stoic philosopher does is examine the nature of the human condition and the nature of the world around us. He discerns his position in nature. He discerns the kind of creature that he is, and he lives in such a way as not to disgrace himself, as not to be less than what he truly could be. He won't live the swinish life that we found with Aristophanes. He wants to be, if not a god, certainly not less than human. He won't be an animal either. He will live up to the fullest potentials that human being has to offer. Now, among the Roman Stoics, 2 are especially noteworthy. One is Epictetus, and one is Marcus Aurelius. And one of the wonderful ironies about the history of philosophy is that Epictetus was a slave and Marcus Aurelius was an emperor. And philosophy is the great equalizer. Both the slave and the emperor can equally well participate in a philosophy that is accessible to all human beings as human beings. There's nothing less conscious of social status than philosophy. A wise man, a man who is disciplined, in control of his motions, and follows the way of nature, can be a good man no matter what his position in the social structure is. He is not responsible for the social structure, and it is not his problem. If the gods or nature or whatever is controlling the world makes you a slave, then be a good slave. If God or nature or whatever is controlling the world makes you an emperor, then be a good one. Your job is not to disgrace yourself and live up to the highest potentials of human being. The most interesting of the Stoics is Marcus Aurelius. Lord Acton, the great English philosopher and historian, once said that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's generally speaking true. The difficulty with that generalization is Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius was an absolute ruler. He was a ruler of the Roman Empire. He was an emperor. He had absolute power of life and death over everyone in the known world. I don't mean everyone in the world as we know it today, but everyone in the world as the Romans would have known it. They don't know about China or have a very attenuated conception of the Eskimos. For them, the world is the Mediterranean basin, and Rome owns it. And Marcus Aurelius owns Rome, essentially. His word is law. Now, for almost all the Roman emperors, they lived scandalous lives and they disgraced themselves. They were much more concerned with indulging their sensual appetites, satisfying their passions, flying into rages. Marcus Aurelius is the standing exception to that, and the exception to Lord Acton's generalization. In his case, power didn't corrupt. Absolute power did not corrupt absolutely. Instead, absolute power allowed us to see what the man underneath the body is really like. It allowed us to find out what Marcus Aurelius' soul is like. Imagine a man for whom all the restraints of law and custom and political order are taken away. He can have whatever he wants. If a man under those circumstances behaves well, you know something about the soul underneath because no external constraint is making him do what he is doing. And Marcus Aurelius is the one example of an absolute ruler who behaves himself in such a way as not to disgrace himself. It's an amazing temptation. Imagine what it's like. Stop and put yourself in that place for a second. Marcus Aurelius takes the throne in 161 AD and he dies in 180 AD. 19 years controlling the entire world. He can have all the money in the world. That's not an exaggeration. All the money in the world. If he wants it, he can just collect it all. He can have sex with anyone he wants, whenever he wants, under any circumstances. If he wants to get drunk, he can have wine brought in by the boatload. Infinitely, forever. He can go on a drunk now and stay drunk for the next 19 years until he dies. Imagine anything that the bronze, desiring, emotional, irrational parts of your souls want. And now imagine that you can have it. Now, under those circumstances, imagine that you are forced to bear with this human condition for 19 long years. Now ask yourself, and you didn't give a show of hands, but stop and think about it for a minute. How many of you would fail to disgrace yourselves? To tell you the truth, I don't think that I could meet the challenge. If you're honest about it and you stop and think about what kind of a man it takes to bear up under those circumstances, I think you'll have to admit, or at least I'll have to admit, that he's a better man than I am. And that in this respect, over the centuries, Marcus Aurelius serves as a standing reproach to our self-indulgence, a standing reproach to the idea that we are unable to deal with the circumstances of human life. If you can deal with temptation at that level, I cannot imagine what is outside the human potential. And for the Stoics, we must remember that any virtue which is accessible to any human being is in principle accessible to all of us. We all have a rational nature, which allows us to control our feelings, control our behavior, control our connection to other people. Compared to Marcus Aurelius, we have tiny little temptations. We're tempted to steal a little thing. We're tempted to cheat on our income taxes. We're tempted to cheat on our spouses. Marcus Aurelius has that sort of temptation magnified 1,000-fold. And he consistently does good stuff. Stop and think about this for a minute. This is no common man. This is not like the rest of us. And I don't know how he did it. Maybe he did it through philosophy, but, well, it remains to be seen.
So,
Oldie but a goodie.
yeah. You should definitely watch the rest of it if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
It's called Marcus Aurelius Meditations, the Stoic Ideal. And there's a lot of, there are loads of videos on YouTube these days. It's kind of mind-boggling. You type up any of these guys' names and there's all kinds of really good, high-quality videos. The Stoic stuff's pretty cool. All the Greek philosophy, the ancient Greek stuff's pretty dope. They are having the same problems we are these days. It's crazy.
Nothing's changed.
Who is the speaker? I mean, he presents himself as if he's like a university lecturer. He's a great orator. He's got the corduroy jacket, and it's probably dated a little bit. It harkens back to PBS times, it seems. But I'm curious who he is.
Totally. I think it's that's him.
Michael Surge.
Yeah.
Sugru. Sugru. Michael Sugru. Yeah, very dude knows what he's talking about, it sounds like.
Yeah.
You know?
S-U-G-R-U-S.
Mucho conviction. But yeah. What's up, William? How's your forehead doing? We forgot. We totally messed up. We did the thumbnail, and after we put it up, I was like, "Oh man, we should have put William's forehead in there. That'd have been hilarious."
Yeah,
That would have been.
I know.
You didn't see it for head.
All we
on.
see is your nose up ever.
Yeah, I lay down on my bed when I do these.
That's pretty cozy.
Yeah. Jelly.
Yeah.
It's ironical that like he didn't want like Marcus Aurelius. Like he was an emperor, but he wanted to do good. But being an emperor in itself is not good. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I know Jeffrey knows this, but the rest of you might not know this. I'm actually an anti-vegan meme.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I figured a little bit.
He actually you were eating like what was it? Some sort of Nigerian food or something?
I was eating at an Ethiopian restaurant that's all vegan.
Yeah. And he posted a picture of it, and some carnist took it and made it into a meme, and like, what did they did some mean stuff to your picture, but
yeah,
I didn't really get it when I first saw it, because carnists can't meme. They really can't. Like, you look at all these dudes, all these carnist memes, no, they all fall flat. None of them are funny. And it's the same thing like what is it? Liberals, the left can't meme. Leftists can't meme either. Like when you don't have when you're not coming from like the right kind of place, like even if you try and like make jokes about it, it's like not funny. Like vegan memes are based as shit, where you see the carnist memes and it's just like, oh, bacon, like it's literally that bad.
Well, it's a meme based on fallacies versus like moral truths, so they don't have quite the same impact, I think. But yeah,
I'm gonna eat twice the meat just so that it doesn't count.
Like, wow, like we haven't heard that before.
Hilarious.
Yeah, but yeah, so I think William took it pretty well, though. He didn't seem to lose too much sleep over it. I can't wait until I'm a meme.
It's a badge of honor.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The last time I blew up on social media was when I got called a pedophile.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
That one's hard to scrub. Good God. I was just thinking prior to that, any advertisement is advertisement, but like that one, not so much.
The first meme was the Hungarian guy with the teacup, I think. You know, the gray with his a little bit of a white beard, like gray beard. And
the Game of Thrones?
No, he was like he's like one of the first to be used like a meme.
The first guy ever. Oh, the first guy. Yeah, I don't know. I would think Allie would know that because she's like a based internet.
Wow, thank you.
All the hip internet lingo.
Do I?
Oh, I saw this
I
hilarious.
actually shared a pic Facebook yesterday that again.
What's that?
It was a picture from a Thai rail station. It said durian and mangosteen not allowed. Fine. Thai bots 2000.
Because they're so stinky.
Are you actually going to pull it up now? Are you looking for it? Is that what this is? No, you're just
yeah.
The meme.
Oh, what? My meme or William's meme?
William's meme.
Oh, I don't know. Do you have it, William? Do you have your meme?
I can't show it, I don't think.
Or will it re-trigger some trauma?
Maybe we shouldn't go there.
So I saw this this video of these people seething over Mark. It's pretty funny. Where'd it go? There it is. So it's episode, what was this? 294, 295. I think this was the first episode that it was the last 5 episodes,
Oh,
the
and
first of
One
the
on Earth
last
is
5
Happening?
from One on Earth is Happening, when Mark was just spitting fire as far as could be spit. The comments are pretty funny, but this guy's just seething so hard. The Joker. The Joker.
Would that change everything if I just did the show and whisper like this? Because all you can hear is the vibratory energy of my speech, and you can't hear the words that I'm saying because you're too dumb. Is that better? Losers? That whole show, assholes. You're clowns. That's why you didn't learn anything, because you're shit clown, trash apes. So I can whisper it to you.
So quiet.
Whisper it to you with a nice big shitting grin on my face, like you guys are. It's clowns. You're low-life buck clowns, and you don't know a fucking thing about yourselves, and you don't know a fucking thing about the laws of the universe, and that's why you're losing, losers. Does that matter? Does that make a difference? Does that help? Does that help the little fucking babies?
Was that the last? That was his last year of his podcast, like last year, wasn't
That
it?
was the last 5 episodes. That was
Yeah,
the first
yeah,
of the last 5 after he came back from after his father passed away, and everybody was
everybody was like,
raging on
"It's because
him.
of the vegan diet."
Yeah. So this video is called "The Joker Mark Passio Despises His Own Audience," because that's actually what's happening here. He despises us, right?
By the way, I just googled quickly. The meme is called the "Hide Away the Pain Harold." I think something like that.
Oh, the old guy. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Did you ever
the
see like
E
they like
guy.
it might have been like Vice or something, but like
It's
some
Istvan
they like
is his
found
name.
him and they did a documentary about him, and he like didn't understand it at first, and he was
Yes,
like, because he's like an Eastern European guy.
Yeah, he's from Hungary, Andras Istvan.
Okay, yeah.
So first comment is toothpick arms got some rage. Second comment, vegan rage is no joke.
Yeah.
Third comment, you could tell vegan diet is doing a number on this guy. He needs a steak. Fourth comment, like hopefully he gets a real job soon. Like these people are all fucking super seething.
So it's a bunch of anti-vegans.
Yeah,
basically.
anti-vegans, probably
Can they see the
former,
Pros
probably
flavor.
former fans. Thanks, Frank. Fred.
Mount Stupiders.
Race
Uh-oh,
Leader.
Race Lever got a new icon. Holy crap. Nice.
It's very human-like.
That's awesome.
Love that.
Yeah. So it's just funny to see people, how they react. And I've noticed ever since I've started talking about Mark more online, just the people, the randos that come out of the woodwork seething. They're just like, oh, Mark's so filled with hate and vitriol and he's spitting blood. Like they just go crazy. And it's like, calm down. It's really funny how mad people get when it's like, I don't even see it like in the least bit, because I'm just cracking up because it's all true to me. And it's like, obviously these people that get triggered by it, they're obviously triggered by it because it's hitting close to home.
Which is the intention.
It's deprogramming, and it's like their subconscious dot protest. No,
He's throwing the anti-toxicate, and they're like, I'm melting.
It's like it's the soul ivermectin is what he's putting out there, and they're like, no. You know how ivermectin will kill the parasites? It's like the soul parasites.
Yeah.
Soul parasites.
Vitriolocytes.
Vitriolocytes.
Whoa.
That's a good one.
Virus.
And then I don't know, there's just been like some goofy what do we got?
looking at a list of videos that we meant
Oh,
to
yeah.
watch
Like
over all these episodes and never got to.
This one. Let's watch this one.
Let's watch this.
Let's watch
Oh,
this
I
one.
know this one. Yeah.
Did you see this one? So why don't you tell us about Hila and Ethan Klein, since you're such old school
Who, me?
followers of theirs? Yes.
Oh, so He Productions, Ethan and Hila, they're old school YouTubers, and they actually used to do really funny videos. I don't know if you remember, but they would do like reaction videos to like ridiculous stuff online, ridiculous YouTube videos. But then
Channel's huge, millions of
they
of
got
followers.
really big for some reason. I will, and it's how do I say it? It got to their heads, right? They have this huge podcast, they make tons of money, and
They've been very sterilized. They're very virtue signaling. They're very going along with the crowd now, where they used to be kind of like kind of against the grain.
they were
like,
very edgy.
They were trolly back in the day. They don't troll anymore, and like
Non-apologetic. Yeah.
So they've
So
gone
like,
from
oh, sorry, go ahead.
outliers to mainstream.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah. And
Like
so
Preston,
So I don't really like them at all. I don't think they're really doing anything good for the greater good of the world. But I saw this video. Yeah, this guy, Ethan Klein is the podcaster. He has Tourette's or some sort of syndrome where he makes all these crazy facial expressions and shit. And he's morbidly obese, but he's been on Ozempic for the last 6 months or 2 years or something like that. And so the guy's just a complete mess. I don't necessarily like him, but I felt for him in this circumstance. This just kind of shows how bold these fucking carnists are, man. And how how much confidence they have because of their numbers, only because of their numbers.
Well, it's a cultural thing too. I mean, it's part of you'll see from their conversation. It's interesting when our moral, the little moral voice in our heads, you see it kicking in their heads, and they say things that you see them questioning the cultural programming, but still it's always there to come back in. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation exposing that.
Yeah, one of them is like, I think, stopped eating meat, and then the other ones are toxic on him, I think. Yeah.
Oh, they like bully him.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that would be the dynamic. It kind of seems that way.
Spoiler alert.
Really interesting. Ethan Klein from the H3H3 podcast was recently talking about meat on his podcast. And the conversation that he was having, I think, really shines a light on what it's like for someone who is struggling to grapple with the ethics of what it is that we do to animals. It's also super interesting because of the reactions and comments from those on Ethan's team. The podcast is comprised of different members, and they all have an active involvement in the podcast. So what I want to do in today's video is analyze the clip in question, analyze what it is that Ethan says, but also analyze what it is that those on his team have to say as well. But before we jump into the video, I just want to take a moment now to tell you about the partner of this video, which is Brilliant. Brilliant is an interactive and engaging learning platform which has thousands of lessons about topics such as mathematics, data analysis, programming, and more, and which have been created by an award-winning team, the Skills Days, for partnering with me on today's video. And now let's take a look at that H3H3 clip.
Dan, I'll have to tell you, I am getting fucking closer and closer to becoming a vegetarian every day, because I'm just
really,
it's hurting my soul. It hurts my soul. And I'm not, look, I'm not judging anyone. Obviously I still eat animals.
Know your way around some meat.
But as a future vegetarian.
So it seems pretty obvious that Ethan has been probably thinking quite a lot about this issue in his own private time.
Already peer pressure, bullying.
But what I think is quite notable is that he uses the phrase eating animals, which seems to suggest that he is at least beginning to make some kind of ethical connection. Now, obviously, it's important to note vegetarians still fund slaughterhouses. This is because all dairy cows and egg-laying hens end up in slaughterhouses when their production of milk and eggs declines. This is an important thing that Dan, who is a vegetarian, who Ethan is speaking to in this clip, should also bear in mind as well, because it's not just meat that's the problem. Dairy and eggs are the same issue. They are exploitative and immoral industries. And actually, the practices that take place on dairy and egg farms every single day are among the worst that take place on any type of farm. And so really the only ethical conclusion is veganism.
Oh my God, yeah, and the cows. When we drove to San Jose, we drove by a cow farm. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
It was devastating.
Those cows are relatively okay because they have they're like pasture. They get to roam around on the mountainside and eat
No,
grass and like live a somewhat normal life.
They didn't look so happy in life,
I don't think they
but I'm
just-
happy to hear that.
There are two types of ranches that you'll see driving through California. The ones that you're describing, Ethan, yeah, you'll just see cows like on the hillside, and you're right, like that seems like a relatively good life. The one that I think that Lean is talking about is the giant field with like 50,000 cows packed shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, they were
There's lots of
stacked at
those
some,
too.
and some parts.
Now, of course, it is true that there are different systems of animal farming, and some systems of animal farming are more unethical and do cause more harm. However, this isn't what's relevant. It doesn't matter if one system of animal farming could be called more ethical than another, because we don't have to support any system of animal farming. So the question is not exploiting and slaughtering animals more ethical than exploiting and slaughtering animals? Because whether or not they come from a quote-unquote better farm, well, they end up in the same slaughterhouses. And so just because these animals have maybe a little bit more land or a little bit more space than others doesn't change the fact that many of the worst practices are still inflicted upon them, and they still end up in the same slaughterhouses being killed in the exact same ways. So is it more ethical to kill or not to kill? Is it more humane to force animals into slaughterhouses or to not force animals into slaughterhouses? This is one of the major flaws with the term ethical meat. In many ways, it almost presents a kind of false dichotomy, where it presents us with, I suppose, an idea that we have to eat meat, and therefore choosing meat that came from a farm that is quote-unquote better, therefore means that is ethical meat. But we don't have to eat meat at all. We don't have to fund slaughterhouses and animal exploitation. And because we don't have to fund these things, that means that there is no such thing as ethical meat. The only ethical option is to not fund these things happening to animals.
I was straight vegetarian for like 10. I started doing fish again a couple years ago.
Fish can't, they don't have any feelings.
That's why I say fish. Yeah, who cares?
Is it less harmful to eat fish? I don't know. Fish are dumb. They're idiots. They're dumber. They're definitely dumber and more like, they're just more, they're like less, how do I word this? I don't think there's a lot of awareness in fish.
You think they're less alive?
To an extent, yeah.
Do you think
Than
they
like,
lack a
than
soul?
like advanced mammals? Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They had this controversy recently about lobsters being more aware than they thought. I forget how they phrased it, but
A lobster seems
They know what's
more
going down when they see that
together.
water boiling.
Dude,
They
I
know.
hate watching those videos. I see them on TikTok, I see them in the feed, and every time I say, "Don't stop showing me this shit, please," of people putting live animals in boiling water.
I have devastating news.
Uh-oh.
All the cows are dead?
No,
It's over.
it's worse.
They've gone extinct.
Fish have feelings.
No.
It says that
Liv.
fish feel a range of emotions, including fear and distress.
How do they know
And
that?
they also have pain receptors.
I must admit, I do find it pretty alarming that it's nearly 2025 and people still seem to think that fish are essentially inanimate floating objects in our oceans. I think sometimes as vegans, we can have maybe a misguided belief that people are more informed and more educated about these issues than they actually are. And it seems like people's perception of fish is a prime example of this. In the description below, I will link a selection of different resources, but basically, it's nearly 2025. Can we just move past this reductive and archaic conversation about whether or not fish feel pain? Now, obviously, Ethan is being a little insensitive when he refers to fish as being dumber. I think the word that he's looking for is probably sentient. But what I think is quite interesting about the conversations around fish is how with fish, we essentially group together tens of thousands of different species and refer to them as if they are all the same. Now, obviously, with mammals, we don't do this. We recognize that different species of mammals are very different from one another. Humans are, of course, a species of mammal. But with fish, we basically group them all together, view them all as being the same, and then remove any individuality from them. But as soon as we recognize that what we do to all of these different types of fish is an ethical issue, we realize that we have a huge moral problem that needs solving and needs solving fast. We farm hundreds of billions of fish every single year for food, and we remove as many as 2.3 trillion fish from our oceans every single year as well. The scale of this is absolutely staggering. The enormity of suffering is almost incomprehensible. It far outweighs the number of terrestrial animals that we farm, and we farm them by the tens of billions and cause death to them by the tens of billions. So is it less harmful to eat fish? Well, from an environmental perspective, and importantly from an ethical perspective, the answer is a resounding no. But let's circle back to the sentience point that Ethan is trying to make, because clearly sentience is a huge determining factor when it comes to ascertaining the ethics of what we do to animals. So let's say that we definitively knew that all fish are less sentient than the land animals that we consume. Does that make eating fish moral? Well, no, because even in such a situation, fish are still more sentient than plants, which are not sentient. So if we're creating a gradient of moral worth based on sentience, well, that would still lead us to veganism anyway, because out of all edible life, plants would be at the bottom of that gradient. So Ethan might be somewhat insensitively demeaning fish, but he's actually inadvertently saying that the sentience of animals is what makes exploiting them immoral. So he's actually making an argument for veganism.
But think about that delicious, well-seasoned steak you take off the grill, cut it up, got some good juice in it, medium rare.
Natural juices.
It is good, but Zach, if you start thinking like, this came from an actual cow that lived its life, was born in fucking into basically slavery,
survival of the fittest,
and
dude.
and into like a literal like Holocaust.
Survival
and then
of the
something
fittest.
was lived its life in despair, was grown to just enough to where its meat was of value, and then slaughtered and cut into pieces and sent to us. Like, it's fucking vile, man.
So Zach, the person in this clip, is playing the role of the defensive and, dare I say, obnoxious meat eater very well, isn't he? I think it's just really sad that Ethan is trying to express something, and something he's clearly feeling a lot of emotions around and is clearly trying to grapple with. It's just sad that his friend is actually belittling his emotions and trying to make light of something that Ethan is clearly trying to say is very interesting.
And this is his boss. Like, they're willing to put. They're so confident that they'll talk shit to their boss, who's like made them famous by allowing them on his podcast. They're like just fucking with him over it because they're that confident. It's mind-boggling. Bloggling.
But think about that delicious, well-seasoned steak you take off the grill.
Clip is playing the role of the defensive and, dare I say, obnoxious meat eater very well, isn't he? I think it's just really sad that Ethan is trying to express something, and something he's clearly feeling a lot of emotions around and is clearly trying to grapple with. It's just sad that his friend is actually belittling his emotions and trying to make light of something that Ethan is clearly trying to say is serious and something that's actually upsetting him. But good on Ethan for pushing back and for framing the conversation in a really effective way by saying these animals are sentient, conscious, feeling individuals. Why don't we think about them, who they are? The fact that we deny them the right to their own body, to their own lives. We deny them any autonomy. We exploit them and we take their lives from them for something as trivial as taste.
I look at my dogs and I love them so much, and I give them such a nice life, and I think like just how fucked up it is for like every other animal on earth. You know what I mean?
But dogs are different than cows, dude. You can't look at them the same way.
Why? I think if you had a relationship with a cow, you would probably disagree with that. I mean, dogs have a special place just because we've bred them specifically to live with us. So there's a special connection that people have with their animals, and cats too, dogs and cats. However, you can bond with a cow and a pig in the same way, Zach.
I mean, I suppose.
And chickens too. Now, it's obviously true that in countries like the US, culturally speaking, we do have a stronger and closer relationship with dogs and cats than we do the animals who we farm for food. But these animals are not worthy of moral consideration because of their connection to us. They're worthy of moral consideration because of who they are as individuals. Now, obviously, Ethan loves his dogs. But even if Ethan had never met his dogs, even if the dogs were strays and had never been loved by any human, that wouldn't make hurting and killing them moral. A non-human animal does not need to have established a connection with us to deserve the right to their own body and life. But Ethan is absolutely right that when we spend time with animals like cows and chickens and pigs, we recognize that they are individuals, that they have personalities, likes and dislikes, that they have idiosyncratic behaviors that make them the individuals who they are. And so Ethan touches upon a really important point, which is that we don't look upon the animals we farm in the same way that we do the animals who we love in our homes. Yet there is no moral difference between these animals. The only difference is our perception, which is defined by our cultural attitudes. Yet culture doesn't determine what is moral. So just because culturally we may view dogs and pigs differently doesn't mean that ethically it's okay to kill pigs. What it means is that we need to update our cultural attitudes.
All their meat are out. Yeah, thank you. I ordered 2 sides of steak. Thank you for that.
Let me see that, AB. Hold it up.
Does look good.
What do you think his name was, AB?
George the cow.
Do you think that cow knew his mom or no? How old do you think the cow was when they slaughtered it? I'm just kidding. I mean, like I said, I can't do that.
Old enough. Not kidding.
Just show AB eating meat.
Yeah.
Just put it on him. Just keep the music going.
So let's check this out, dude. Stroke on it. Taunting their own boss. That's how ballsy these carnists are.
Just
It's fake balls.
I know. Look at his face while he's doing it, though. Ooh.
My talk did not get to you guys, it seems.
Nah. Or, yeah, it did. I care about the animals.
I find this really grim and horrible. I mean, I get that the food was ordered before the conversation started, but really, to dangle this piece of dead animal flesh in front of the camera, to eat it in an exaggerated way, incredibly disrespectful to a friend, incredibly disrespectful to the animals, and just so ignorant to the brutality and violence that is being discussed. And I get that this podcast it's meant to be light, it's it's probably sort of categorized as being a comedy podcast. It's all jokes and fun, and they have a relationship between one another and camaraderie, and they can probably tease one another and do different things to kind of poke fun at one another, and that kind of facilitates the general vibe of the show. But look, sometimes things are bigger than that. Sometimes things are more important. Sometimes things demand more awareness and sensitivity than that. And we wouldn't tolerate that if someone was doing that with dog flesh. We wouldn't tolerate that. We wouldn't think it was funny or acceptable if someone was saying things like, but dog steak tastes so nice, or someone was dangling a piece of dog flesh in front of the camera as someone was talking about how they care about dogs and they feel really awful about what happens to dogs. We wouldn't tolerate that. We wouldn't think that's okay, because it wouldn't be okay. But just because where we live or in the cultures where we're from, eating cows is normal and considered okay, doesn't mean that it is okay. And I think it really speaks volumes about how ingrained this immorality is, that even in such a situation where it's being discussed and being discussed by a friend, these people still value the comedy of it, still value the mocking of it as being a higher priority than meaningfully engaging with what is being discussed.
My thing is, like, I try to buy meat where the cows haven't, or the chicken hasn't been in like a factory type shit. Free-roaming.
Really?
In Sweden, there's this store and it's like completely normally priced, and every meat is like locally sourced from just a couple
all he eats.
miles.
Doesn't go anywhere else.
Have you ever been to a local
from
farm?
this place? Like,
They're
these guys
amazing.
are
And look,
so
all
full of
sarcasm
shit.
aside, the guy Love who's made that comment is eating meat from a takeaway.
Yeah.
Where does he think that meat has come from? As vegans, we are used to hearing people say that they don't like factory farming and try their best not to support factory farming. But we all know that that's just a story that people like to tell themselves to make themselves feel better. And also the idea of local meat being more ethical just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Even the most intensive and cruel farms
All goes to
are
the
local
same
to someone. And can we
slaughterhouse.
stop trying to justify killing animals based on romanticized fairy tales about these idealistic systems of farming? And even if there was this supermarket in Sweden that only sourced local meat, that A, wouldn't make it ethical, and B, certainly doesn't justify consuming meat when you're in the US. And just to reiterate the point that I was making earlier, just because there are some systems of animal farming that are not as bad as other systems does not mean that they are therefore ethical. Just because you can be more cruel does not make being cruel ethical as a result. We don't call it ethical bullying when a bully decides to only bully 2 times a week rather than 5 times a week. If something is cruel and wrong, it's cruel and wrong, irrespective of whether or not you could do that thing more cruel than you currently do it. So I think right now at the end, it's important just to circle back to Ethan. Ethan is someone who clearly has compassion and empathy for animals. I think clearly Ethan doesn't quite know just how bad the problem is. And I think we were probably all like that at some point as vegans, where we were starting to grapple with the issue, but didn't quite fully appreciate the scope of just how terrible it is, just how bad and immoral it really is. I was just like that at one point. And I think that films like Dominion and Earthlings are perfect for people like Ethan, because they take people who have empathy for animals and they make those people confront the true reality of what it is that they're paying for. That's what Earthlings did for me. I was thinking about these issues, but I didn't quite fully understand just how severe and terrible what we do to animals really is. And I think that maybe a film like Earthlings or Dominion could do the same for Ethan, because he is someone who has compassion for animals, but maybe just needs to be sat down and just needs to be encouraged to watch something that actually shows him what he is paying for, so that when he's thinking about buying animal products again, he can properly connect the purchase he is making with the reality of what he is supporting. But anyway, that brings me to the end of this video. As always, thank you so much for watching.
Boo! Alicia, have you seen any of Earthling Ed's videos? You should follow him. I'm sure you'd like him a lot. He's
Cool. I'll
he's
take
great.
a note. No, I like that he's articulate, that he's mindful, that
He's very nice.
Oxford.
I like
style.
his British accent.
Yeah.
You know, there's this big YouTuber that just came on the scene. His YouTube channel is called Gooby and Doobie, and I came across him because he was a neurosurgeon, and after 10 years, he just got up and left because he was just sick of the system and doing surgeries on people that didn't need surgery, and he could see that the hospitals are just big businesses. A lot of the stuff that Peter Rogers says. But he had a video that he recorded today, and it's clear that
Gooby and Doobie?
Gooby and Doobie, yeah.
And there's a
And-
dog on it, Asian guy.
Yeah, it's an Asian guy, and it's his dog. Yeah, that's him. And
This video from today.
it's today's video, and he was talking about how animals, he considers them as equal souls to humans, and he clearly follows a plant-based diet. He has recorded videos of making green smoothies, but in his talk today, he said something to the effect that, if people want to eat meat, that's okay, and that he eats meat every now and then. Like 99% of the time, he's plant-based, but 1% of the time, he might have a steak, or he might go out for meat with friends. And he doesn't. I'm like, how can you say all of these things that you respect animals, but at the same time, you think it's okay to eat them every now and then? Because a lot of what he says, I think, you know, he's very philosophical, and he looks at the environment. He's shared statistics that like 65% of the animals on this plant are meant for human food. And then the other 20% are humans themselves. And then we have a small percentage of actual wildlife. Like the number of wild animals on the planet are so small percentage wise.
30% maybe.
We're taking away all of their habitat. But he's got a lot of good things he shares. Yeah, that was the one
really
thing.
weird.
Yeah, the one thing he said today, I'm like, how could he not make that connection?
He's probably just doing it because purely health reasons, and just thinks it's okay to splurge every once in a while. And he's just kind of reciting whatever moral stuff. It's really weird.
You know, medical doctors are very, I mean, having gone to med school, I know just how it's like a boot camp where
Scientism.
Yeah, and you don't sleep, you're up all night, you're working
No,
on
no nutrition.
and they don't learn nutrition, and you get really indoctrinated in certain ideas. But I would like to see somebody like him break out of that paradigm and, you know, really see, you know, if he's got a huge channel. I mean, this channel blew up when he pronounced that I'm a neurosurgeon and I just left. I left this terrible system of just like Peter Rogers says, you know, for every ill there's a pill, for every and
just sell it.
But anyway, that kind of relates to, you know, the indoctrination and how thick it is, and how these people on this guy's show are just so, you know, they think they're in the majority, so they have the right to like dangle dead flesh in front of this poor guy that's having kind of a ethical dilemma, and he's kind of breaking through. And it's too bad that we don't have more people to support that type of, you know, progression, to let him get to the other side.
Yeah, there's a lot of Satanists out there.
You know, I'll share one quick story. This happened like maybe 10 years ago, but I was at a family event, and my cousins, their small children, were sitting at a high chair, and her husband came over and had two little small plates for his little girl. One was a bunch of watermelon, and on the other plate were cut up hot dogs. And she's only picking the watermelon. That's all she wanted to eat. And the dad's like, "Come on, eat the hot dog." And I'm like, "Well, clear." And he knew I was a vegan, right? So he's like, you know, "Eat the hot dog." And I'm like, "Well, she doesn't want it. You shouldn't make her eat things she doesn't want to eat." And he's like, "No, she needs her protein," and blah blah blah. I'm like,
yeah.
Little kids that have the option, they don't want to eat meat. I thought meat was gross my entire life.
I did too.
And my mom would try to force me to eat meatloaf, and I would just like push it around the plate, drop it on the floor. But it's like, it was disgusting in my opinion.
There's a keto influencer that had a baby, and then was restricting fruit and sugar from the kid. And the kid was like pissed, like the baby was mad, and she was like, "Oh, I can't let his cries keep me from, you know, I can't let it cave, you know, let me cave and give him some fruit." Like, it's just like, oh my God, like, lady.
That's the perfect food for children, you know?
And she was like regulating what she was eating when she was breastfeeding to keep the sugar down in her breast milk and shit. And like, it just.
Do people not know that we have a certain amount of sugar that we need in our blood at all times?
Yeah.
I mean, you have your fasting blood glucose levels. If you don't have sugar in your blood, you will go brain dead. I mean, we need sugar. It's
hypoglycemia, like.
Yeah, and like there. I mean, yes, we can use other fuels, but not all organs in the body can actually use other fuels for energy, you know. But all organs can use glucose, can use sugar for energy. It's a requirement. And in fruit, it just comes with so many other things. I mean, you're getting the sugar, you're getting amino acids, you're getting some protein in fruit. You're getting some fatty acids. In fact, the plant foods have more of the omega-3 fatty acids than the omega-6. So you're getting more of the anti-inflammatory fatty acids. You're getting minerals, you're getting vitamins, phytonutrients that we don't even know the functions of that are so beneficial. I mean, how a parent could do that, restrict fruit, that just seems...
You're getting the structured water, the fiber, everything. Crazy.
It's
So
the
you
best.
can go
Perfect.
and glue easier.
You gotta get one of those hydrogen machines from Will Keller too. You have to have that, or else you will not be healthy. You're gonna spend the rest of your life in the hospital.
Is that why this circle back? Is that what he was selling, was a hydrogen water machine?
Yeah, hydrogen water machine for $5,000. A Chinese one, like happily saying it was Chinese. Yeah, with the nasal cannulas straight to the brain. A Chinese machine.
I'm out of the loop.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been really bad. And it's a known scam. I mean, you saw that video, like it's a known scam, and they've just, they can't make money off their content, off of their work. They can't make money off their work. So they're trying to scam the group of people that they've collected through working with Mark. It's very, very shocking that it's happening.
In Serbian, if you read the PRC, like People's Republic of China, right? It's usually labeled on a product, right? PRC. But in Serbian, if you pronounce it, it's prc. Prc is a slang for like prc, like like here you go, like like
that's like
like like in your face, like you just got scammed, like, like.
Oh yeah.
So basically, he's selling. But,
can we maybe talk, because I'm seeing even the comments of Severin Cyborg and stuff, and it's like, can we talk about what form of sugar would be optimal? Because like, they were just saying they see parents giving toddlers candy and Mountain Dew and get enraged.
Toddlers. Candy, maybe. Mountain Dew, that's pretty wild to give a kid Mountain Dew, because it's like 3 times as much caffeine as normal candy. Or normal drinks.
Corn syrup? I don't know.
Yeah, it's all, there's no it's fun. So funny, you go in the store and it's all no sugar, but it's like there's never been sugar in, like, it's been high fructose corn syrup since I was a kid. So it's like you can't even find sugar soda anymore because it's not around, and it's like the alternatives are way worse. Like, it's totally gross. Sugar is juiced cane leaves, grand palms, right? Cane palms, the juice out of it, run through a filter and put in the sun to dry. People think it's made by chemicals and that it's like this chemical process and we're all eating this drug that we're addicted to. And then the sugar spike thing, like if you're crashing, that's not good. You're supposed to always have energy. You should always have carbs and stuff like sugar and fruits that you get, sugars you get in fruits and all kinds of stuff. You should always have that on board because it's the fastest absorbing energy source that we have. And it's what we're like, there are carb receptors on our tongues, glucose receptors, that tell us that we can use more glucose because more glucose is coming in, and we don't really have those for fat. I know they say that we could taste umami, but that's just kind of, I don't know if that's really scientific or anything. But yeah, the whole low sugar thing is just baffling, because since the 90s, there was a huge meta study in the 90s that was like, yeah, low carb diet raises all-cause mortality by like 28% or something. And it's just like, you guys not even searching the information about the diet you're on, because I'll tell these guys this stuff and they're like, no, and like all these the carnivore, what's his name, Sean, the carnivore dog, like all these big influencers that first went carnivore have gone back because they cited low blood sugar at night, which is waking them up, which is their body telling them to get up and go get sugar, go eat some fruit, basically. So they're getting up in the middle of the night and then their testosterone tanked. Great. That seems like a really good idea. These people are wrecking their bodies just to lose some pounds, and they're not even losing any fat. They're losing muscle glycogen, and muscle glycogen is important if you want to like move around and stuff. Like, it's totally mind-boggling. These guys are like, "Oh no, I could beat you in a race," and it's like, bro, yeah, you start running and drink oil. And I'll drink sugar water and we'll see who wins this race. Like, give me a break, bro. There's a video, a BBC video where it was two brothers and they had one eating a lot of fat and one eating a lot of sugar. And they went and did a race and the sugar guy just smoked the oil guy. And it's just like, I mean, it's not very scientific, but it's a good, it is. Yeah, they did some other stuff.
Yeah.
And also the like all the Ironman triathletes, right? They go on a like carb diet. How to say, like before the preparations for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good. All the big athletes that try and do low carb, their performance tanks. You don't have any of the energy stored in your muscles. It's gone. That's all the weight you lost. And all these guys, I got all these obese guys coming to my page talking shit. They're all obese on keto or carnivore. They lose like, I don't know, an eighth of their body weight, which these dudes are like 400 pounds, 500 pounds. So they lose a bunch of weight, but then they hit a wall and they're like, oh, the carnivore is the best thing in the world. And it's like, how's it the best thing in the world if you didn't meet your goals and you hit a wall that you couldn't get past, which is you've depleted all your muscle glycogen and that's it. If you're eating a bunch of fat, you're not going to lose fat. Like, it's just not how it works. You just keep storing it. Fat you eat, fat you wear. Shout out to who? All the guys.
That was
Kempner, McDougal, and Harley during Rider. I
Yeah,
wonder if
Dr. Morris shared with me that, because he's been in practice for 50 years, and he told me back in the early days, he would get a lot of the former bodybuilders that were doing a lot of the meat, a lot of the protein shakes. And by the time they would reach 40, their kidneys were tanked. And some of them went into kidney failure. They had to go on dialysis because all of that protein, it just basically wreaks havoc on the kidneys. And that's what these carnivore dudes do not see. They're setting themselves up for chronic disease in the future, let alone, they're building up, atherosclerotic plaques throughout all of their blood vessels. They're going to be constipated as hell because there's no fiber in meat. It's just a dilemma. I mean, when people say, oh, you lose so much weight on a carnivore diet, you lose weight on chemotherapy. So why don't you do
or heroin, speed, meth. That's the whole
things you can do to lose weight.
The whole everyone using the measure of, oh, I feel great. I did it and I felt great. It's like, dude, all kinds of awful things will make you feel great. That's not necessarily the grand measure of health.
Yeah.
This is making me think with the bodybuilding with Mr. Sky. I'll just say Mr. Sky. I'll be nice about it in this.
Chris Sky. Oh, by the way, we never talked about that. So Chris Sky is doing a pump and dump scam. He's got guys that are he's got a guy that's his trader guy, and he's getting everyone to sign up on a specific platform to do leverage trading, which is the most risky form of crypto trading that exists in the world. And he's basically coaching you on how to trade, which is horrendously sketchy. Not something you should ever do. Let anyone make any moves for you in crypto. Also, they're pump and dumping, which means they're going to be selling when they're telling everyone to buy more. This is a pump and dump scam. All these scams, there's the only reason to get involved in doing what they're doing. So anyway, Chris Guy, don't get involved with anything he's doing crypto-wise, cryptocurrency-wise. You'll likely lose all your money. There's millions of scams right now for crypto. So if you are going to get into crypto or you have crypto, don't ever let anyone meddle with your crypto, try and find someone you trust who's not, who at least like, someone experienced. A lot of people are just like overnight. They're like, oh, my buddy's a crypto guy. And it's like, he just got into it a couple months ago. Find someone with like 10 years in the game and
Chris is from Canada, right? I think.
and make all the moves yourself. Don't let anyone do anything for you, or don't give your codes to anything. But anyway, I just remembered we'd never mentioned, I did do a little bit of investigating into Chris Sky's network. I went in as a potential crypto douchebag, went in there and, oh, I don't know, I got a couple Bitcoins, like just acting dumb to see what they do. And they sucked me right in. They were requiring $150,000 of crypto to start.
What?
Yeah. And
has
so, yeah. So Chris Guy, he's the, he's like a Canadian YouTuber. Big fish lips.
In Playa del Carmen, Mexico, for the most part.
So and if you're ever in Mexico, look out too, because there's sketchy people down there. I challenged him to an MMA fight. And Alicia brought up the fact that he's not allowed to go to the US, but we can both go to Mexico. He's in Mexico. I could go to Mexico. That'd be fun, but we'll see if we ever hear from him. I talked to Chris for several days, and then I talked to his crypto guy for several days just to see if they're legit, and they're absolutely not. His crypto guy's like barely knows what he's doing. Hey.
So
Rocky's in the house. What's up, bro? Where's Rocky? Happy birthday, Allie.
Happy birthday to you.
Beautiful. What's up, Brax?
What up?
Not a whole lot. I've just been kind of scattered lately. My setup right now is very on the fly. Like there's a curtain behind me that could like fall.
Looks good.
I'm glad I could make it look good without any issues. I gotta set things up a little better soon, but yeah. I missed a decent amount of the show, so I'm just kind of like
we've just been watching videos, keeping things casual.
Chilling.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Y'all just chill.
Yeah.
Bro.
Y'all just chill.
Oh, you missed Mr. Peanut Butter in the beginning.
Yeah,
we played it all the way.
Heard that earlier.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, that the whole hydrogen thing. That's like I've been coming across a couple extra rabbit holes on that, and it's getting a little closer to home, I'll say, and I'm kind of getting curious to I'll just say I might have an opportunity to check it out firsthand soon. Not that specific one, but yeah.
You'll have to report back to us.
Did you hear what Dr. Peter Rogers had to say about it?
I think I was kind of tuned out at that point. What was he saying? It didn't sound like it was too good. Yeah, one of those unnecessary things.
Too close to the brain.
It's too close to the brain when you're inhaling with some cheap device that can just something can short and blow molten snow, tar, molten wires. Lithium battery could melt and fucking go into your sinuses or some shit. It's pretty gross. It's Chinese, and it's so funny because these dudes they've been making shorts ever since I made the first video about them, and they're trying to cover all the things I've covered, and they're all we spent a lot of time making sure that this device is the best device on the market. It's like, what? Did you fly to China and go inspect? Did you go do quality control for 2 years before you sold these things? No, it's
when
a Chinese device.
Was that before or recently? They've done
this week. They put up a bunch of shorts this week.
I just got that. I found their like whole Ostera channel or whatever.
Yeah,
I came across my radar when I was looking stuff up. I was like, huh. Like,
all Will's shorts that he's been making have been very angry and very specifically pointed at like things that I've been saying. But I don't know. I'm kind of it's getting old, and I mean we killed the hydrogen thing really.
Hydrogen bomb.
We've just been finding more and more stuff, and just the hydrogen, the $10,000 hydrogen machine selling scam. You know, they're not gonna. They get the first one for free because they're starting the whole thing, right? And then they have to pay it off by bringing new people in, and then the people that want to buy one, you tell them once they buy it, you're all, hey, you can get that paid for if you bring more people in, and like it's just this whole cascade of bullshit selling these $200 devices, swearing up and down that they're completely safe, that you won't have to go to the hospital anymore. You won't have to spend all this money. If you spend this money on this machine, it's like the scammiest shit you've ever heard. I thought they were going to like de-scamify, you know, like I thought they were going to de-scamify and at least try and hide it, but they're doing a very, it's like the oldest multi-level marketing scam that's been around for 50 years, you know, like it's the same thing. And these guys are just taking advantage of their artificial exposure. They wouldn't have this exposure if they weren't attached to Mark's hip. And they're using this exposure as being like pinnacles of this community and having everyone on all these classes look up to these guys. And they're scamming them. They're trying to get them to buy some garbage that, you know, like, and you got to face it. You buy something like this, you use it for like a week. Then you're like, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Like, you know, and then there's filters that you got to buy every year that are $200. And it's like never ending. And like, so we need to be plugged into the wall to be healthy. That's what you're saying, Will Keller, and you guys that are all into animism and paganism and being one with the animals and shit like this. Like you're all natural and everything, but we need to be connected to some Chinese machine to be healthy. And we need to pay $5,000 for it instead of buying one on Temu for $300.
Yeah, and Will has like he showed in one of the videos that I saw that they have one now, and it's like in Will's background, but it's like it's just sitting there. It's just like a prop piece.
Yeah.
It's like
and he's got it with a nasal cannula, dude. When Dr. Peter Rogers, who is a medical doctor, not a chiropractor like everybody else's doctors, all these carnivore doctors, real medical doctor said, no, nasal that's very bad to be inhaling some sketchy machine's fumes. Yeah. And you know, like the other me and Slav talked to a guy who manufactures those hens, who's like kind of like the guy, and he was like, like, you know, that machine could make a lot of hydrogen, so much hydrogen that you could blow up your insides if it fails, you know, and you're smoking a bowl right after you're huffing on your hydrogen, you go huff the bong and it blows up in your freaking lungs. You know, and it's they keep saying it's medical grade, it's medical grade, it's medical grade, and it's not medical grade. If it was medical grade, it would be from Japan, Germany, you know, someplace, not China. If you go into a hospital, you go look at all the machines, they're not built in China. They're built in like other places. And it's just, I just do not trust my health with some $300 machine that I'm going to spend $6,000 for. Like it just doesn't make any sense. And, you know, if you're so into the hydrogen therapy and everything, tell it to everyone, you know, preach it to everyone for free. Like do activism for free, people. Like, I don't get this. I need to be paid. But it's, again, it goes back to these guys can't make money with their work because they don't get it, obviously. And they aren't able to concisely convey it in a way that masses get it.
They broke vegans.
And so now they're doing sketchy shit. And in this movement where everyone's here to socialize, everyone's, oh, those guys are great. How do you know they're great? You know, like everyone kissing each other's asses in the social scene because everyone feels like they're a part of Mark because they took the class. I know it's like endless with me with this shit, but it's frustrating because it could be so much better if either some were out of the way or everyone was pointing their energy in a better direction. Like I was talking about doing more outward outreach. Sorry. Outreach. Nobody talks about outreach. Nobody talks about getting new people in. a lot of these dudes, you know, probably haven't talked to their closest family members about this stuff. Those are the people we can get to the easiest. They're trying to force this intellectual conversation on the world that they're like not really ready to have yet, and they're so caught up with fixing the masses that they're like, okay, well, my own community sucks and I could be helping my community, but instead I'm on the internet where I make videos and it looks so cool because you know, we got a bunch of people up here, but it's like it's infield baseball. It's an echo chamber. It's groupthink.
I mean, I'll just add on to that as a past student of the last season, and this one's starting on the 6th. The next one he's doing, normally he does one a year, he's doing them back to back here. But I just question the morality of someone who is the moderator of the student group, then theoretically fishing in the pond of students, bringing them on his podcast. This is Will Keller
Trying to sell them machines.
Possibly. I can't connect that dot, but then they all, you know, there's this halo and it's a cult-like thing where people who know that perhaps something is questionable and then they don't come forward. And then how is this aligned to Mark's work? It's not.
Well, that's what's weird is all the people that have hit us up, you know, and I know you too, Alicia, like on the background and all like, oh yeah, you know, but they aren't willing to put their faces
but
out.
They won't.
You know?
They won't comment front facing, and then I do a little bit of just. I won't give a name. I'm gonna, you know, I won't do that. But when it was kicking off, and I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole again, but. You know, I had a fellow student that I had helped on stuff come forward to me. Oh, yeah, I'm here whenever you need. But I noticed that there was no like when I was getting bullied by multiple classmates, publicly bullied and defamed. And I was talking the truth, but okay. And then I realized that person had actually taken the course twice, because many will take the course for reasons which I don't know. And
socializing.
Okay. Well, that's a questionable group to socialize with, because I think like it's like the Roman, what's the Roman Colosseum? I mean, you're there you could get eaten alive, basically. That's
definitely depends on how much you put yourself in there. That's for sure.
Well, I was very peripheral. I wasn't even.
Yeah, you weren't around that much at all.
No.
Oh, Steve, what are you doing?
And yeah, anyways, that person had been on Will's podcast. So it's like a lot of it is occulted, the irony of Mark's thing, and then they occult the truth. And we'll leave it at that. But like, I would just say if anybody's taking the course is great. Allie knows that too. Mark is first class, everything. I can't find any fault. I do feel that the after class is dangerous and it's not moderated.
It's definitely Wild West.
There's
definitely you can definitely expect to possibly find a completely crazy person up there.
Easily. I think
but you might find a bunch of rad people. So it's like it's not as professional as it may seem, because there is very little moderation going, because if you pay, then you're in, you know, and it's like it's tough to have to moderate something like that when you're trying to run a business and be like, okay, well, do I you know, need to do a little bit of vetting, you know? And obviously Mark mentioned in the last clip we played from him that he's Steve, what are you doing? He needs to vet his future groups that he's teaching, which I think is very smart
for shadow work.
Yeah, for the real stuff, you know. If it's like if shadow work is not your thing, you know, if that's not something you really interested in, you shouldn't be wasting the space there for someone else to be there, because it's not a social thing. It's not fun. It's shitty in fixing traumas that you've been through that you don't even know why you have. Fixing traumas you have, you know, it's all kinds of crazy stuff. It's fixing how you react in the worst case scenario at the worst time in the worst situation.
It's like a good dose of ayahuasca.
But that's I've heard good, I've heard bad. I don't know
I'm
what to
joking,
make.
yeah.
I really no, but I don't know what to make of that.
People puke a lot after it.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. But I find it. There's the potential
Look,
for.
it's Braxy.
Yeah. If people don't have a prerequisite to know Mark's content, like his podcasts and and you're just taking the tech course, then there's a huge potential for being sucked into something that isn't actually in line with Mark's teachings.
That's definitely
There
what's going
lies
on there. Yeah.
the problem.
There should be kind of like almost like you should watch all the podcasts, before you even try and take any of his courses, because there was definitely just like a bunch of clown ass, normal, simple, like still status minded, still happy to be slaves people in that class. And I was shocked, like when we watched the video on all them talking about calling the cops, I was just like, who are these guys? Why are they in Mark's class? Like they're calling the cops because they saw a guy outside, like.
But you were amazing. Like you were actually being what a real moderator ought to do to help educate.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
hold court.
Exactly.
And if that was done on the regular, the
they would learn more.
And the value of that 12 to 2:30 after class would be mind blowing, because it was really over the course of 20 whatever weeks it is, to get that level of cementing of information and true like quality dialogue would be the real cherry on the cake. Like
you should
I would sign up for it again just to have that.
You would be learning. You should be learning as much from the moderator as anyone else, because anytime that there's just dead air or anything like, or any of these topics in the chat come up, where these dudes are just talking in the wrong direction and they're all agreeing with this guy who's completely in the wrong direction, but there's no one there. There's no moderator who actually knows their shit enough to be like, dudes, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think they care.
Like,
that's the problem. And then we had a de facto moderator who then
I'm sure he's not getting paid. So it's like when you have friends work for you for free, you get shit quality a product.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like if I was, moderators should be leading the conversation and not just like, I don't know, but it's beyond me. But you're right,
But you're helping to educate in the group here, and either through observing or whatever. This is really doing some of the hard work of understanding and reinforcing some of the learnings.
Yeah, because this is libertarian 101. This is stuff I learned in like 2010, like the basics of freedom and stuff. Like we should, if you're taking a Mark Passio class in 2024, you should know some of this stuff. You should know that the state is inherently evil. You should know that you should be constantly trying to limit the amount of tax revenue you hand over to the state. You shouldn't get caught up in materialism of buying new cars and shit all the time and thinking that you're going to own some $1 million house someday. It's all going to rob you of your freedom, and it all fuels statism. It fuels bombs being dropped overseas. It fuels subsidies going towards the meat and dairy industry. It's all like paying taxes is not vegan in the least bit. A lot of vegans don't know that, because a lot of vegans are still worshiping the state. Like they're still very much state worshipers, and they don't understand that, like,
I'm gonna be in a vegan party for the animals. What?
Yeah. And then you're happily giving your tax dollars to the government who pays for factory farming. Like we can't. The factory, how much meat we have right now in the society, it's artificially held up by subsidies. It wouldn't naturally, it's economically insane to grow an animal for food. Its whole life, all the medical, all the food, all the water, all the land, all the energy that goes into that cow. It's economically psychotic to then kill it, cut it into little pieces and sell it, because you're not getting a return back. You're not getting a profit. That's why we need subsidies, government paying billions of dollars to pay for half of the corn and soy. It's all subsidized. It's all half price basically. And it, like, these guys get all the farmers, they get all these tax breaks and all this shit. And which you'll learn soon when we have the guy on earlier, the guy that was talking about the regenerative grazing being bullshit. He's going to tell you some stories about the farmers in California that are literally killing off the elk up here in order for their cows to graze, killing wild elk that went extinct and came back. And they're just letting, they've basically cordoned them off along the coast, and they're just dying because they don't have access to water and they can't go to their normal grazing lands because they're getting bulldozed by cows. So,
and what are the predators? The natural
like,
predators.
That's there. Everything's fucked up. Everything's fucked up. Like, the cows have come and completely screwed California, and California is like, this is like a national park land that they're allowing the cows to graze on, that they're destroying. Not that that really means anything. It's just state is bullshit. But these are places we're trying to like keep nice. And so like, and on my Facebook, I got all day, because Facebook knows I'm vegan. They send me this shit that's all, farmers are the greatest assets to our country. Farmers are, oh, farmers this, farmers that. And I'm like, are you like, what? Like, they're demons, like straight up demons. It's hell on earth. Hell on earth. Factory farming and wars. That's the two places you have hell on earth. And these farmers manifest this stuff just to make some money. And they're not even making that much money. And the money they're making comes from subsidies, because the whole industry would not be able to stay afloat without subsidies. Like, these carnists do not understand this. These anarchist truther carnists that are carnivore diet guys. It's like, bro, you're double dipping on the most subsidized food we have access to, and you're claiming to be fiscally conservative. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, these guys are completely oblivious to the actual reality of the situation. They just want to be fakertarians. We're like, oh, I'm an anarchist, I'm intellectual and stuff, but they live the same satanic lifestyle as every other NPC statist out here who's happily a tax slave.
You are on it. I mean, when we talk about what on earth is happening, this is what is happening on earth. Slavery. It's slavery of the animals, slavery of the humans, and we need to get that out there, because what's being done to the animals is going to be done to the humans next. They're just going to factory farm us, inject us with something, dumb us down. I mean, it's all about getting us all onto that little ramp into the slaughterhouse, and then
who knows what they've been feeding us. We were just talking, what were we just saying? Something was calcified in our brains. What were we talking about?
Pineal gland.
Well, it was dreams. Oh, so dreams. So Allie's way into researching dreams and stuff, and she was like, oh man, recently my dreams have been like, what were you saying? They're like making more okay, she's gonna explain it. She explained it better than me. But
sorry, I was eating. My cat just stole my burrito, ran away with it.
You were
he's all running away.
Yeah, like
Did he get a mouse? No, a burrito.
Anyways.
Dreams.
Oh, you're muted. Maybe they muted themselves on purpose.
You're muted.
What the heck? Okay.
Check.
We can hear you now.
So
Dreams.
Okay. I've just been reading this book, Primal Scream. Dr. Arthur Janov talks about how our dreams, how the more practical and I guess like good our dreams are, the more we are, our brains are essentially using it as a cope, and the more aligned we are, let's say with our thoughts, emotions, and actions, the more aligned we are in our brains, the more our dreams become sort of like more mundane and or bad, right? So they'll be showing us things in our life that we need to fix or something. But I've been having dreams that are so mundane to where it's like I'm dreaming my pre-bed ritual, like I'm going through it again. And so I'll wake up and I'll have like 2 copies of these like things, like brushing my teeth and washing my face before going to bed. I'll be like, wait, did I do that? Like I'll have like 2 memories. Sorry, I don't know why we brought that up, but yeah, that's just what started happening.
We were talking about it almost seems like when you have gnarly dreams, it's like primal scream therapy, or it's like going through it again. It's like almost like your brain's doing therapy on you while you're sleeping. It's like running you through kind of this traumatic event.
Sure.
And it's almost like they've done something to us to stop that from happening, or make it harder to do that or something. And
Well,
it's like
almost like not even like a traumatic event, like just like reviewing like your dream. In your dream, you're reviewing everything you did in that day, and it's almost like a mini shadow work of that day, to where you're going through all the motions that you made before, and then analyzing what you did and reviewing them. Yeah. So like one of the things I did before bed, like I yelled at my cat because he like tried to run out, and I like pushed him in, and then I was like, didn't even think about it because I was annoyed at him. And then when I dreamed doing it again, I was like, oh, I felt bad for like yelling at him. So it was like a weird mini like dream shadow work where I awoke and I'm like, wait, what actually happened? I'm like, oh, the first one actually happened. And then
It clicked into mute again. You guys clicked into mute.
Maybe they can't hear us either.
Sort of work in our dream, perhaps, but I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool though. That could be vehicle for it.
We kind of lost like 30 seconds.
Who knows what abilities we had in the past with our brains that they figured out to feed us some substance or do some sort of
calcifier pineal glands,
or some sort of subliminal messaging in like TV back in the day, like shut half of our brains' capabilities off or something.
We all got MK Ultra, something.
Yeah,
like MTV or something.
Not in your fucking meat in the street.
Allie Braxton had said, or tried to say, I don't think you heard the last 30 seconds before you started again, which now we don't know what it was. It muted again, so we didn't hear a huge part. There must be something with that headset that clicks on a mute button or something. So we missed if there was a conclusion. We didn't get it. If it doesn't matter, don't worry.
No, there wasn't really a conclusion.
Okay, I actually am wondering that actually sounds like 2 things. One, a little bit of transcendental where you're going out of body and then you're having a look down review. And the other thing with the Edgar Cayce Akashic Records, which, allegedly when you die, you have the review of your life. And if you're having a daily review, and if you think about what you're having, you're going to have a lighter energy yourself going on right now. So I actually think this sounds pretty cool and healthy, actually. Doesn't sound disturbing.
No, I don't get the sense of, it seems like it's a healthy aspect of dreaming, perhaps.
Yeah, it's usually a really restless. She dreams like very hard. She's a very hard dreamer.
So like I'll talk in my sleep and stuff. I'll wake myself up by speaking.
And you'll just wake up stressed out.
Oh, yeah.
Her cat, she'll have these dreams about the cat getting out, and she'll wake up and she'll be like, this fucking cat. And the cat didn't even get out.
There's a saying that the more aligned you are, and coming back to stoicism again, and really trying to be a virtuous person, that karma is going to hit you more quickly as opposed to a non-virtuous, immoral person. So the more we live in alignment of our thoughts, will, and action, when you go off that straight line, when you're not on the middle path, you're going to be pushed onto it more quickly because you're practicing that moral behavior. Steiner talks about this, and Steiner also connects, the death process to dreaming. So like when we dream, that's like a mini death. And we go through this ritual of, reliving certain things of the day that maybe we need to reflect upon And again, if you are very moral, you're going to be like,
Yeah,
being
it's gonna
shown,
stick in
like,
your
you
head.
yelled at your cat, right? So you yelled at your cat. You had a dream of you yelling at your cat, but now you're looking at it from a different perspective. Was I in alignment when I yelled at my cat the first time? Was that the right choice to make? So I think there is something to be said about this. And speaking of lost abilities, Steiner says that we have lost the ability to be clairvoyant. Some of us are gaining that back again, but humans used to be able to communicate, you know, on levels that we can no longer do today. But there is a way you can practice that. And there are people that teach how to develop these different, you know, like clairaudient, clairvoyant, all of the different clairs, if you will.
I am that. I
I've
am.
noticed. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a medium.
Medium. Yeah.
I did not know that, Alicia. That's really cool.
Letting it come out to, I call it play now through the soul work. Yeah, like because it's so invaluable. Go ahead. Sorry, Jeffrey.
What you're saying about it hitting you harder, it's almost like McDougal's Revenge. Once you're like really healthy eating, you do anything out of that pattern and it fucks you up. Like I stopped drinking, I don't know, like 8 months ago, just because I just didn't want to do it anymore. And like, you know, but like every time I, you know, the once a month I would drink, I would be wrecked for 2 days afterwards. And I was like, that didn't used to be like that. And I only had like 2 beers. Like I used to drink a bottle of whiskey a night and not even get buzzed and be fine the next day. Because my body was just so used to the abuse. What's up, Bracky? I can't believe Braxton's here. Have you met Braxton, Alicia?
Oh, we have spoken, but I haven't seen your face. So it's so cool to see you.
was
And thank you for
on-
sharing stuff this week. Yep.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think I've been on like a couple of times earlier before I kind of like
chat. Yeah.
Speaking,
Yeah,
but
in
not.
chat. Yeah. Well, I had a question though. I was kind of curious, like, because we were talking about Patty, you brought up the subject of like losing clairvoyance and all that. Are you familiar with like, because I can't help but wonder if lightly kind of experimenting with like plant medicines, like for instance, mugwort comes to mind. Yeah. Mugwort. When I was down in California with these guys, there's an apothecary that I stopped by, and I picked up a mugwort tincture, and I noticed that what it does is it like kind of like what Allie was talking about. It almost makes you sink into like the logistics of your dreams and helps you to like flesh things out more fully than you otherwise would. Yeah, so I was kind of wondering about that. Like it gives you sometimes kind of bizarre dreams, but it seems like it's leaning more into the details. And I wonder if those things could be used to like assist people, maybe, you know, alongside working on like dream recall.
That's interesting. I think there's a place for the herbs. Skullcap does a similar type of thing. So people recommend mugwort and skullcap like before
Is that
bed.
mushroom?
No, these are just herbs and how they've been used medicinally. So I think there's a place for that for sure.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I started I've been wanting to like fully kick nicotine for a while, and I'm still working on that. But,
Still.
Yeah. But there's all these like
we got him off for like 2 weeks. How long did we get you off?
yeah, it was like a solid 2 weeks
Gross.
where like it was good and kind of sucked at the same time because I was like back and forth between trying to like fully kick nicotine, all like, you know, tobacco and everything, and then sometimes
You were vaping, not even tobacco. You were vaping like gnarly.
Way to out your bro.
He's all, I was just trying to quit tobacco. No.
I
still vaping?
unfortunately am stuck on it. Yeah, for
Oh
now.
boy. Oh,
I'm trying to
Bracky.
kick it pretty soon here.
If I can kick it, you can do it, Bracky. Come on.
Anybody can.
You did it for like a month.
Yeah,
But I went
you had
hard
one of-
for that month.
Yeah, you had one of those little disposable ones that are like the kind of dipping your toe in the water kind of experience. But like I'm trying to kick like
Mine was cool.
Lifelong.
Cool flavor.
Tasted good.
Yeah.
Peach
Yeah, but
mango.
no, I'm really curious because like when I do try it, like I have a little bit of a plan to kind of lock in my diet more so, like especially with the holidays being over. Like I'm gonna start leaning more into the sort of like Pete Rogers, McDougal style of eating, where I'm gonna try to really clean it up and kick like any excess fats. But I also want to like work on kicking nicotine, and like in that I've been trying to work on like dream recall. Like I want to actually start getting into like dream journaling, kind of experimenting with that more, because that is in its own way a sort of, a form of shadow work. So it's,
I've heard people, that water fast have been able to expedite getting off of cigarettes and other types of things they're addicted to. So people use the water fast as like a springboard into healthier eating, into, because it's easy. Like if somebody gets really sick, like about 2 years ago, I came down with some kind of viral infection. I had 104-degree fever. I was like super sick, had no energy. And that's when I nipped in the butt coffee, because I was already feeling achy and pain all over. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to have the headache crap that I'm going to get from, trying to come off of caffeine, I might as well do it now. And I haven't had a sip of coffee since. But I also wasn't hungry. I was, basically put into a forced water fast because I didn't want to eat or drink anything. I just wanted to stay in bed, and that's it. And so I just got rid of those habits, and it helped.
How long did you stay on yours on that occasion?
I think maybe about 4 or 5 days. I mean, I started feeling good. I started feeling better relatively quick. So after like the 3rd or 4th day, I think my fever broke, and then I was like back at work. I took a couple of days off work though because I was really weak.
Oh, I forgot. I got blood work this week.
Oh yeah.
And it's absolutely normal. There's not a single thing that is high or low.
That's
deficient
awesome.
in anything. Completely normal. And I do not take supplements.
Cool.
Congratulations. I have to say it's not too surprising though, because you guys do get really good like diversity in your diet. It's
we eat really well.
Yeah.
And mine were good, so it's like
hers
we
were
eat
good
the
too.
same. So
Yeah.
at least diet wise, diet and lifestyle were pretty similar. So I'm not surprised, but
You were a little low on protein. I wasn't. I think there were a couple little changes.
But the male-female body could be different in what
totally
nuances are needed and hormones.
She needs a lot more
and all of
stuff
that.
than me.
Sure.
Goes through more stuff. But yeah, I mean, just it's a testament to Kempner and Durian Rider.
Coming back to that, when you were asking, I think Alicia, you were asking about what kind of sugar.
Yep.
When you take the sugar and you strip it away from all minerals, like it's ultra processed, or you turn it into something like high fructose corn syrup. It's so stripped that when a person takes that in for nourishment, because it's not coming with the other cofactors that help it to be metabolized most effectively, because you don't just break down the sugar and turn it into ATP. You need all of these other cofactors to help this cellular respiration machinery work correctly. And so the stripped processed sugar, I think, is more detrimental.
Sure.
So sugar that comes from a natural plant source is perfect. And people can just live on that. And if you do it in a natural way, let it sun dry, or get it in the fruit, the whole fruit, it's perfect that way. And so so they've done studies where they've compared people on these diets of just like very processed food, like just pure processed high fructose corn syrup, to people that are water fasting. And the person that's water fasting can keep their blood work in the normal range more effectively than the person on the processed food, because they're stealing from their reservoir in order to do the work to break that sugar into ATP, to use it for fuel. So you have to live in balance in getting the whole plant and using everything the plant has to offer so that you can metabolize this the best.
And I also, that's phenomenal the way you can speak like that and explain it. It's just so cool.
Well,
like
25 years
class. Like, yay. But I was asking it as well, one, for people to be educated about it, but two, also in the diabetic community, they're like, oh, I've got a candy on me, or I've got a can of pop, or I've got a can of pasteurized, like not even natural juice. And there's this thing in people's heads that this does something, and it's like, no.
Well, I mean, they do that because if they inject too much insulin and they don't eat right away, their blood sugar can drop. and they have to bring it up because the brain needs constant glucose. It needs a constant sugar supply,
Right.
and that
So
can be detrimental.
what would a clean diabetic boost sugar form be for a diet? If there's a diabetic here, what in the natural realm or the vegan realm, what would be an option or options?
That's a good, I mean, gosh, you need to get the glucose in there pretty fast. So having like a sugar source, I would do something used cane sugar,
Right.
you know?
Cane,
That would-
so a tube of cane sugar or even date, like a date.
Dates are great. Yeah.
Something that can dissolve quickly, can be absorbed quickly, because if you're going into a low blood glucose, you know, event, you can pass out, you know, and that's pretty, I mean, optimally, you're not going to be diabetic, right? I mean, the type 1 diabetics, they have, you know, the pancreas that's not working, so they need to keep that on hand. And they're the probably more commonly going to have that low blood sugar, but you can get it in the type 2s. Peter Rogers has an awesome playlist on diabetes on his YouTube channel, and he gets into all of the, you know, the molecular basis of how it can be easily reversed if you just stay low fat and high carb. I mean, that's the crazy thing. Diabetics, they do great, especially type 2. They can turn this ship around.
That's
On
amazing.
the high carb, low fat diet. And I kind of even knew this before Peter Rogers mentioned it, but you see it clinically, you know, all of these, go ahead. Yeah, Kempner, he did the same thing.
Yeah. Rice diet. I don't know if you've looked up his website, Alicia, Dr. Kempner, but it was what, in the 60s? 60s, he did a bunch of experiments where he reversed type 2 just by feeding people rice. And
he was saving people because back in those days, they did not have kidney dialysis. So people that were in end stage renal failure, you know, nowadays they have to go to dialysis 3 times a week, which is 5 hours each time. And it's just, they feel awful after they go through it.
And have the port.
They have the port. They have all of these, you know, chemicals running through their body. It's just terrible. But Kempner, because they didn't have dialysis, he was like the last ditch effort for keeping these people alive. And I think Peter Rogers he shared a statistic like, you know, these people that were at the end of their rope, and this was all they had. So for every 3 of those people, Kempner was able to save 2 of them. Because sometimes you get so far along, there's no turning back. But he did a really good job reversing.
2 out of 3 is pretty good.
Or their commitment just isn't there. You know, you don't get there through eating healthy. You arrive at that station by having an unhealthy lifestyle for the most part, unless it's genetic, I suppose. But
well, it's funny how Peter Rogers shares what Kempner did to keep these people in line. He's like had a whip for some people.
I was gonna say, yeah, when there's no willpower,
public weigh-in.
Or shadow work.
Yeah. Then the best is when Peter Rogers shows the pictures of Kempner, because I guess he was like a handsome man and he had like this little harem of women and he had like different rooms for each woman and he would go visit them at the night. So there are some interesting things that Peter Rogers get into, but I had a kind of interesting idea for the next time we invite him on. I think the thumbnail should be like, we should do drawings of like how Peter Rogers draws
his
people,
drawings.
you know,
Yeah.
like figure, but we can put our faces.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
His like little diagrams.
One of his goofy crayon drawings.
Yeah.
Just don't make it the saggy booby one. That one, like, you know, that one I'm like, really?
Oh, that was the first one you saw. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Alicia's first experience with Peter Rogers wasn't that great.
it wasn't, but you know, I'm like, at least give these women some nice movies.
He was
just like,
and he must have been in the throes of his divorce.
Yeah, he was.
unbeknownst, and he was angry. So I think that's what manifested his angry.
He was kind of MGTOW then.
But so we've covered that, and then so good sugar. What about molasses? What about maple syrup? Would be I'm gonna
so
put a
good.
little bottle, a little travel bottle of maple syrup for those diabetics.
Yep.
They have a lot of minerals.
Minerals, yeah.
You need the minerals are the cofactors for these cellular respiration activities. You need the cofactors. You need the vitamins. If it's not packaged with the sugar is just, it's like putting in your fuel tank everything except what, or it's putting in like a processed
Crude oil.
tank, and it can't. Yeah, exactly. It can't run on just pure fructose or pure glucose. It needs the other nutrients.
Yeah.
It's funny because sorry. Go ahead.
In the cycling scene, we have these little packets. They're called gels, and they come in all kinds of different flavors.
Oh,
and some of them are like so tasty, but they're kind of expensive. But they're just a mix of simple and complex carbs. And you could literally live off these things. You could put 4 of them in your pocket and go your day and just pound one of these little gels. It's just concentrated energy. And we eat them while riding bikes, because you can't really like eat a lot while you're riding a bike 100 miles race. So you have to drink like sugar water and take these gels. But if you could get them from like bike stores and stuff, they're kind of expensive. But ultimately they're really just sugar water at the end of the day. Most cyclists that know, they drink sugar water because it's just so cheap. Because sugar's cheap. It's really cheap. And it's really all you need. You can go all day. You don't need all these micronutrients that these carnists swear we can't live a minute without. What was I thinking? Oh, sugar. So as a cyclist, and when you're really in tune and cycling a lot, different sugar qualities, you can definitely pick up on it. Like if I go from regular sugar to something high fructose corn syrup, it does not feel right. Like it does not feel like there is a little bit of energy from it, but it just doesn't feel right. Doing the cycling, riding a lot, like day after day after day, month after month, like you really get crazy in tune with just how your body works and what you put in it and what you get out of what you put in it. And like watching all the Durian Rider stuff, I know he's kind of abrasive and crude, but the dude really knows, and he's researched all of all these guys that we're into for the last 20 years. So he's I hope that one guy who came, what was his name, Will? That guy. No,
he was on earlier. He said hi.
He was
Miles.
Miles. That's right.
Miles.
I hope
The
he checked
soccer
out
player.
Durian Rider, because that's a perfect person for him, being a soccer player. What you been doing, Bracky?
I had a link that I posted in the private.
Let me pull it up.
If you want to, I'm kind of curious to get your guys' input on it. I know it's been kind of mentioned, but have you guys heard of, I think you guys are familiar with that Dr. Ray Peat?
Yeah.
Okay, this guy. Okay, so I found this guy, Georgi Dinkov. I found him through Ryan from, High Carb Regenerator.
Yeah.
So I found his, I found like some studies, or at least some articles that Georgi Dinkov had written, and they were talking about like the benefits of sugar, and there were quite a bit that I was coming across that were like even surprising me, even after some of the stuff I've seen and experienced myself. But so yeah, in this article here, it says something about like basically taking like 500 milligrams of niacin alongside like a drink that has like 20 grams of sugar. I guess it really helps with like increasing your like insulin sensitivity and everything. And I've been doing that myself, because I've been doing I make like several like sugary drinks throughout the day. Like my first one's this like mud water that I started making, and I do like different like juices. I'll just mix with I'll mix juice and some sugar and some water and just shake it up, and that's like just a drink for the day. But yeah, when I take the niacin, I don't know if it's like placebo, but it seems like it's actually kind of helping like cognitively, I guess.
Is your brain growing?
I don't know. It feels like something's working.
Check this out, Bracky. We found baked tostada tortillas, but they're nixtamalized.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
the company's Charas. Like if you like chips, baked corn tortillas, you can get them at the store, but they're like amazing to use as
Like
chip, but
the
these
ones
are
with the
actually
rice.
yeah. This is
Rice cakes.
nixtamalized, which Braxy can explain what nixtamalization is.
Yeah, that's it's like the proper way to prepare corn. I haven't done it myself yet, but you basically cook it with like lime or like a high alkaline sort of. Yeah, and it breaks down the maize kernels and makes it where you actually get like yeah, you get like niacin, like you actually get like B vitamins in it, and unlocks more like protein, all kinds of like extra nutrition you don't get through corn. Like a really interesting rabbit hole on that, because people got pellagra back in the day, like the 1800s. All these people who were coming from like Europe, they were coming here and they were actually exporting it back to like their home countries in Europe. And there were like people getting this disease. You can look up the 4Ds of pellagra. It's not pretty, but yeah, we got a really kind of sad excuse for a solution to that through the way of like enriched foods, which also kind of ties into that B12 video that we were getting into. It's really interesting stuff, but the solution all along with corn.
Are you getting the? I heard you talk about niacin. Are you getting the niacin flush when you do this?
Oh no, so it's there's I guess different types, and I think it even said in this article here that like you can do the no flush, like just I think it's like niacinamide, nicotinamide.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take that, and I guess it works the same. So I don't have to worry about any kind of flush or anything, which it's not a fun feeling. So I'm kind of glad.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
Yeah,
niacin flush is the worst. We get it when we take what's this stuff? Beta alanine. We take that for riding bikes. It like makes you not as much pain in your muscles when you ride bikes, or something like that. And you do the same flush thing. If you take too much of it, you can get all like blotchy and like rashy and like hot sweats.
I did a YouTube video. This was like 12 years ago of me giving myself a niacin flush, and you can see my face turning red and the blotch. Yeah, I recorded it.
It's uncomfortable.
It's a vasodilator, so it's increasing blood flow, and niacin is a precursor to NADH, which is one of the electron carriers in cellular respiration, so it does increase energy production. It's got some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually also really curious to see because I'm sure you guys are like at least kind of familiar with like the Stampede stack, which is like taking a variety of different mushrooms, like namely lion's mane, but there's a couple others, and you're supposed to take it with the niacin that causes that flush. It's supposed to push the beneficial mushroom compounds like through the blood-brain barrier.
What? This is weird because my tea tonight was I made lion's mane in here, and it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, because lion's mane by itself, like there's been a lot of research coming out. Some of it might be gimmicky because there's people trying to make money off it, obviously, but it seems like there's some kind of cognitive benefits that come from it. And I've wanted to try like the whole Paul Stamets stack, mixing it with that niacin to get that flush, just to see what happens.
Same like when you eat spinach, you put some lemon so it gets absorbed vitamin C or something like that. Yeah.
Look at the scientists here on the panel. It's extraordinary.
Oh yeah.
I'm a hobby.
Yeah, niacinamide increases in ATP and NAD. Good stuff.
Scientologists, when they do their weird purifications, they go down to one of those centers and they get on a treadmill and they run day after day and they take tons of calcium and magnesium and they flush out, and that supposedly pushes all the heavy metals and all the petrochemical pharmaceuticals you've taken in your life. That's something that they believe. There might be something to it. I know CalMag was invented by the Scientologists, the product CalMag, which is a pretty decent supplement if you're low on magnesium.
Right.
But it was pretty crazy how much sugar I eat. And my blood, what was it? Blood glucose was right in the middle.
Well, that's
right in the middle.
Your fat stays low. Your glucose is going to stay within the normal range. Your body knows exactly what to do with glucose. As long as you're not, bulking it up or clogging it up with all the fat.
What?
So can you repeat? Because that's like, stop the car. What? So if your fat stays low, your glucose doesn't vary in the same manner?
Well, I mean, you're always going to get, if you eat a bunch of sugar, you're going to get a glucose spike, right?
Right. Yeah.
But then it normally, like within, let's say 20, 30 minutes, it starts coming down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's normal for a healthy person. But if you have a bunch of crap in your diet, a lot of fat, a lot of processed stuff, and it's clogging up your blood vessels, your blood glucose levels go up and then they stay up and they come down really slow. So then you're getting the hyperglycemia, your high blood glucose. And Peter Rogers goes through like the different stages of diabetes. So the first thing you'll notice is that your blood glucose levels, they come down more slowly just after you eat a bunch of carbohydrate. So instead of, it being completely normal, let's say 3 hours after eating, you're like 6 hours out and your blood glucose is still high. So that's the postprandial, the after eating hyperglycemia. But then when it gets worse is when you're fasting and you have the hyperglycemia. So it's staying up there even after not eating anything for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like the next stage. And then, chronic hyperglycemia is no joke. I mean, the glucose, if it stays elevated in your blood vessels that are clogged up with fat, it's going to damage those blood vessels. And when you damage blood vessels, you're not getting blood flow to whatever is downstream of those blood vessels. So that's where people start losing toes and their foot. Lack of blood flow to your brain, that's a stroke. Lack of blood flow to the brain, that's a heart attack.
Back pain even.
And that's where you see larger people have the diabetes because they have a high fat intake in their.
Yeah,
Sorry, Braxton.
About 10 years ago, not 10 years, this was 2015. I guess it was 10 years ago. I fell rock climbing when I lived in Seattle. And I had to have 3 surgeries to put my ankle back together from that fall. It was a gnarly fall. I could see my bone was sticking out and it was terrible. But I had to share a hospital room with this woman and she was there for her 4th amputation. She was a type 2 diabetic. And I was trying to teach her about diet. And she saw how I was eating in the hospital. And she's like, oh, no, I need my eggs. I need my bacon. That's what diabetics are supposed to eat. I'm like, this is the diet that's killing you. Do you see what I'm eating here? I asked the kitchen for like 10 bowls of grapes. This is my breakfast, right? So this is the food that's going to heal you because it's the fat that's keeping her glucose levels elevated. And she was type 2, so she could have easily turned this around, but she was pretty far along.
Wow.
I've seen people in their 20s go blind with diabetes mellitus because they can't keep their glucose levels down. So the hyperglycemia, you want it in the normal range, but when it's really high, it's, really negatively affecting the blood vessels. They break down, they can't deliver blood, and then you've got.
You just muted.
Yeah, so you need to keep the fat down to keep the glucose in the normal range. That's why Jeffrey has good blood glucose despite all the sugar he eats. It's the low fat.
That's quite, if that's not a testament to the low fat regimen right there, the blood panel. That's not easy though, I gotta say.
Well, I was gonna say too that like I've noticed it's always been kind of like some people in my family would say it's kind of like hereditary. But like hypoglycemia, like low blood sugar. I used to even struggle with that as like a teenager and as a kid because I wasn't eating very healthy like growing up. But I've noticed that this always sounds insane to people when I say it, but I've been drinking at least like a cup of sugar, like cane sugar with, just in the form of beverages throughout the day and just eating pretty low fat. And like, I never noticed any like low blood sugar things. Like symptoms of it. Cause I've been pretty familiar with that over the years. I know how it feels. I just don't get that anymore. So it's like, obviously something's regulating versus how I used to be.
Yeah, you give your body what it needs, it'll keep you in homeostasis. It'll keep everything in the normal range. When you're on like the optimal diet, your body knows exactly what to do with the food you're feeding it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's crazy that like there's been people that I type to in like Facebook comments or something, and I explain to them that like I eat very high sugar, high carb. I mean, for the most part, like I don't get too crazy with the sugar, but I still don't see any reason to worry about it if you're not adding all that extra fat and like clogging all your peripheral, blood vessels and everything. So like I don't know, it's one of those things where you almost have to tell people like just give it a shot, try it out and see how it goes, but then you have to worry about the free floating like what is it? That whole analogy about when you eat fat, the idea of like you're gumming up the lock, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, again, Peter Rogers has an awesome playlist on diabetes on his YouTube channel. There's like 20 videos. And I used to think it was, I mean, even when I was in med school learning this, when I was in med school, I had a shit diet. I did not, sorry for cursing. I had a terrible diet. I was eating, because this was before I was a vegan. I didn't become a vegan until I was in my 30s, which was that was 2009. So I think I was 37 when I went vegan. But when I was in my 20s, I had a terrible diet. But when I was in medical school, I did an internship with Joel Furman, learned about natural hygiene. And then I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then I ended up leaving medicine altogether. And I can't remember where I was going with this, but say what your question was again.
Oh, I was just talking about the whole like being hypoglycemic in the past and kind of having blood sugar issues, and then like taking in copious amounts of sugar compared to what I used to, not having that issue, the homeostasis, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, it comes back to just giving your body what it needs. You'll maintain homeostasis.
Yeah, definitely.
What you'd said, Braxton, when Patty started, you jumped on it, was gumming up the lock. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. The gumming up of the I used to think that analogy was correct, but in fact, it's actually different. So, the high fat diet. Peter Rogers gets into this. So the fats, they're hydrophobic, so they mix well with other things that have a lot of fat in it, like our cell membranes. So the wall around our cells, it's a phospholipid bilayer. Has a lipid portion. And so when you have all of that fat, the fat gets more easily into your skeletal muscle cells, which if you look at your muscles as an organ system, it's the largest organ system other than your skin, which is your largest organ. And so your muscle cells are responsible for taking up the glucose first. And they're really what get your blood glucose levels back down, because they're pulling the glucose out of the blood and bringing it into your muscle glycogen to build that up. But when you have the high fat diet, the fat is getting into the muscle cells. And so you're getting this intramyocellular lipid content. That's where all of these guys that are bodybuilders and they think their muscles are so big, that's not protein, that's fat that's making their muscles big. And so when they lose that weight, if they go on like one of our diets and they lose all of that fat, they think they've lost muscle mass. They have not lost muscle mass. They've just lost the fat in the muscles. They're still as strong, if not even stronger, because their muscles are more efficient. So, but the fat's getting in there, and the fat then, once it gets into the skeletal muscle cells, it's taking over the cellular respiration, the electron transport chain mechanism, and it's actually overclogging it, because fat, when it's metabolized, it's producing a lot of the NAD. This is where niacin comes into play, the NAD, and it's overwhelming. I think it was complex 3 of the electron transport chain. And then the electrons, they're not flowing to help us produce the ATP as effectively. They start flowing backwards, and then you have all of these offshoot reactions, which are creating a lot of the chronic disorders that are associated with, diabetes mellitus. So it's not that it's gumming up the receptors, it's that it's getting in the muscles and just causing a lot of increased fat and overriding the normal mechanisms of cellular respiration.
Which would then cause inflammation if it's getting into the muscles and everything else.
Well, it is creating, again, offshoot reactions. And again, Peter Rogers explains it much better than I do. And he has, his cartoon drawings to do so. But he's got all of the, the chemical reactions written out, It's just, he's not using any pictures from any other source. He's creating them himself, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, I recommend watching those videos.
Sounds good. What's interesting as well is, as you all know, I'm still on my juice feast, and I've just flipped into the Master Cleanse formula as an addition too, which is lemons, cayenne pepper, and maple syrup. And when I first started, for every 6 cups of water, it's 3/4 a cup of maple syrup. Good stuff. I get the good stuff here in Canada, in the land of maple syrup. But like, holy hell, at first I thought, are you kidding me? But man, does it really fuel you? It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
That's a good cleanse. I did that for 15 days. I think this was back in 2005.
With just that alone? I am mixing it. I don't know if I'm supposed to be puritanically just on that alone. Maybe I'll switch into doing it. But
yeah, I just did it by itself. It was just like a nice simple cleanse.
It's like you know what dental floss is for the teeth. It definitely works to clean the pipes.
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks for the sugar talk.
Yeah, sugar's dope. Don't be scared of it.
Sugar.
Orien's delirious.
One thing I
Yeah, I
noticed.
need some sugar because it's 5 a.m. here.
Oh God, you are such a trooper. That is unbelievable. One thing
Come on, it's the 5th episode. Come on, we have to push it.
Oh yeah, that's a tribute to you, Jeffrey and Allie. One of the things that I noticed, and I don't know if there's a differentiation, and I don't want to go back on it to open it up, but like on the hydrogen thing, is there a difference between hydrogen gas and Brown's gas? Because some devices seem to do Brown's with hydrogen, and some, I don't know, are pure hydrogen.
I noticed
And
that too.
may be where I know Slav has one that's Brown's gas, and he was like, it's 30% Brown's with hydrogen. And I just didn't, before we throw the baby out with the bathwater, I don't know, technically speaking. But anyways,
I'm not even necessarily saying that hydrogen doesn't do something therapeutic, because allegedly it does something tiny. It's the device, it's the deception, the risk around using this device. It's not a surgical device. So I don't even really like whether you get something good or not. If the hydrogen works or not isn't really like they're trying to focus on that and just be like, don't forget, don't worry about the device. The hydrogen therapy is so good for you. It'll just it's the deceptive practices around it that I'm mostly pissed off about.
Just give me your money.
Yeah, $5,000, $5,000.
Yeah, I've been
never charged
watching
that for anything.
Yeah, I've been watching some of the videos like they were more they were more based around like the Kangen stuff in particular, the Kangen water machines, but they do a lot of the same practices where they'll refer you to somebody higher up who has more knowledge supposedly of the product. They'll insist it's not an MLM, it's not multi-level marketing, and we see like there's a checklist. I was going through and confirming. I was like, yes, they've done that. Yeah, they've done that. They've done that, and it just keeps going, and you just see all the similarities.
And then you see the other people doing it, and they're saying the same things for a different product. Like Kangen's been the one forever, but Kangen has been busted basically at this point. There's too much stuff on the internet about it being a scam.
Really?
Kangen water is okay, whatever, but the $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 machine that you need to get it, that's a little crazy. And then there's this whole weird culture attached to it with all these weird influencers that are just scamming people. And did you watch the videos we saw last week, Brax, about there was a guy who actually did like several exposés and went deep and paid for everything and like did everything, and he's just like literally he's all, so I was really excited, so I called this guy, and it was just some guy, and it's just like it was Logan.
Yeah, pretty much.
One of these guys, yeah, bro, just order it up from the website, get a part of the team.
Yeah, that skit where he's like, how many followers do you have? And he's like, oh, I have 3.
He's like, well, That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of followers. Yeah, and he's just kind of like aloof the whole time on the phone. Like that pretty much sums up how it is.
Yes.
Ooh, Dunning-Kruger says Reddit/r anti-MLM is great. I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
we should get our boys up there.
Yeah, there are some Reddit pages that, like, even though the general Redditors really not fun to interact with online,
There's a lot of information on those websites, man.
Like that keto duped one I keep talking about, like that. I bring that up to people because I'm like, look at all of these like references. Like these are people talking about the actual science of how keto does not work, and like even people. That's where I got the whole idea of like basically the Tarahumara and the I think it's the Ethiopians, like that Born to Run and the 80-10-10, all that kind of stuff. I was picking up through like reading through some of these just little write-ups that people would just casually do. Like there's a lot of knowledge out there, and a lot of people really want to ignore it all.
It's mostly
It's sad.
Yeah, Reddit's probably like more legit than Wikipedia or anything like that. Like there's better information there for sure, and so much entertainment. Allie used to be a Reddit girl. She loves when I say that.
You love saying that. Reddit is a useful tool to every man and woman who have access to the internet.
I've never spent any time on Reddit or 4chan, but she has, so I make fun of her about it.
You don't tell
But
people
we do
that in
find a
public.
lot of good information. She'll be like, "Oh, found it on Reddit," and it's like, "Oh, wow, that's exactly what we wanted to know." Like if you want to know like something very specific, like you could definitely find it on Reddit, where you're not going to find it on Wikipedia or anywhere. And then all the internet sleuths on there are just kind of freaking amazing too. They're like better than the cops. All these bored people.
Google bought Reddit. It's like, oh man.
Google bought Reddit?
That's what Dunning-Kruger has said. Google bought it probably to mine all the info from regular people for AI. It's like, oh shit.
When did that happen?
It's in the comments.
That's wild. I wonder if they're going to buy
Dunning-Kruger.
I wonder if they're going to buy 4chan too.
I'd say that probably happened around like 2021 or 2022 in that ballpark, because there was I was seeing some articles pointing out how like in the stock world there's bots that will basically go through all these comments on Reddit just to see where the just what's popular, what's trending, and like what people are going to be like doing as a strategy. They would basically just mine all that data and they'd sell it to these like hedge funds and all these kinds of things.
It's gross.
I kind of want to listen to Esteban again.
What's the three?
Were you there for that, Braxton? Oh yeah, you were in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, that
was dude. He made himself a meme.
Are you talking about the one who said
of consciousness?
I'd die if I became a vegan? That soundbite?
He said he'd die if he went vegan.
Do you have that? That would be good to hear.
Yeah, because that was no one caught that. I didn't catch it till the next time. Let me pull it up. Oh wait, we have it in here, huh?
Okay. God, this is like
cancel. So present video file D.
Why do you have to play other people's stuff?
Videos.
Breach of contract.
Can you
occult mockery?
Can you tell we're using our how to do the true media information right now?
You don't have your own, so you have to use somebody else's videos, you know.
What was it called?
Such a child.
Maybe search.
And then asking Will in the comments on Gilded, Will, how can I develop? How do I
When do you unblock me, please?
How do I develop?
Oh
That's a
God.
good question.
What?
Arjan, he had a good question. When will you unblock me?
I'll just pull it up.
I've been waiting for that answer for a while.
Yeah. You can block the vegans, but you can't unblock the arteries, you know. So
I'm even blocking the YouTube
Nice.
Can't unblock the arteries.
in the brain. You know, like
I'll just I'll pull it up. That's funny. No, I'm still pulling stuff up. Keep talking. The banter is good.
Yeah, they even got me in the YouTube comments. Like if I go on like Will's channel, even if I say something where I'm not trying to like prod too much, I still like I'll go in and like check on like a private tab and just be like, okay, like are my comments shadow banned? And like every time you won't see my comments pop up. So they're on it.
But that's controlling things,
Exactly.
and it's not free speech. It's not like it.
No opposition allowed.
Right, it's controlled narrative, which means
My
that
freedom movement.
it's the cult of my freedom movement. Cult of my freedom. I keep
Champ
calling
is
him
a
a
champ
cult.
and the hamster.
I'm giving him too much credit because he doesn't deserve that. But like the mind and the whole conduct. Oh, I sense this is going to come up here. Let's see.
Yeah, this is. You guys were all here for this, right? No one's seen this for the first time.
Oh, I remember where I was.
This was great.
The fire, as Mark suggests, you know, through petty tyranny and what have you, and holding people's, you know, holding them accountable repeatedly when you see that something's off. And every single one of us has work to do constantly, right? So it's not a isolated, just a finger point here.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
No,
I hope that
like
little preamble helped a bit, but
Oh, you guys invited me to the show.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah. How's it going, Esteban?
It's going good.
So, what's your opinion on whatever it is that made you come here and leave that comment?
Well, my opinion is I think it's a big waste of time, and honestly, all of us should let that go in the past.
Let it
Work forward
go.
from here to educating the population. If we're too stuck on the past and we can't move forward, how can we talk about shadow work? It does not make sense.
I would
If
say
you're
the
stuck on the
opposite.
past,
I would say the opposite. If you keep giving people,
because you're not in the
passes,
present moment, you're still
it is
you're-
being in the present moment.
No, it's not.
It is.
Explain how's talking about previous altercations 24/7 on your show, where the show's meant to show people morality, but you're just talking about frivolous activities. How is that being in the
frivolous
present moment?
to you? If you see it as frivolous, and respectfully, Esteban, you're young. Okay, you've got some, you know, wisdom is earned through. I believe you're putting a lot of time and effort into it. I'm not negating that, but it, you know, years.
Wisdom is through right action. It doesn't matter how old you are.
And that's a judgment call on your part to say that this isn't the right action. And so we'll just agree to disagree. So it's unfortunate because when you have people who help to try to create change so that future generations can have it easier or better, you know, understand that it takes work, and we stand on the shoulders of people who came before us. And you're seeing a bit of that happen. If you don't see the value of this, then move on and don't listen.
When you're fighting with fellow members,
destroyed
who
him
are
right off the bat.
here to
It's called shadow work. What do you mean, bro?
No, you're showing just childish behavior. You're
On
fighting
the
with
part. No,
fighting
we're
with
exposing people's shortcomings that they aren't
Absolutely.
exposing themselves.
You're fighting with the people that are here to help free humanity.
That's, I'm going to
They
use my
aren't.
French, that's bullshit. Because
They're not
they
fighting.
are showing
They're
unhealthy
rejecting
patterns
us.
and unhealthy.
Just because they could do. Go ahead, Alicia.
if like this is so unhealthy what has been going on to other classmates and students, and it's abuse of privilege and leadership, and it's scare tactics to those that want to be in the network who toe the line and try to hide all of the skullduggery. If that's the frequency you're on, good luck with that.
This is new age bullshit.
It's not actually you're into new age bullshit.
No, ignoring you exactly what you said. You just came
Let
here
it
and said, "Oh,
go.
we can't live in the past." That's fucking new age bullshit, bro.
Exactly.
We're
Go and
doing
hide
we're
your
forcing people to do shadow work. We're forcing them to look at their
Look, you don't
shortcomings.
force people. You can't. You don't force. That's something they do within. All right. All shadow work.
You need to be paying more
all
attention to Marpasio, bro.
from
within. That's
Mark-
a response.
Shadow worker was from you.
Shadow work comes
You know,
from-
I've
you
heard
have
of
to
shadow
do with-
work before, but when you say
Hold
forced
on.
shadow work, right? I look at movies, for example, like you remember that
This is,
movie Hypnotic with Ben Affleck? Well, he kind of plans,
breach of contract.
you know, his awakening
Breach of
around
contract.
certain things,
So
so
after
that
class
then he can
videos
wake up
in
his
the-
wife, and then they
in-
wake up at the end together, and they become one, and all that stuff. But when you talk about forced shadow work,
breach of contract,
you know, and you kind of see how there has to be some sort of path that the person needs to follow, and it cannot be forced. How do you see that happening?
When I say forced shadow work, what I mean is if people engage the process of petty tyranny, which means you are not staying silent about what must change. And you are not telling somebody, you hear this all the time in New Age circles. Everybody's perfect just where they are. Absolute fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
This is
Did you hear that,
contract.
Esteban?
Breach
Did
of
you hear what
contract.
your mentor just said? Breach of contract.
This is different. This is breach of contract.
This
You're not
is
supposed
different.
to show the act.
100% New Age bullshit.
Are you gonna let me talk? Or are you gonna put that
because
over me?
this assumes
And this is
that
out of
just
context
because you are at a certain place, that you're meant to be there at that particular time and place. And it also assumes you've been doing your work and you've been doing your best and you've been giving your effort to improve, and that just happens to be where you are at. And that's complete nonsense. What is really going on, if the truth be told, and if we're being honest with ourselves, is many, 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 many people, and in all honesty, let's just say it right out, most people are 100% stagnant. They're not trying, they're not improving, they're not progressing, and they don't give a fuck. Let's be honest. Let's cut through all the pretense and say it actually how it really is. Most people on this
we're
planet
breaching contract
have their
again.
thumb up their ass and they're not trying. They give no effort. What they want in this lifetime is total comfort, to have fun all the time, to placate their fucking little ego all the time, and to have all their time to themselves. Let's face it. That's what almost everybody on this planet fucking wants. And not just do they want that, they do that. You see? There's a difference between wanting those things and then foregoing them and saying there's something bigger happening here than just my bullshit. I want those things too. I want comfort. I want to feel good. I want to go out and have a good time all the time. I forego that to do this work. I take on the responsibility first, and then I'll fill up my other time with things that I want to do for me and take some self-care time. Most people never start one lick of this work in their whole fucking lives. And they're perfectly content to stay like that. So when I say forced shadow work, and I'll use this term in my seminar, what I mean is other people have to see the stagnation and they have to conclude that it's unacceptable. And they have to put through their voice, with using their voice, they have to put out there into the universe, this is an unacceptable situation and it must change. And here's the reason. It's not moral for it to just stay like that because of our condition. We've worked ourselves into such a fucking corner. We've worked ourselves into such a fucking prison. It's not moral to just allow it to stay like that.
I know what you mean. So what you're saying is that for the people that are to call out shadow work that needs to be done by others, and you're saying the people that can identify, they're the ones that need to learn how to do the forced shadow work for, to identify the blind spots on others.
Now listen, how many influencers, I'm not going to say podcasters, people with a video show, doesn't matter. How many influencers in this world, and there's a whole lot of them, and way bigger than me as far as numbers and subscribers, etc. Okay, people who they actually have their attention and have their ear, and people who actually give them credit that they're some kind of a learned person that should be listened to.
I feel like there's a lot of people, they're like, wait, so you're saying that I'm allowed to troll people? Like, it's like, wait, I'm allowed to force someone to change? Like, because we're always told, you're powerless over people, and like it's not good to
rock the boat,
like, call people out and rock the boat and stuff like that. And so it was funny because dude's just like, wait, so you're saying that it's okay to call someone out if you see them doing something wrong? And it's like, yes, why not?
Which is the opposite of let it go.
Yeah, let go of the past.
Arjun,
we haven't
you're
worked
really good at
through that
singing
yet.
it.
It's so funny. It's like, dude, it's still happening because we haven't been through it yet with these guys, because they're hiding from it.
Yeah.
Like, they're hiding from us and hiding from it. They won't even make a single statement that isn't something frothing at the mouth, calling us names and saying that we're deceiving the whole movement and all this, trying to break down the movement. oh, Justin Pedini's so scared right now because I told him that I was going to be taking one of Mark's classes and I was going to narc on him. And he's like horrified. He's like, don't go. You're trying to get me kicked out of the network. Oh. And it's like, dude, why do you feel guilty that you'd be able to be? Why would you think I'd be able to kick you out? It's like he knows he's talked so much shit and said so much wrong stuff that he knows anyone will just go to him. But it's just, I don't know. These guys are just, it's all about the social scene, and it's all about getting along with everyone.
Culty click. It's a click, and like there is no value in that which has no meaning. But the problem is that people don't realize that it's not the good. It's not good.
Yeah, fear of sacrifice. We don't want to sacrifice the bad habits.
Yeah. That was really interesting hearing that back again. And Jeffrey and Allie knew it. I never came clean on it.
Want to hear that?
I'm surprised I was actually able to articulate, because what Jeffrey and Allie know, which I'll come clean whatever number of weeks later, is I was lying in a hospital gurney with an IV
doing
in my
the
arm.
show from a hospital.
I had such a bad migraine. I got to the hospital and threw up, and I'm still there. And Allie's like, "What the fudge are you doing?
What are you doing here? What are you
Fighting Esteban from a hospital."
And as I listened to it back, I mean, I did okay. Anyways,
must have been a good IV.
Yeah. No comment.
Well, you could hear we never heard you giggle so much. You were like giggling the whole time. We're like, she's cracking up.
Versus someone like me who hardly a fucking goddamn soul in the world is listening to, you know. I mean, imagine all those influencers. How many of them are actually telling their audience that they have to improve, that their audience must improve? They're not telling them anything like that. They're pointing fingers externally. Oh, it's this group, it's this group, it's this group of people, it's these guys, it's these guys. They're not saying it's the fucking people. They're not saying it's their own listeners. Nobody, there's not one person who says what I say. Zero. Nobody has ever come forward and attacked the very movement that they're a part of the way I have. Ever. In the history of Earth. Ever. Find them. I want to hear them say it. I know they're not out there because I would have heard it. I would have heard it 100 times over if it existed. I'm the only one.
They might say it, but in a super like generic, non-really neutral way,
Let's give it to them with a little sugar pill, everybody. They're not fucking talking like I'm talking. Because they're afraid to lose money. And I don't give a fuck about money. I will either have money because the universe provides it because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, or I'll live in the fucking street. It doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care. I'm going to spit the fucking truth. The end. I don't care if I'm a fucking pauper. It doesn't matter. I'm going to say what's true and real. And the bottom line with all of it is not enough people are telling people how they need to change. And then you can't be a hypocrite. You have to have done that change upon yourself in order to fucking throw the stone at someone else. Like I say, I don't live in a glass house. I can throw the stone. I don't live in a glass house. Those who live in a glass house should not throw the stone. I can throw it. I have special dispensation, let's say, because I've done that shadow work upon my fucking self. And I'm doing the great work. I'm not a hypocrite. There's a difference between being a hypocrite and telling somebody else they have to change in a certain way versus have you actually done that work upon yourself? And then you got to honestly. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mark. And the reason why I'm asking is because when you say the term before, like 3 weeks ago, when you said forced shadow work, I thought of myself where I think I've told the story to others, but I didn't begin seeing changes in my life until I was sick of everything, and I was in a really low place, and I just opened my arms to the sun, and I asked the sun, what the hell is going on? Like, I want to know right the hell now. Tell me right now. I want to know what the I said to myself, what the fuck is going on? Like, I cannot put up with this anymore. Tell me what the fuck is going on. I want to know right now. And from that day on, my life changed completely.
Quite frankly, great place to direct the question. You want to direct the question, direct it toward the most powerful aspect of nature that any of us will in this lifetime probably get, close enough to, because the sun is a unimaginably powerful consciousness. I mean, all the stars are.
I believe so too.
Yeah, that's the
I
light.
think the sun is holding something, and it answered for sure. And I think if people did that, they would maybe find out something.
Nothing can live without the stars. No life can exist without them. Look at the power and energy that they bring. They're the lights of the universe. I mean, come on. If more people even just connected with nature like that and asked for some answers, they'd be given. And the question is, are you going to listen? There's
honestly,
so many answers out there. It's brimming from behind every fucking blade of grass. The real problem, the real question is, are people going to listen? That's the real question in all of this. And the problem is most people aren't listening. They're not open. Their minds aren't open, their ears aren't open, their mouth's wide open, and they're constantly flapping the fuck away at the gums, but they're not really listening.
But then it's like a bandwidth thing, so even if the person is open, the capacity for them to hold this energy and nourish it and see it through and see the changes, that alone, it's like it's all up to the individual to have that, right, the capacity to even understand and make sense and see, like, okay, this is why it's happening. I know for me, it scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but then I remembered. I was like, okay, I asked the sun to do this. This is what's happening, and I just let it flow. I just went with it. And whatever was happening to me, I thought to myself, well, this is part of the process, and I just trusted the whole thing. And it's taken about 10 years.
You got your ego out of the way. That's what it takes. And you trusted in the natural process and didn't try to skip it. Didn't try to take a shortcut. You got to be open. You got to listen. You got to receive. And that's the problem. I could put out like a gigantic energy conduit. If other people are closed off, they're not receiving. That's the problem. What we need is for them to open up.
And trust.
Yep.
Anyways, Mark, thanks so much. Just wanted to point that out, the whole shadow work thing. Great. I can't wait till you come up with your thing.
Just as a caveat here, Ralph, before I let you go, forced shadow work doesn't mean you can force anybody to do the work. Forced shadow work means you are constantly on top of somebody to say they must begin and continue that process of self-improvement. So you're constantly nudging them, and let's just say it, fucking nagging them. People need nagging. They need to be nagged. The problem is so few people are willing to fucking nag anybody because they're so afraid of fucking, I'm going to hurt their feelings. They're not going to be friends with me anymore. We're going to have tension. This is going to rock the boat. Who gives a shit? Freedom's being destroyed. Human spirituality is being destroyed. Life on this fucking planet is being destroyed. And you're worried about whether one fucking person likes you? Instead of telling them, hey, you're fucking up and you're a part of what's fucking this all up. And if you don't fucking improve, it's going to continue to be fucked up.
Yep.
No, nobody wants to say that to somebody else because they want to be fucking liked. Well, good luck explaining, wherever our consciousness goes next, that you are very well liked, but you let the fucking great work fail and fall to fucking pieces and tyranny take root and take over just because you wanted to be fucking liked.
Mic drop.
Enjoy that.
Yeah.
I'm not obviously referring to you, Ralph. I'm saying anybody that takes that mental act.
And
So you get what I'm saying. That's what forced shadow work really is. Okay, it doesn't mean you can do the work for someone else, but it means that you gotta turn that corner and become a petty tyrant to tell other people where their failings are, especially when you can just see it's just them being fucking lazy and selfish. These are the main factors. People want to stay that way because it's easy and it's comfortable, and that's not acceptable. And we need to tell them so. The truth is spoken into existence. If it doesn't have a voice, it doesn't manifest. See, we don't just sit back and say, oh, the truth will defend itself. This is more New Age bullshit. The truth needs a defender. Otherwise, it comes in and it gets killed and it gets wiped the fuck out if nobody is speaking it. And that's who doesn't speak it. Cowards, lowlives, people who fucking want all their comfort, people who fucking want all their time for themselves. It's
You guys love to breach contract, and I bet you guys
cowards that won't even show their face on a panel show.
You don't even
the same form of being a fucking lowlife as all these other fucking pieces of trash.
What are the failures of consciousness?
I've said this on previous calls, but I'm shocked that this is the least popular thing I've ever said to anybody. Is that they're supposed to be a good person? Here's what it means: don't initiate harm. Like that's by far the least popular thing I've ever told anybody. I got the most pushback.
It's amazing when you realize how many people on this planet are just verminous rat trash
fucking losers.
They don't care about any aspect of anything that is good. They never think for one fucking millisecond beyond their own selfish bullshit comfort and their own self-concerns. They're just fucking Satanism through and through to the core of their black-hearted being. And that's most people living on this planet. Most. This is the infinitesimal minority. The people who think beyond themselves, the people who want to understand what is good, want to understand what is right, want to propagate that knowledge, don't want to be lazy fucking trash fucking bums, and actually want to devote their time and their energy to learning and doing something about this. They're the only good people on this planet.
It comes as a shock because everybody's nice and pleasant, and we're taught that that's what morality is, right? Just be
Imagine-
nice
Reach
and
your
you're a good
conscience.
person. And it's-
Niceness
I gotta
is
get that
goodness,
on the
don't you know?
soundboard.
You know, I'm apparently
Reach
not
conscience.
good because I don't sound nice. I don't sound pleasant.
not supposed
So if I, like I said, that's why I did all the vitriolic sarcasm that I did in the last season of my show, saying, if I speak with this nice little voice and I say things so pleasantly to everybody, like I'm such a pleasant person, then obviously that means I'm a good person. And that means I could just tell you all the lies in the world. Like, you don't have to learn anything. You could just be a total ignoramus. But as long as I'm saying it like this, I'm a good person, right? Yeah, you don't need any responsibility. Just go and do whatever you want and be a selfish asshole. Doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything beyond yourself. You don't have to look at anything beyond yourself. You don't have to get involved in anything. You don't have to give of your time or your attention or your energy. You just be a selfish prick your whole life. And that makes you good. And if I say it like this, it must be true. But if I say the truth harshly, it must be false. Because I'm saying it with a harsh tone, even though it's exactly what people need to hear. And what, I'm supposed to just say it with some flowery, fake fucking garbage voice instead of my own voice? I did that, first of all, for too long.
So, just one quick question on clarifying
Darren.
veganism and natural law.
I love that Darren did this. I'm so proud of him. This here is Darren, who we had the original problem
Hey,
with.
let's talk. Me and you, let's all talk.
As of now,
Let's
probably
stop-
80 to
let's stop it.
90% of my meals are vegan, if
Let's-
not vegetarian. People are starting to notice, and I've spoken to some people who understand at least the concept of natural law. But one thing that I'm seeing with people, even in the freedom movement, like Larkin Rose, they seem to think that since natural law applies to beings with
You have no
free will
concept-
or moral agency, that it doesn't apply to how humans act upon animals. They think, well, animals don't understand natural law, therefore meat eating isn't violence. But it's only, and they think by it's not binding on them, it binds our behavior towards them. But I can't seem to get some people to understand that, yeah, natural law kind of, it restricts us. It doesn't restrict
That's
nature.
correct. That's why saying, oh, an animal kills another animal. Well, that's because they're animals. The reason we are bound by natural law is because we have the capacity to understand that doing violence to another being is not moral. And the only question that you need to ask and understand the answer to is, does the body of another being belong to you? Or does it belong to that being? And when you say the body of another being, there's your answer. It's right in the wording. Possessive case. That's it. It means it's their property, not yours. Otherwise, you refer to it as your body, not the body of that animal. There's no other argument required. Whose property is it? That's the beginning, middle, and end. If people don't understand that, they do not understand property, and they do not understand the non-aggression principle.
Oh,
case closed.
Boom.
Let's talk. You have no value of your own, so you have to play other people's stuff all the time. You cannot talk.
It's not other people's, it's subjective truth, man. But it's not.
You have nothing of your own, so you have to play other people's stuff.
Damn. You just got browbeat the whole
I
time.
think you're muted, Jeff.
Oh, no, that's not me. Esteban, do you still eat meat and dairy?
The multi-stream
Yeah, I
thing
do.
is confusing.
Yeah,
I'll say it
I
quick.
figured. Not surprised.
Why?
Well, I'm working on, becoming a vegan.
Oh.
But that's beside the point. That doesn't pertain from
sound
the
like it.
original argument. That's attacking of the character. That's a logical fallacy. So let's get back
What's taking
to
you so long?
let's get back to the original argument.
Now, what's taking you so long? Just gonna continue to do something you know is immoral? Just because you want to.
What about you guys? You breaching contract? That's immoral. That's lying. That's
I have no contract with Mark Passio.
Oh boy.
You
I
just
don't know
played
what
a
you're
video.
talking about.
You just played a video that was in the class, and he told us, he told the students not to share that with other people.
Not to share his tech course, not the idle after talk or whatever chat. So you can keep focusing on that, like Will Keller. You could keep white knighting for Will Keller since he's too much of a coward to come here. But you can keep denying, deflecting to this. Coward. Mark doesn't want this stuff exposed.
You don't understand
like,
natural
yes, he
law.
does.
At a fundamental level, the ground you stand on is broken.
So what's taking you so long?
At a fundamental level, the ground you stand on is broken.
Okay.
What is all right? If you know consciousness so well and you know shadow work, just tell me the failure of consciousness and tell me the fulfillment of it.
What's taking you so long, Esteban? Why are you still eating sentient beings unnecessarily?
What is the failure of consciousness? And then what is the fulfillment of it? If you're so awakened.
Of consciousness, Esteban, the failure of consciousness is that people in this community, you have to
When it
agree
comes to
there's
thought,
a community
emotions, and
around this
actions.
class. Are you going to let me respond, or are you just going to keep talking over me?
All right, keep talking.
The community that's arisen around this class, around Mark Passio, there's certain social hierarchy dynamics that happen. That's just where humans, it happens, right? So the dynamic that is formed here is such that it is blocking actual serious work that needs to be done within this community, right? We're all students of natural law, all of us, including Will. So to treat the issues that were brought up, the drama that we were talking about before, it's relevant because this is really important, right? This is all, if someone is coming up, bringing up an issue, hey, I'm being attacked by other members of this course, that should be something relevant. And I just want to bring up another thing. This was, Will and Dustin were very concerned with the fact that Alicia and I were referring to Dustin as a moderator. Now, I acknowledge that Dustin's not a specified official moderator to that group, but he was acting as a moderator in that conversation. Maybe you didn't hear the specific one we're talking about. Maybe you can go back and check it out. But we're not just blindly attacking these people because we don't like them. This was a serious issue that was brought up. This is very important. You know, this is shadow work, right? We're all about shadow work. We're all about aligning with natural law. This is an issue that has since been resolved. The issue that was brought up and then was shut down by Dustin, who stepped in and acted as a moderator and said, hey, we're not going to talk about this because it's not relevant to the group that happened outside the group. That's BS. Dustin was just sharing a story of something that happened to him outside the group right before Alicia shared her concerns, and it was shut down, and we brought it up. And they are triggered, again, because of Jeffrey and this show talking about them. This is an open panel. They can, whatever their issues with Jeffrey are, they have a chip on their shoulder, and they treated Alicia and I as such with that chip on their shoulder. So these are the issues that we're bringing up, and this is why we're playing this clip. This is very relevant. This is something recent. Right, Mark is talking about. Yes. So, and we are not sharing any technical information about the
Recency
course. Advertising the course. I edited in the dates for the next course on this clip that was just playing. This is an app where I've not shit talked the course. I'm promoting the course outside of warning people, hey, don't get too caught up in these social dynamics. People are treating this like this is their family. You talked about some other people who they've spoken out in the group, hey, I don't even have people in my life. This is my new family. We're all trying to make connections and network. We're all trying to do that, but we get caught up in that and we get, we side with things socially. And that's so I'm just letting you know, this is a dynamic here. I think this is like a perspective issue where you might have this perspective of, I get it. All the cool kids in the class are saying one thing and they don't like what we're saying. That's kind of what it is. We're not sitting at the cool kids table and, sorry, but the truth is the truth. And again, I'm confident of Mark seeing this and not having a problem with us sharing this, with me sharing this. But if he has a problem, he can let me know. But again, I stand by this. I think this is something, this is stuff that everyone needs to hear, and it's very relevant. So yeah, I yield. Thank you for letting me speak, Esteban.
I love that part. I yield.
And thanks for having the balls to come up here.
Yes.
Look,
the first person.
I just want you guys to know that, hey, we're in this together. We want freedom, right? But I'm just saying it's just a waste of time to try to fight the members in the class, or to even like.
That's new age bullshit, bro.
No,
don't break anyone down. Oh, just we all need to support each other. It's all new age bullshit, bro. Like, are you listening to Mark at all?
Why do you think we are fighting? I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I think it's a whole mockery when you put the death card or the devil card, and you put their face on there. That's like a cult mockery. All right, that's some fuck shit. All right.
No, it's.
Why do you think
it is? Come on, man. Stop acting dumb.
Fighting? I don't know.
You're calling them slaves, bro.
Their chains are loosely
You're calling them
bound.
slaves. And you're saying you're not fighting them?
were calling out a
What type
gas
of mockery is
in
that?
their
When has
work.
anyone done that to you in the class?
What does that matter?
People come here on this podcast and do it all the time.
You're only allowed to
and
call
people
out
have
people
in the
if you've been
class. I mean,
called
I don't
out
know if you
before,
were
or
there sort
something.
of in the beginning of the course and the
Not
Telegram
publicly.
outside of class group. People were criticizing each other. It was carnists
It was
versus
all within a
vegans. It went
private
hardcore
group,
there.
though.
So
That's the thing. You're doing it public. There's a
What difference
difference.
does it make? What kind of pussy wants to hide in a fucking public group, private group?
How would you
and it's
call
not
it?
just about that. This
You
is
call them
really
slaves.
important. These are
Besides the
lessons,
point.
like you brought
We're
up
slaves
earlier.
also.
Why
Do
you
you
bring
not
up the past?
understand
This is lessons. The lessons
We're
have
all
the
slaves
past have
here.
lessons to teach.
You're calling another
I'm
slave
not
member a
doxing
slave and
anybody,
making you
bro.
what?
Like, we aren't doxing people. Like, you're acting like this is some big moral issue here when it's really a deflection from the behavior of people who should be behaving better, but are too caught up in the social scene, which you are a part of because you're here white knighting for these guys like a little Captain Save-A-Ho. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just up
You'll
here
never
talking
face a
shit,
man in
and
real
all
life.
you can do is
You'll never
focus
do it.
on this. Oh, you stole Mark's intellectual property bullshit.
You'll never face a
We're-
man in
we're-
real life.
we're-
You're
we
a coward.
promote this guy more than any of you guys do. So what's your problem?
Because I'm saying you're just wasting your time. But I'm gonna just head up because this is a
That's
waste of my
great.
time.
That's a great opinion you can have, but that's not what I see because I have people here and
Okay, all right,
consistency.
enlighten me then.
And
Enlighten me on this one fact, okay? What is the failure of consciousness and what is the fulfillment of it? Through thought and emotion and action. If you know shadow work and you're preaching it, you should at least know that.
Bro,
If
you
don't know
remind
that
me of Joey
to the
Schwartz.
degree that you should know at a high degree, then you shouldn't be talking.
So
Just say it right now.
You brought up, like
Tell
you
me
brought up earlier. Why
tell
are we
me the
bringing this up
expression
publicly?
of
Part of
consciousness.
the reason why we're bringing this up
What are the
publicly
expressions of
is
consciousness?
because
Tell me.
this discussion was silenced in the group by Will and Dustin.
Well, you're on a high horse because you're talking about shadow work, but you don't even know the expression of consciousness.
It's not a high horse, though. I look at those people as my.
Then answer the question. It's simple. Three things. What are the expression of consciousness?
What was that?
What are the expressions of consciousness? How can we express ourselves?
Expression of consciousness on their part would be
No,
a different
at an individual
response
level, at a human consciousness level, how can we express ourselves, not them?
Self-love.
by communicating, by speaking.
You don't know it. It's
I
thought,
think you just
emotion, and
said it.
action.
Aligning
It's
our
101. How do you not know that? And you're talking about shadow work. Thoughts, emotions, and action. That's how we express ourselves. Those are the modalities that we express our consciousness and let others know that we're expressing ourselves. You couldn't answer that. Three simple things. And you're talking about forced shadow work. How to make that make sense at all? You
I'm
don't
not
even
sure
got
how
the
that's
answer.
relevant.
Trying to have a gotcha movement. You're like trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna throw some shit at
Well,
him
that's so
and be all,
simple.
aha, you actually
Everyone
don't
should
know
know that
Patty wanted
here.
to say something.
That is
you're
so
like
simple. Everyone should know that. You're talking about shadow work. You're talking about natural law. You don't even know the three modalities that we express consciousness in.
But you're here spreading
No,
new
I'm just
age
saying the truth right
bullshit,
now.
bro. So what the fuck do
I'm
you
saying the
know?
truth right now.
I
How you
don't
gonna
know
tell the
why
people?
he.
How you gonna tell the
boy.
people to do forced shadow work? You
Your
don't even know
truth,
the way
bro.
you express yourself.
Not the truth.
What's your intention of
This
joining
is
the
what
conversation?
Esteban
It's
likes
second
to
nature
do.
to
He
know
likes to
yourself.
go. He likes to go into the definitions and all of that, but not into application. This is application of all those principles. That's what this is. If you disagree with it, then just bugger off.
Like I said the other day, Esteban is a martial arts student that goes to martial arts training just to learn how to beat people up, not because they want to learn the actual technique and the discipline and the art behind it. They just want to go learn
Rage
something to
control.
beat someone up with. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, if you
But,
actually practice, like if you actually practice like the the non-aggression principle, it would make more sense to practice things like Aikido, which is like basically self-defense, learning how to fall, that kind of thing. Like you kind of work on the baby steps versus going straight on to like I gotta learn how to knock this guy out. Like that's
Or verbal jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, well, like just like by how he's talking and what kind of questions he's asking, it's like this is all textbook bullshit. Like
Just trying to
textbooks
memorize.
are rudimentary ways of learning things, and you have to actually take what you learn in a textbook and apply it to try and learn better.
Right.
But these guys, and it's like it's 9 out of 10 of these dudes that are making videos and all this stuff, and they just have this robotic way of they say they're teaching, but it's just this robotic textbook. It's not how I'm able to learn.
And one of the tenets of Mark Passio is concept is king. So like you have to apply everything that you've
Yeah.
learned, and he's just trying to get one little memorized thing and try to trip people up. And Patty was phenomenal on that one. Like you were on at that time. And also just to say, in terms of, he's like, that was before, like that's so in the past. Actually, the reason I would say that Mark was even talking about that, because it captured what this was all about. It was very timely. It was very relevant. Nothing was being dragged up from the past. So anyways, they were untruths.
And it was something that hasn't been resolved yet. So, you know, the whole thing with shadow work is resolving issues.
It's a bit cool if he came here again right now.
Yeah, well, that's why the show's open for you know, for resolution, so people can come here and we can talk through and get through these things.
I'm waiting for the part when he says, "I will die if I go vegan."
Yeah,
we gotta hear that.
You have it?
It's coming.
Three modalities of consciousness. The person who's telling you to do shadow work should at least know that, right? Should we agree on
Grammar,
that?
logic, rhetoric.
Can you say that again, please?
You know what's grammar, logic, rhetoric?
That's the trivia method.
Yes.
It's part of it, but that's
Yes.
only the first stage of thought.
So you
That's the
asked a trivia
understanding, that's the knowledge,
question
that's the
and you're not
wisdom part.
satisfied with the answer, and
No,
therefore
that's
you're
not
done
it. That's not the
listening.
completion. There's
You
another
asked
part.
a
There's
trivia
emotion,
question and you
action.
didn't like the answer, and you're done listening. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, Esteban. So
You guys got cooked.
that is
You
the
couldn't
expression of
explain the three
consciousness.
modalities of consciousness.
So you're
So, yes.
expressing.
Okay.
How are
The
you
answer is
expressing
yes. Got it.
consciousness,
You got cooked.
Esteban?
Straight up.
How are you expressing your consciousness? Are you aligned on all three? Head, heart, and hara. Are you
At least I
aligned,
know it.
Esteban?
At least I know it. I'm working towards it. Okay. You couldn't explain it, and you're telling other people to align themselves with
New
something
Age
they don't know
bullshit,
what they're
dude.
aligning.
You've been spreading New Age bullshit since you got here.
No, I
and then you
haven't.
just throw some trivia,
Because action is very
some
important. Why
random
have I said that
question, and
action was
because we don't immediately have an answer, you're like, "Oh, gotcha." Haha. Like it's
Okay,
like
I
boring.
think we can move
boring
past.
internet tactics. So you're not even
doesn't
trying to
know
like
thought,
have a
emotion, and action.
conversation
It's
here.
pathetic.
You're just trying to white knight for some clowns that have like the most sensitive egos in the world. And you're going to bat for these guys when they're obviously not doing their homework.
Because you didn't know the simple shit. You don't know the simples. You don't know the basics, man.
Oh, okay.
So you're not.
Okay,
So
then
we
tell me
can't go
this then.
past that.
What is
Are you done
evolution, and then what
discussing
is
anything further
involution,
because
if you're
you're
so
not
smart?
satisfied?
Or how about this? What is a right? Not so long. What is a right?
It's
under
defined
right?
by the
An action that does not harm another sentient being.
You got it completely wrong.
What?
It's any action.
Who
No,
got
you
it
can't get
completely
right.
wrong?
Any action that does not harm any other sentient being. All right, you got that
I
one
think
right.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
I said that a right is an action that does not harm another sentient being.
Correct. You got that
And
right.
your actions, if you're not vegan, are not you have no right to harm another sentient being. So you have to your actions to have to
I have to align that.
align with your
When it
what
comes
you
to
know.
telling other people
Bro, you
shadow work.
you still unnecessarily kill sentient beings for a taste. What the fuck do you know?
Not for a taste.
About
because I haven't
anything.
changed my body yet.
You can recite
I
a
will
bunch of
die
shit.
if I don't-
You've
if I do
memorized.
There
a
it
bunch of
is,
things,
right
but you
there.
don't
I
actually
would
know what
die.
those
Fuck me up.
things mean.
Hold on.
Thoughts, emotions.
Because he doesn't care.
Make her go back.
You know that it's wrong. You
Care is
feel that it's
degenerative.
wrong.
Completely wrong.
What?
It's any action.
Who
I
got it
can't get it
completely
right.
wrong?
Any action that does not harm any other sentient being. All right, you got that
I
one
think
right.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
I said that a right is an action that does not harm another sentient being.
Correct. You got that
And
right.
your actions, if you're not vegan, are not you have no right to harm another sentient being. So you have to your actions to have to
I have to align that.
align with your
When it
what
comes
you
to
know.
telling other people
Bro, you
shadow work.
you still unnecessarily kill sentient beings for a taste. What the fuck do you know?
Not for a taste.
About
because I haven't
anything.
changed my body yet.
You can recite
I
a
will
bunch of
die
shit.
if I do
You've
a
memorized
cold
a bunch
turkey.
of
And I tried
things,
doing
but you
cold
don't
turkey.
actually know what
Fuck
those
me up.
things mean. He would
Thoughts,
die
Because
if
he
he went
doesn't care.
cold turkey, is what he said.
You know that it's wrong. You
Care is
feel that it's wrong.
degenerative.
You don't do it anymore.
So yeah, he said he would die. He hasn't changed his body. So this is we're back to the Mark Passio myth that it is harmful to go vegan overnight or quickly or anything. We already debunked this with Dr. Peter Rogers, who said you should have a week transition of where you kind of feel a little funny, and then you should be fine after that. So we get back to this because I've heard this cop out from at least 30 of these guys. They all repeat it word for word. Oh, I haven't transitioned my body yet. I can't do it because it will cause harm. And this is just like, it's Mark not being 100% honest. Because he should just say, I took way too long.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever seen him say that. He just kind of says, oh, it took me as long as I had to because I was addicted and I ate more meat than everyone. It's like, no, we all eat meat. We all ate tons of meat. You know,
I like his honesty when somebody called him out on the first podcast, like 2013. A woman that was, I think, vegan, and she said to her,
hearing about this, and I haven't. Me and Ali have looked for it. We thought it was Patty for a while, but someone went on the podcast and was like, "What are you doing? Still eating meat or dairy?" And it's like, call it what it is. It's carnism, bro. You're still a carnist.
I buy from local or something, and she said, but that's still exploitation. And he like acknowledged it and said, thank you. You're right. Like, I'm working on it. So.
And then he was vegan afterwards.
Yeah.
That was some forced shadow work. He had to have someone go on his podcast and call him out. Someone who had the balls and the ability to do it, you know?
Yeah, but she was constructive. Really.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
In Mark's words, people need nagging. So he was nagged.
Yeah.
In a gentle way.
And his feet were put on the fire because it was on his show and everybody was listening. So he had to fully look at the words that were said and acknowledge them.
So was there a direct cause and effect from that person asking him that question or putting it to him, and then he did transition pretty quick after it? Or
that's what I heard.
I don't know, but I think it's like 220 in the 220s podcast numbers, somewhere there after carnism or whatever. And then I heard that like question pop up, like.
And then 237, I think, is the one that the vegan episode that vanished off of his YouTube.
Yeah,
which is like one of his best ones.
Non-supportive dominators, something with like after that.
Yeah. The one where he took a bunch of callers and like people called in and
the prerequisite is to watch like Earthlings and then
and then it was interesting because at least back then people would call him and be like, yeah, I'm really struggling with stopping eating animals, like it's really hard for me. And it's like, we don't even get dudes saying that these days. They just say, oh, I haven't transitioned yet.
Yeah, like Bob from Cincinnati.
It's my journey I'm on. It's my journey that I'm on. It takes me as long as I want. I'm gonna want it took. It took Mark 12 years. That means I can take up to 12 years, if not even longer. And it's just like you're doing things the wrong way, people. That's not how you shouldn't be trying to cut corners with your alignment with natural law and shadow work. Like,
when people say to me, like, Aryan, you're like you also were vegetarian like 2 years, and I say, if somebody was really direct with me, I wouldn't have taken even 2 years. Like, I would really.
It really helps to have support.
Yeah, basically.
Since we have all these metards here, I just wanted to play
the
this
best
for a
way
little
of describing how it's
just so they can
traumatized
see it.
me is to say
so they can see
it's
that it's not only animals that are getting harmed
industry, and
by
I
their
still
meat
have
eating.
sleepless nights, probably 2 to 3 times a week. Can't sleep at all.
It actually has a human toll. Karma,
My name is Susana, and I used to work in a slaughterhouse in Mexico City. I was 15 years old when I started working in this place.
My name's Carl Scott. In my early 20s, I worked in Pukeuri slaughterhouse.
My name's Doug. I've got a history of working in animal agriculture. I worked in 3 slaughterhouses as a butcher and a poultry farmer.
Very brave people to come to camera.
Hunter. And he was a slaughterhouse worker. Dead animal bodies were just a routine thing. I grew up around dead and dying animals. Honestly, my earliest childhood memory, I'm not joking, is of a dying animal. My father he shot a duck. Gosh, I must have been 3 years old or something. And this duck flapping, panicking, coming towards me and my younger brother, he must have been all of about 2. And this duck was panicking and trying to escape. And I was terrified. And my dad was laughing and he thought this was hilarious.
At 16 years old, I left school, and they had a scheme at the time. If you didn't have a job, you were offered this thing called a youth training scheme. I told them I wanted to work with animals. I thought maybe there'd be some kind of farm work, like husbandry kind of thing, looking after animals, or working at a dog shelter. Strangely, they thought it was appropriate to put me in as a butcher. So I was to be an apprentice butcher, with half of my time spent at butchers and the other half at an abattoir.
I got this job through a friend. She was older than me. She was like 17. And he called my attention because he used to be at work that he used to start at 3 a.m. and finish like around 7 a.m. So I would have enough time to go to work and then go to school.
My 20s, that was the 1990s. And unemployment was very high in New Zealand at that time. And my father had been working at Pukeuri Freezing Works for many years. And he just happened to know the personnel officer at that plant. His name was Charlie Horn, and he spoke to Charlie one day and said, "Look, Charlie, my son's looking for work. Can you get him in?" "Oh, I don't know, Dave. I'll see what I can do." But he did. He got me in. I didn't really know what to expect, and it was a bit of a steep learning curve the first week or two. But yeah, it was not a glamorous place to work. It was noisy and smelly, blood and guts, literally blood and guts, and all these dead bodies everywhere. It certainly wasn't my dream job. I remember for the first week, I'd be trying to go to sleep at night and I'd have all these images flashing through my mind of all these dead bodies. And I worked on a job called the gut trays, which was about as glamorous as it sounds, pretty horrible job, pulling apart all the internal organs of the sheep. But it only took, that's the funny thing, it only took about a week or two and it became my new normal.
The very first thing they did before they even started me there was they had me witness the slaughter of a cow. I think they must have been just gauging my reaction to see if I'd be appropriate to work there, because I presume lots of people would see that and not be able to handle it. I remember feeling I'd got to not show any reaction because I needed work, and I tried to hold in anything emotional, any emotional response to that. Seeing it for the first time was very difficult and shocking.
I didn't have any expectation because, like, I wasn't thinking about work, or I didn't know nothing about killing chickens. Like, I was just thinking, oh, it's a job. We'll see when we get there. They hired me first as a person to go and clean the chickens once they are dead. It was pretty stressful just because I had to like touch the chicken once they come out from the hot water and the body is like super hot. So it was pretty stressful because they don't even give you like gloves. And after a while, like the person that was on the kill floor wasn't real like good at killing the chickens. They used to be alive still. So they switched me to the kill floor.
The more I saw, the less reaction I got. I got used to it, I guess you could say. So I would, the way I dealt with it was, at the time I was really into my boxing and my weightlifting. So I saw it as a really good way of keeping strong and fit. If I was the guy who had to hold the hook through the cow's nose, so you're pulling up quite a heavy animal. So it'd be like using the cables in a gym machine to do a lateral turn. So I'd be thinking of that exercise rather than the action that I was performing.
There were moments when I saw things and I thought, oh, I don't like that. That's not nice. And on a couple of occasions, I didn't work on the kill floor, but a couple of times I went down to the kill floor and watched the animals being killed. And that was not nice. That kind of drove it home that this is an ugly business that I'm part of. At the time, I hardened up and just dealt with it. And sometimes reflecting back, I realized, gosh, what I saw there was disturbing. And I wonder how much it affected me that I didn't even realize.
Injuries were multiple times a day, but it depends on the level of injury. So, for example, when I first started in the slaughterhouse, I'd have to catch sheep and they basically you pick them up, present them upside down on a rack. And while you're holding it, someone would stun it with electric shock and then cut its throat. And the amount of times I got electric shocks from the clamps hitting my hand rather than the sheep, I lost count several times a day, every day.
They showed me how to kill the chickens with scissors or with a knife. And with the knife, it's pretty dangerous because you open the beak of the chickens and you place the knife and you just pull the knife back. And sometimes this person actually got injured because when you pull the knife to cut the throat, sometimes it will go through the chicken's head and it will cut your hand. So that was super dangerous. I was like, that's not for me. So I would use the scissors, which you open the peak of the chicken and just cut in the throat, and that was it. I did get injured one time when I was doing the knife. Like, I grabbed the chicken's head and I pulled the knife, but the chicken just moved the head, and so my hand was trying to grab it, and I punched myself on my elbow with the knife. So I still had the scar.
I saw a lot of injuries. It was very, very common. One thing I did see that was quite disturbing, there was a pelting machine, they called it. It was this big machine that pulled the skins off the sheep. And one of the workers got his hand caught in the machine, and he was screaming, the whole time. And he had some people that were trying to comfort him and calm him. And it took about 20, 30 minutes. They had to get the engineers up to come up and undo some bolts and partially dismantle the machine to get this guy's hand out of it.
I'd say I was probably an alcoholic, and I drank heavily from the age of about 17. So, which was, I started working in the abattoir at 16. It was connected with the job in a way that you just, I guess you got to the end of the day and you wanted to forget what you've been doing. I'd say pretty much everyone I worked with was drinking heavily. If you're violent in a workplace and then someone's potentially going to be aggressive towards you, it's going to be in for a shock when they realize how far you can go. I remember one guy, I hit him so hard, he just dropped down face forward, hit the floor. And as I walked away, I looked back maybe 100 yards further up the road. He was still flat on his face. No idea what happened to him, but it was a good punch, I guess. But all kinds of things like broken noses, blood, whatever. And when you've seen the stuff you've seen in a slaughterhouse, it's nothing. So I wouldn't have any kind of emotional response to the violence.
I think that my boss, the owner of the slaughterhouse, he used to suffer a lot with that because he was a very violent person. He will always be drinking, using drugs, like abusing his wife, and nobody can say absolutely nothing back to him. Sadly, his wife, we witnessed how sometimes she would like show up with big glasses, black glasses, and we already knew because, she was being abused by the husband.
I've seen people break down. I've even seen someone kill themselves. So it's pretty, and I know of people who've tried to kill themselves, me included. There was a guy, I won't name him out of respect for his family, but he'd shown signs of depression much of the time I worked with him. He'd proposed to his girlfriend, who was only 17, so younger than him, and she said, no, I'm not ready to get married, understandably for a young girl. And that was it. He focused on that and thought his life wasn't any longer worth living. He went to his mother's house, poured petrol all over his head and his body, drank it, and when she answered the door, he lit himself up. It actually took him 2 to 3 weeks to die. I think people have this bizarre notion that an animal just wanders in, not knowing what's going on, and someone sort of sneaks up behind it, kind of. Don't want to make it sound funny because it's not, and suddenly it's dead. That's not how it happens. They know, they literally know, and the evidence is clear to anyone who witnesses it that they're about to die.
I watched them coming into the building, and some of them were almost bemused. They were like, what's all this? And curious even. But most of them were very, very frightened, terrified even. They didn't quite understand what was happening, but they knew it wasn't good. They didn't want to be there. You could tell the looks on their face, wide-eyed and terror, and looking around like this and shaking and trying to back out, to get out.
If you're being shepherded towards your ultimate demise, you're not going to want to go calmly. This is something that I've always held with me, that there are 3, well, possibly 4, but 3 main responses to when an animal's about to be killed. One is the sort of fear, where it'll be trembling, cowering and trying to hide. The second is probably trying to flee, so it'll try and run away. And the third one is to fight. Whatever the reaction of those 3 primary responses is going to frustrate and annoy a worker at the wrong time on the wrong day. And quite often you'd see someone hitting an animal inappropriately, not that there's an appropriate way to hit an animal, but using the bolt gun on parts of the body that they shouldn't do. So instead of just going for the brain, they might be jogging it along by shooting it in the backside or electrocuting it in the wrong place. So you're only supposed to electrocute the pigs or the sheep on the side of the temples, whereas they were using it on their haunches or their back, the shoulders, even the testicle, or anything, just to get it to move along. One of the reasons people are frustrated enough to do that kind of violence is because they're stressed and they've got to process X amount of animals in X amount of time because the next lot are coming in. So if they don't get it done, they're going to have a backlog and they're going to have to work later.
I remember one time seeing a sheep. It had escaped from the kill floor, and we were on the top story, like 3 or 4 stories up, and it had run all the way up there, and it was running around fully conscious and aware, this little lamb, and panicking. And you imagine being that lamb, panicking and seeing all these dead bodies and blood. The smells would have been horrific. And most of the people there were laughing and thinking this was hilarious. And I just couldn't laugh. I thought, this is not funny. That lamb is not having a good day. It's horrible.
There was absolutely no guideline. Nobody say, oh, you're not supposed to do this to the chicken, or you're not supposed to kick them, or you're not supposed to treat them this way. No, that was the guideline was just to get the job done. Like, you had to finish to kill these 800 chickens by this time. For when the chickens come on crates that are all cramped up, there is like 30 chickens in one crate. And then the workers just take them out without warning. You know, they just pull them out and toss them in the room. And then somebody else come and try to catch them again, bite the leg and place it in a coat. They don't have idea what is really happening.
Well, and this is the most disturbing things I saw the whole time there, was when animals weren't stunned properly and they died horrible deaths. So I start the sheep, they would come through this hole in the wall and they would spray the sheep with this mist of water. So they would spray them with water, and these 2 metal plates would clamp up against their bodies, and an electric current would go through the sheep's body. And you watch them, their muscles would tense up, they go bang like this, and the sheep would go like this, just tense. And what was supposed to happen was the sheep would go unconscious and then have their throats cut. But sometimes the electrical stunning didn't work. So sometimes the pedals would go back again. They would spray them with water again. The plates would come up again. They would shock them again. And then maybe on the second time, the sheep would go unconscious. I remember at least 1 or 2 occasions, they had to shock the sheep 3 times before it went unconscious. And a lot of them regained consciousness just prior to having their throats cut. So then this poor sheep would be grabbed by the wool, taken back out into the yards, and had to go through the process again. Now you imagine that the first time, you don't know, you are the sheep coming through, you don't know what to expect, you don't know what's happening, but the second time you know what's happening and you know it's not good. God, I can't even imagine how horrible that was for them. And this didn't just happen, maybe 1 in 1,000. This was quite common. A lot of the sheep had to go through twice, and some of them regained consciousness as they were having their throats cut or shortly afterwards. I saw that happening. And you would see these animals, they'd be hooked up by their hind legs, and they were thrashing around like this, their bodies, and you could tell that they had regained consciousness.
In a small-scale slaughterhouse I was working in, the first one I worked in, stunning would be missed. So a pig would have its throat cut without being first stunned, or the stunning's worn off, or in a worst-case scenario, which is where the screams come from mainly, is where both have been missed and it's gone into the boiling tank, fully conscious, not stabbed, not stunned, and just been, well, you can imagine the kind of pain that animal must be going through to be lowered into a tank so hot that the water will boil the hair off its hide. So that is probably the worst memory I've got.
I don't know, you notice when I'm talking, it's like, oh my God, like I'm holding my tears, because it's a terrible experience. Like, even though I didn't know nothing back there, it's something that I create, that I caused the harm to all these animals. And just like most of the time, it hits me when I go to vigils to give water to pigs, to see the baby cows, to try to do something to protect them. It totally hits me. Like, I was doing so much wrong before. And sadly, I cannot change that. I cannot change that, but I'm trying to change things for the generations that are coming behind me.
I wish I'd never done it. I wish I'd been brought up vegan. I feel a lot of regret and a lot of guilt. And I tell myself, and it is true, I think, I was not a bad person, I was just ignorant. I thought humans needed meat to be healthy. I thought it was a necessary evil. Now that I know it's not necessary, I wish I hadn't done that.
The best way of describing how it's traumatized me is to say that it's so many years since I was in that industry and I still have sleepless nights, probably 2 to 3 times a week. Can't sleep at all. And I see it as my punishment, I guess, for what I was involved with.
Sorry
You're
about that. But hopefully some of these trolls, if they have hearts in their bodies, will see that it's not only the animals that are being harmed. You're basically pushing off your karmic inventory onto another human being that has to stack it up for thousands of people, stack those people's karmic inventory on top of their heads, doing something that gives them something called perpetrator-induced traumatic syndrome. PITS, PITS. It is just like PTSD, and you get it from doing something wrong over and over and over again. And these poor guys and these people, like they've done studies when they open up a slaughterhouse in a town, crime goes up around that neighborhood. It's not a good thing. Like I say, often it's like factory farms and war are the only places that we have examples of hell on earth, or they are hell, period. Factory farms and wars.
Spousal abuse. Will Tuttle talks about that in the World Peace Diet. He gets into how much abuse that these workers inflict on the people in their families and their spouses. It's just heartbreaking. And speaking of the karmic debt, I made a video today of Steiner talking about the karma induced by animals that are having pain inflicted upon them. I mean, this is another excerpt I got from Steiner, and he gets into it.
Oh, you want to?
Also, the IDF soldiers, they have also this trauma after what they did to, to the people in Gaza and all that stuff, right? Crazy. I mean, it's all, payback.
The way we treat animals is such a high level of the wrongdoing that is taking place on this planet. The fact that other people in the One Great Work Network are not all on board on this, it blows my mind. Like, why are we just so hush hush and walking on eggshells when we talk about animals and how we treat them? I mean,
it's like in conspiracy when they ask them what's the spiritual way to kill an animal, and they
The sad thing is that a lot of these people, unfortunately, on the network and who are, I guess, students of natural law, so to speak, they kind of just sound like this chat right now. It's not that far off, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Government is subsidizing this bullshit. Government is the reason why it can take place. It's because, I mean, if we want to go the hierarchy of evil, I'm sure there are beyond the top of the government. There's more evil sources, more evil entities beyond that. But I mean, if we can easily see that government is slavery, and this is what we need to, help people notice, that they are being oppressed by a group of individuals that think that, the rulers are virtuous, that we need rulers to survive.
Because people don't want to take responsibility for their life. Like, they are scared of unsafe freedom.
Unfortunately, only psychopaths are attracted to those kinds of positions of power, so we get a bunch of psychopaths taking care of us, which is awesome.
Cockastocracy.
And this level of karma, whether or not it's actually doing the culling at an abattoir, or whether or not it's creating policy in governments, whether or not it's policing, whatever it is, that level of karma is still adding up for anyone who is doing that. And it does come down to the objective morality. Oh, there's Darren.
What's up, Darren?
Hey.
How's your vegan journey going, Darren?
It's great. I just loaded up on falafel. They were out of stock for a while.
I've been seeing all the food you've been cooking. It looks pretty damn good.
Where are you posting it? Is it on Facebook or something?
Yeah. Maybe I'll throw some in the other chat on Telegram.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've been
How you
working
been?
on some content.
Good.
Some slides, and I haven't like committed to an outline, but I'm just like making slides as they come to me, and then I'll order them or I'll put them in another presentation if they don't fit with the one I've got.
Awesome.
What's the topic?
So
Or too soon?
it's gonna be an introduction to I guess me teaching natural law. What I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to avoid parroting other creators. Like even if I like refer to Mark's work, what I don't want it to be is like a copy pasta of shit that
that's a good
Mark
move.
did. You know, and no AI content except maybe like if I can get like one image generated. But what I'm seeing on YouTube is just like just diarrhea, just AI spitting out narrations and collages of images.
Oh, it's fucking
And
Endralat. What's his name? Corey Endralat?
it's
He
a
has
lot of
nothing
people.
but
It's
AI shit. It's hilarious.
It's fucking trash. I hate robots. You know, like just shit that's I hate non-human intelligence. Like
we've
unless
used
I
it for a couple thumbnails for like a couple images, just
that's
like
what it's
a
supposed
little,
to be for. Like,
yeah. For like a one piece of our thumbnail.
yeah, it's
we'll have
supposed
it.
to make our lives better, easier, not like a replacement for us, you know?
Like
I
that
was at the
thumbnail
grocery
Allie did.
store.
The thumbnail Allie did for Peter Rogers. That thumbnail's deep. And
Yeah.
she took like some AI trees and just put the trees behind everyone and then, you know, added all it was just kind of crazy to watch
an
it.
AI
It turned out
generation
really
of Garden of
nice.
Eden, and then mix with like a
Right.
You could just ask it weird
Because
stuff.
you don't need to take a week to like, you know, watercolor paint
Compose it.
something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Exactly. It kind of streamlines.
But that's
the
for
creative process.
illustration, not like your content. You know,
No,
that's the thing.
right.
These
Yeah.
people don't have content on some of these channels.
Yeah.
It's just like the internet regurgitating itself.
Yeah.
And then
It's very
people
robotic
believe this
textbook
stuff.
like.
I've seen YouTube ads of AI generated people that are speaking like Ebonics to try to get you to sign up for something that's obviously a scam.
Yeah.
And then AI doesn't detect it on YouTube and block it. It actually promotes it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. These things I've been seeing on Facebook. Holy shit. Crazy animals getting killed, crazy war stuff, people getting blown up in Ukraine and shit. And like, I can't say subsidy whores. I get fucking a 24-hour ban. And like, it'll be funny because I'll flag them sometimes, especially the animal ones. They send me a letter back. Nope, we see no problem with this. I'm all and animals getting killed in this video. Like,
I hate those videos where like a guy pulls a puppy out of a manhole and it's wrapped in like rope or something, and I'm like, dude, puppies don't wrap themselves up in rope. Some jerk in a third world country throws the animal down, and then they make a heartwarming video of the rescue, and you'll see these animals in multiple videos, the same animals, and sometimes you'll recognize the people if they catch part of their face on camera. And all they're doing is like farming or whatever.
Back in the day when Facebook came out, I don't know if any of you guys remember this. They did an actual psyop on everyone. They eventually had to apologize about it, but they allowed a shitload of decapitation videos of like cartel videos, like gnarly videos.
I remember.
They let them into Facebook, and they went around, and then we were all like, how the fuck are they playing this crazy shit like this should be on Ogrish on Facebook? And then like 2 years later, there was this big like you opened up Facebook, and something popped up, and it was all Facebook is apologizing. We did a kind of a test on everyone. It involved a bunch of extremely graphic footage, and it was just like saying, "Oh, sorry," but it had the algorithm watch everyone and see what they did and how they reacted after seeing the ladies get their heads chopped off by the cartel guys, like, and like we never know, like they yeah, they apologized once. That doesn't mean they haven't done it or didn't continue doing them. Weird psyops like that, because the second the Ukraine war popped up, all these, like the little drones coming in with bombs on them. It's like thousands of them on YouTube and on Facebook, just nonstop. Yet we can't cuss in a video that we put up there, like, yet we can't. It's really weird. It's really weird, and it still sucks that it's 2025 and we still don't have like a YouTube of our own.
For me, it's also bizarre that, when from last year October 7th, when it got like totally shit hit the fan and everything crazy there, it's 70 years, but now it's like totally in your face, and nobody's like, people became so desensitized, and I think that was the one of the main like goals for the psychos, with the small hats. I say like that. So basically, like people are just scrolling out. Yeah, here's a like bomb under the rubble, baby, like, and crazy. Like you see ads like, please help me, and you have to wait for that to go, like, or like, crazy.
Have you gotten approached by any Nigerian vegan scammers yet?
Nigerian princes?
Nigerian vegan scammers. There are people that I've fought like some Nigerian vegans have followed me, and they hit me up for money all the time. They're like, "Oh, we're trying to save these goats."
Yeah, I think I've gotten a few of those.
I've seen some in India try to do that. Like, we're for the cow protection, because you like a couple of posts about the Vedas or something, and then they're like, cow protection. Yeah, okay.
That's funny as shit.
Yeah. There is one that writes me really, really often, almost every day. Like, hey, how are you? How are you? I say, I'm not used somebody every day to write me, how am I? Like, what are your intentions that you write to me every day? Like,
yeah.
I'm feeling that I don't trust you, that you want to scam me or something. Like, like, I'm totally being honest. Like, oh yeah, I need help, to feed the pigs, and I say, man, I'm not in a good position right now financially, so like I can't do anything. So like, yeah, can you share it? GoFundMe. Actually, I don't feel it's fair to share it. I don't want other people to get scammed, so I have to feel I don't trust you, So it's like I feel bad because he's making me feel bad, but like crazy because he has some photos that he's like vegan and with other vegans something, and like oof, he's trying to the emotional strings, right? So
right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's this desensitization, desensitized, always this graphics, and then you just become numb to it, like people are numb for animal footage, graphic footage.
So I don't know if he's gonna come up. I don't know if you want to come up, David, and ask. But this is David, San Joaquin Valley Transparency. He's like a real deal YouTuber. He's got, I think, 800,000 followers. He does police auditing videos, holding police accountable. He's going to come up in a little bit, but he asked if we had any advice for people starting to try and go vegan. I would say collect a bunch of like really like creature comfort foods, like French fries, potatoes, rice, lots of sauces, like sauces for rice. It's kind of weird. Like people get like, oh, you like when you hear, oh, eat rice, you're like, rice is like really boring. but you just kind of like subsidize, like you just make it into different stuff, and sauces become like your real friend. But air fryer, using sweet potatoes or regular potatoes in the air fryer to make fries is amazing with sauces. Soups, potatoes, mashed potatoes, you know, just kind of like no-brainer foods that you know you can eat like any day of the week. And then I don't know, go.
Look at videos on just how to just fruit smoothies, lots of fruit, get like bags of frozen fruit. That's like pretty easy. And then bananas are cheap. Wait for them to get a little spotty, but there's a bunch of just videos on YouTube, high carb, low fat vegan. And then Dr. Peter Rogers, he was a guest on the show, but he's a very legit doctor who, so for like the health side of things.
I've sent him a couple of his videos.
Have you? Yeah. There's like there's the transition foods, like Jeffrey was saying, like comfort foods that you can find that are, you know, good to have on hand, to where when you're really hungry, you won't just like order a pizza or something, but get into the health stuff and get into recipes, like easy to make stuff too.
And in the beginning, you're gonna probably eat a lot of like the novelty vegan foods, like Impossible meats and stuff like that. But you want to eventually transition away from those, because that's like those vegan novelty foods. They're kind of made for transitioning when you don't have a lot of ideas and you don't really know how to cook yourself whole food. Occasionally,
it's better than
buy it. I mean,
okay.
Or I guess
no-bake cookies. No-bake cookies are a good one.
Sausages,
oatmeal, peanut butter, you know, molasses, or like whatever you want. There's so many vegan no-bake cookies to have around the house.
Most of the novelty vegan transitional food isn't going to be that healthy. It's definitely going to be healthier than meat and dairy, but it's not going to be super healthy.
Well, like a pizza, a normal pizza, you know, not the healthiest thing. Ice cream, not the healthiest thing. So the vegan versions, of course, are not going to be healthy. But there are options to fall back on when you don't really care about being
the
healthy.
bananas and make a healthy ice cream.
Banana and ice cream, frozen bananas. You can do so much with frozen bananas,
and
it is insane.
You'll be shocked at how similar it tastes, and it didn't have any harm. No animal was harmed. No animal was killed.
Put a little bit cocoa, put a little bit of dates or something, you know.
Yeah, but and then just try to start on the weekends first, and then add more day, and just try and push it farther and farther. You can definitely do it cold turkey, but it's a little bit easier to take like a week and transition, just start eliminating things. But it is in the beginning, it is a bit precarious, finding enough food to eat and not just like bailing on it because of convenience. And you know, like cooking at home. I mean, you know, if you're a good cook, you should be able to figure out. You should be able to figure out good vegan food. It's just seasoning. You just learn how to season right, and that's kind of the best. The key to cooking is seasoning correctly, and
that's the scramble.
But yeah, you can get all the goofy stuff from the store, all the sausages and meats and stuff like that. But you probably, it's better to move away from them, because there is a lot of oil used in a lot of food, these cooked foods and processed foods. And oil is really the last thing, especially I know the GERD. The GERD problem is definitely a oil problem, a fried food problem. And oil's just honestly the worst shit ever. There's no healthy oils, despite what everybody likes to fight. People get so defensive over their oils, man. It's wild. My healthy oil, my olive oil. Yeah, like these olive oils are mostly rank by the time you use them. They go rancid, and it's really gross. But oil's definitely not necessary. Doesn't taste good. It just aids in cooking. And if you could just learn how to cook differently, not with oil, you'll save yourself a lot of grief by having to cook with oil and eating so much oily stuff. Now that I've been off of oil for 4 years, when I eat stuff with oil in it, I can tell. like quite a bit. Like it's like, and even like eating the weird transitionary foods like the Beyond Burgers. I think there were 2 days that we had Beyond Burgers every day. We were having like a barbecue with her parents or something. And like the second one I ate, I was just like, I don't know, like this just doesn't feel right. You know, it just doesn't seem like something I should be eating that much of that close. But it's just like, it's McDougal's revenge again. It's just like once you clean your body out and get used to what you're supposed to be eating, it doesn't tolerate the stuff you aren't supposed to be eating as much. And oil is just not something you're going to come across in nature in large amounts. Not that that's a legitimate argument for it, but it's just not. It's not necessary, and it just helps cook.
Nature didn't design it. You know, like how to say.
It didn't. Well, that's an appeal. That's an appeal to nature, right, and it's not really a great argument. Regardless.
Well, if you have to collect thousands of olives to press the oil to get a jug of the oil, it's like maybe it's, I don't know.
Too much calories.
I thought that it was the vegan or the vegetarian diet that wasn't compatible with my body until I looked into it and I realized it was the oil that made me feel like crap.
Yeah.
When I started cooking at home, like if I
People
make
blame
fries,
it on the sugar.
Yeah, if I make fries, for example, I'll like dice up like a few potatoes depending on the size, and I'll take like maybe a tablespoon of avocado oil, organic, non-GMO. I'll put it in a little pot and then add like salt, pepper, rosemary, or paprika, and I'll shake it up and then throw it in the air fryer. And that, but if I were to like get deep fried fries, I'll feel terrible.
Yeah.
And I've even made them without the oil, and it's also fine. You just got to make sure it doesn't burn.
It takes longer. It's more labor intensive to air fry fries, and it takes a lot longer, but it's way better for you after.
You can also, like, a really simple one that I've always loved since I found out, like, it felt really dumb to me because I was like, oh, like I've always loved JoJo's, but I didn't like the oil that went into it.
You love those JoJo fries.
Yeah, it's so
Bracky
simple.
loves his what do I call it? The oil sponge crackers.
Oh yeah. Those things were really good. I like the seasoning on those oil sponges.
I watched Braxton eat a burrito with 9 different salsas on it.
Oh yeah. If you can load me up anything with a tortilla and just lots of beans and rice, like I don't even need fat. You just load it up with all kinds of sauces, salsa. I'm good. But if you like a really simple one that I've always liked with just simple little food hack, I guess. Just take a potato, cut it into 6 pieces, and you can just throw it right onto the rack in your oven and just bake it for like 40 minutes or something, and it comes out like perfect. I mean, you're going to want to use like sauce. And if you really want to get creative, you could kind of like dry season it with water. But yeah.
Campfire potatoes are the best.
Mm-hmm.
Campfire potatoes just cooked right on the fire. Like, oh, they get all like smoky and potatoes are so good. White sweet potatoes. When white sweet potatoes are in season, they taste like straight tamales, like sweet corn tamales. Like they're so good. And then we're trying to get a hold of some purple potatoes or purple sweet potatoes, the Korean ones.
I grow those.
Those are insanely good.
Yeah, I feed them to my dogs.
Oh, that's right. We were talking about that.
Yeah, they have a really high phytonutrient content. Yeah, my dogs love them. So just throw a couple in the Instant Pot, and they've got good meals.
I've made yummy like veggie patties from those, but like using those sweet potatoes, but like the purple sweet potatoes kind of as a binder, and then with like lentils and rice kind of smushed together. But yeah, really, really good. I know even if you're not a fan of the sweet potatoes, it kind of, you can season it up, but it just works as a good binder, and then you have the nutritional, value.
Just like potatoes and salt together, like.
Yeah,
I couldn't ever get sick of that in my life. Like, it's just So good.
Rice, beans, potatoes, tomatoes. Yeah.
I eat a lot of salt, and my salt blood, my blood work for my salt was pretty good, and I eat quite a bit of salt.
Well, I think
Just because I'm old and
if you sweat a lot, it's good to have salt replacement. For people that don't work out, too much salt can be problematic.
Yeah, for sure. And it's relative too. Like when you're cooking your own food, even if you're perceiving like you're putting in a lot of salt, it's still going to be a lot lower than like a process, like a pre-made soup.
Right.
Like even if like it's insane if you look at the sodium content, and it's crazy how they're able to get it in there because you eat it and it doesn't taste too salty. It tastes great. But I feel like, you know, like I said, like making your own food, you don't need that much salt.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes a huge difference controlling it.
I wonder too, like, because we were kind of talking about this earlier, but it's like the difference between your like conventional processed sugar that you'll find at the stores versus like cane sugar. I wonder if there's kind of a similar thing. I mean, I know there is, at least with like iodized salt or like the conventional salt you'll get that's probably added into a lot of these foods that are high sodium, like that versus say like a Celtic salt or something that's more natural. I mean, I think the quality of it, maybe how it's absorbed, it might be kind of going into that thing of like leaching from the body.
Yeah, Celtic and Himalayan pink salt, they have more mineral content.
Yeah.
Compared to like, you know, again, when you strip the chemicals of everything and you're just really breaking it down to something very purified, like just sodium chloride by itself, you know, you're not getting as much. I mean, sodium is the most abundant electrolyte in our blood plasma, so we need it. It's kind of like glucose. It needs to be there. But again, you don't want to go way in one direction or the other. So
yeah, because I put natural, like I put too much like natural salt, like Celtic salts on food before. And like I was like, oh, it's a little salty, but it wasn't really like it didn't mess me up or anything. But if I do that with say like iodized table salt that you get at the store, if you put too much
way
of that,
stronger. Yeah, it's gnarly.
Really, like it tastes like your body's telling you like you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jethro says corn cob wrapped in foil and put on the campfire is awesome. Yes, it is awesome. But what's awesome about corn, if you just leave it in the husk, you could just throw it on the fire, not in the foil. We had a doctor on a couple of weeks ago who warns against aluminum, A- and F-. Fluoride and aluminum are two major things that are in our bodies that you should use as sparingly as possible, especially when you have other options.
Yeah,
What's up, bro?
What's up, brother?
How's it going, man?
What's up, everyone? Nice to meet you guys.
Hello. Yeah. This is David.
Hi.
So yeah, David's been he's asked me a couple times about veganism. He tried it for a couple of weeks or for a couple months, a
Like
couple
6
years
weeks?
ago. Yeah. And you had some success with that.
Yeah, I also had a friend. I have a friend. I just haven't spoken to him in a long time. But a friend of mine, we were in college together, and we're both aging like we're supposed to. Like, I don't know if we're supposed to age like that, but he all of a sudden he became vegan, and I got to tell you, man, it took him, I would say, about 6 months to a year, and then he looked 10 years younger than what he had looked before he started, and even now when I see him, man, like he drives UPS and shit, and I'm just like, damn, bro, like you look fucking young, man. Looks like you're reversing age. And yeah, he feels good. He's still vegan, and him and his wife as well. And for when I got sick with GERD, I've been wanting to get back to it, at least try it, and I just sometimes I will go like there'll be days where I won't eat meat. Like I'll just have like my wife will make like potatoes and carrots and squash and throw some corn in there with some
Hell
Mexican cheese and some good sauce. I heard you guys talking about sauce and sauces will become your friends.
Yeah, sauces are. We have like half of our fridge is full of sauces, and we go through sauces too. We're constantly buying like Cocaminos, Bragg's aminos,
and salsas,
salsa, tons of salsas.
Is that Japanese barbecue sauce? You guys ever tried that?
Ponzu.
Yeah, we actually have one right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the little squeeze bottle stuff. That's really good.
That's the
Like
the
grocery outlet is
Kind of
the
expensive,
shit.
but-
If you got one by you, they got so many cheap sauces.
Word.
But yeah,
My wife and daughter, they be making a lot of food that they be learning how to make off of TikTok and shit. So I'm guessing I can have them pull up some sauce recipes and start creating me some sauces and stuff. But yeah, man, I recently was diagnosed with stage 3 GERD, and it's been debilitating in so many ways. And I was talking to Jeffrey not too long ago. I was like, well, yo, man, if you have any like vegan recipes you want to throw my way, like it won't hurt to to put it into my diet, and go days without eating meat, and I'm not gonna lie, it's hard. It's hard for somebody who likes to eat meat to get off, but at least you can try it. At least you can go a few days without it, if you have like good recipes. There's times where I will go like a day or two without eating meat, but man, a lot of times if you're not disciplined in that arena, you're just gonna go back to your default settings, and everybody gets pizza with pepperoni on it, so it's like, fuck it, man, it's like shit. But it's gotten to the point where I can't do that anymore, man. It's hurting me. It's fucking hurting me. So
yeah.
Can I ask about if I may, have they put you on proton pump inhibitors for the GERD?
Yes, but I don't. As soon as I started taking them, that they started jacking me up, and then I understand a little bit, but you can't really take those for too long because they end up hurting you in the long run.
Yeah, they can be. Yeah, but it's one of the go-tos that they like to throw at you, and then they don't tell it. It's a complicated thing, and once you start that, it can throw your whole body off. Right. Just before I started this, it was 70 days ago that I switched to plant-based. I had for 6 months a GERD, esophageal GERD causative cough, and it was burning and just coughing, and that was just inflammatory. And I was I haven't shared that, but and I was prescribed the proton pump, and they threw me the here's your thing, and I got the first month, but I didn't open it. But I looked it up and I went, holy shit, what is this crap? And I thought, I'm gonna try to do this naturally and see if I can get a result. And I'll get some bit of a cough, but nothing like I had. And I went, as Patty has shared a little bit, I went straight into an autophagy healing, where I went 2 weeks on just a water fast because I knew I had healing that needed to go on in the body. There can be different points of view on this one. I get that. I accept that. But for me, I knew I needed really, really to get some results. And I know that has absolutely helped. And then I've been on a juice fast, or feast as they call it. It's been now 70 odd days.
That is awesome.
Yeah. And I'm down 37 pounds as well.
Wow.
When I started fasting, I would go like 3 days without eating anything, just water. And then I lost 30 pounds in 2 weeks. And the doctor said, you need to come in because that doesn't sound right. And so I went in there, and the doctor was like, dude, everything is reading good. Like, how the hell did you lose weight like that? And I said, well, I was fasting, I was walking, I was working out. And, it did help me, and I did fast, and, I still felt strong and healthy. But yeah, fasting does help. It did help. The thing about that is, like, with the GERD is, once you start feeling good again, I fall into bad habits again.
Yeah.
Beer,
Rebound.
alcohol, fucking smoking when I'm not supposed to. Coffee was the hardest thing for me to give up. Like, I gave up weed and beer, and that was tough. But coffee was the fucking hardest thing to give up, man. That was tough for me. Coffee was tough.
Allie struggles with coffee.
I think you need like 3 days to get over the headache, and then after like
detox, caffeine detox. I like.
They suck.
It's a serious thing. Like, it's very serious.
It is. But also, so is a GERD relief. When you're not feeling that pain, it's like, oh, coffee, GERD, which do I, And then it's like, you can find something else that can maybe work to substitute it. Is it the tea that you
go
like?
from coffee to tea, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I liked green tea, and green tea can cause GERD as well. Yeah. So it's like,
it can.
Chamomile, mint, all
I
that
tried
stuff.
everything. I tried mushroom teas. I tried like all kinds of shit, and honestly, I think the mushroom tea, it felt like it was messing me up even more. So I had to stop everything completely, cold turkey, and fuck, that was hard. But yeah, I did it.
Or maybe
for a while.
cacao, 100% cacao in hot water, or whatever, like, so that you can get a little bit of a slight buzz.
Yeah. So
maybe carob.
Yeah.
Carob is bomb.
I've been talking to Jeffrey recently, and I definitely want to try going vegan again. It's just been a very difficult road to try to get on that road, and
it's
I
a
do
big
wanna,
life change.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I mean, it's hard to try to do things cold turkey, but at least I want to try to implement, and put new recipes into my diet, And I feel like if we can get everybody to just, maybe try vegan every once in a while, if not all the time, at least to begin with, definitely I think will help animals along the way as well. But maybe we as a people could get into the pattern of at least trying it.
Yeah.
Dude, we deal with guys all the time that are like minutes from death, bro, and they're just like, no. So it's very refreshing to hear that you at least have the self-awareness to be willing to try it out again and know that that's the right path, because so many people are just so brainwashed about about not eating animals, or about eating animals, and that's kind of a lot what we do with on this show. Is kind of, the show is called Vegan Group Therapy. It's for us to have our space to talk about our trauma dealing with carnists, like people that that eat meat and think that we like these guys. People think we should be dead. Like it's crazy what these guys, how much they defend the diet, and then they'll just take it to the grave. They're just like, no way. Because I had a buddy a couple years ago, my age, hit me up, and he's like, dude, he called me, and he's like, I just had a heart attack. He's like, I had 2 heart attacks. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. And he's not a big dude, like bigger than me, but not like a big dude. And he was just a chef, and he had a stressful life where he ate a lot of meat and dairy. And I was like, dude, you have to go vegan. And he was like, I know, I have to go vegan. And 2 weeks later, he was dead. And he's just like, that's like part of the reason why I do so much of this stuff and why I involve myself so much with trolls, is because I hope that some of the stuff sticks. And so someday when they're with their doctor and their doctor's like, dude, you got to change, at least something stuck, or they have some place to go. Because it's not going to end well. And it was weird because in like the 90s, there was this resurgence of health food and healthful eating and stuff. And everyone knew that meat and dairy was something you should avoid at all costs, really. And that vegetarianism and veganism is more healthy. And then somehow in the 2000s, we've lost that. And now, because the meat and dairy industry started losing a lot of money in the last decade, they had to pump money into influencers like these carnivore diet guys to go tell people to double up on the food, on the meat that they're eating, and that all vegetables are bad and fruit's bad, and all this carnivore keto stuff, this low carb stuff. And it's just absolute inversion of the truth. It's like satanic garbage that's meant to lead people astray, and lead them astray in a way to where their life is being shortened. Their freedom is being taken away. Their time with their family, the good time that they have on the world is being taken away because they've been convinced to eat this traditional way that traditional Americans eat. And it's just, it's crazy. But there's the health aspect up to it. And then there's a massive moral aspect to it. And then there's a big environmental aspect to it, because the animal agriculture industry is really not good. Outside of it being hell on earth, factory farming, it's not good for the environment. The amount of crops that need to be grown with pesticides to feed the animals, and we could feed everyone on the planet a vegan diet today, and then some, and have a bunch of food left over with all the food that we're feeding these cows. People are starving, so we can feed these cows billions of calories when this cow only produces a few million calories. We feed these cows billions of calories. Yeah, and people are, humans are starving. So it's a wild cycle once you really, like if you get into the health aspect of it and you start dabbling into the moral aspect and everything, you start to see that it's really like how we're supposed to be, and that the meat eating death cult, has got it wrong. They've been brainwashed into thinking a lot of bad. I mean, like the idea of who was it, Leo Tolstoy? As long as there are factory farms,
there will be battlefields.
Yeah.
I
As
think.
long as there are factory farms, there will always be wars.
Bro, you bring up some
we
really
just
good
had
points.
Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I was thinking about the occult Sabbaths of the year and how like religion still has its hooks in people who don't even consider themselves religious.
Oh yeah.
And listening to natural law, and then you think like, okay, what kind of being, because trust me, like this cult, it gets the kids while they're young, and they believe that morality comes from what they're told from an invisible source of authority who will enforce it with violence instead of explain itself. And I'm thinking like, what's the right way to do this guy in right here? I rescued him so he wouldn't get, put down, but what's the biblical way? How does God want me to turn him into a stir fry,
Yeah.
And then if it's not okay to do that to him, why is it okay to do to a pig who's just as intelligent or more, a cow? None of these animals want to get murdered, and I'm not starving in the tundra. I live in an area where I can go to a store or I can farm stuff. I'm not in the Arctic Circle, so there's no reason to do this. But they learn from a young age your feast days, your happy days in the traditional religions, the Abrahamic religions at least, and even others. On the feast days, they murder an animal.
It's Christmas, Orthodox Christmas right now.
Yeah.
It's a feast day, right? So the fast days, you fast from meat. So when you're sad, when Jesus died, you don't eat meat. But when he raises, when he rises, Christos Anesti, you slaughter, a lamb and cook it up.
Bro, when my daughter was little, when she was like 4, I used to take her to the little petting zoo, right? And I'd be like, Luna, do you want to eat these animals? And she's like, no, just love the animals. And I was like, you ever? Because I was trying to, see what she would say, and she was just like, no, I don't want to eat animals. Like totally baffled that I'd ask her that. 2 years later, after starting first grade, comes back from school. Meat's good for me. Meat makes muscle. So think about the brainwashing going on in our society. Like scary.
It's addiction, right? She gets addicted, and then it reinforces the influence of other people because it feels like good to her, and then she connects it like but then she like affirms it. Oh, they said it and it feels good, so yeah, it's good for me. But no.
There is another aspect, which is educating children and a disassociation from understanding what does a tomato really look like, what is, and all the different fruits and vegetables and nuts and everything else. And so being that you're a family man as well, there's actually an opportunity to make this meal preparation and educating discovery family time, actually. And it's like, where are onions? Are they in a tree or are they under the ground? Like that kind of pop quiz stuff.
School's not telling them this stuff.
They're
School
not.
isn't teaching them.
They're not.
Things.
They come in a box, or like they don't even know what the origin. And then how does that taste? Oh, and how does it taste when it's cooked? And it can actually be a real discovery time. And what would that go with? Oh, so it could actually be really like a very cool family bonding thing and educating for everybody. What does a leek taste like? Stuff like that. I know that there's a famous chef in England. I can't. He has massive books all over and he's got like 6 or 7 kids now. Begins with a J, Jamie, or whatever. He's done a lot of work on his camera's gone out. I don't know if he's just off or
he's all right.
I'll just keep talking. But like has done a lot of work on trying to educate, though he's not he's eat everything, like including animal products, but at least he's trying to educate on what the origin of food is and starting from there, and then how to, you know, what is vitamin C or whatever.
Yeah. Well, Dave, you got like on the panel right now, you got a new vegan. Uh-oh, we lost him.
Give it a second. He was just, he's
he'll be
probably
back.
just had a moment. It's almost like the mute buttons. It's the equivalent of his mute button, except it's on and off.
Yeah. But it's cool having a panel with such a variety of people so we can help people like this, because we have a new vegan, a transitioning vegan, longtime vegans, you know, like it's pretty
You
cool.
know that there's a movie called Carnage or something like that, and there's a funny scene that people who are like they are vegan all, but and no, they're not. They are gonna be vegan, but and then one has a ball. It's like a circle for like alcoholics, right? You know, the therapy, all this stuff, and then like one throws the ball, but it's for cheese addiction, right? And like what was your favorite cheese? Like, you know, like, oh, mozzarella, you know, like
cheese is hard. Cheese is so good. But yeah, Dave, we have a transitioning vegan here, a new vegan. Me and Allie have, 5-6 years, 6 or way longer than that. You're 10. I'm like 6 or 7 years. We all evolve. Or it's a big variety up here. So whenever you have questions or want to come and ask stuff, and also above us, Patty right here is a health professor. I think she went to doctor school for a little bit, so she knows a lot about health stuff. Actually, like we all talk about it, but she actually knows about it. So, but yeah, the as far as recipes go, you just gotta dive in, and you just omit things. It's like you can do your normal dishes, you just have to omit
find
or
what you
change
like.
things.
You just have to find like a carb, find the fruits and the carbohydrate base that you like, whether it's rice, potatoes, like we were talking about, the sauces, the veggies that you put in. You mentioned your wife cooks up some probably yummy sounding veggies, but it's just finding your shit, like you kind of have to retrain and refigure it out. But
you got to eat a little bit more too than you're usually, because a lot of people, when they go vegan, they undereat, and that's why it's because they don't know they got to eat more than they did before.
Especially if you're avoiding the oils, because fat that has the most calories per gram, way more than carbs and protein. So especially like this kind of like carb vegetable base we're talking about, you're gonna have to
eat a big plate.
Like you're gonna go to bed being like, oh, I have like a full belly, and it's weird. It's something that kind of you have to get used to it. But there's a saying in this, these YouTubers that Patty knows about them, but they're kind of like the gods of like the high carb, low fat vegan movement. But there's a saying where it's like you go to bed like Buddha and you wake up like Gandhi, because you literally have to, like with fiber and the plant materials, you're filling volume wise, filling your stomach, but that is all going to help you, and you are going to be, losing the weight over time. You just have to stick with it. And like you said, even, it's, if you have a day where you mess up and have some meat or something, it's not like, oh, it's all over, I'm off the vegan train, it's just woo, just go crazy. It's kind of like, with the GERD thing, you start feeling better and you jump off the wagon, you're like, and it bites you, but you can always come back. It's not like it's all over. It's not all or nothing. Ideally, yes, you want to get to 100% vegan just for health and for the animals and humans, but don't give up. That's the main thing. Consistency is key, as with anything.
Word. Earlier, Jeffrey, you mentioned your friend. I have a friend, man, who's passing away. He's been diagnosed like terminally ill, and his friend told some other guy told him to go on a carnivore diet.
Oh my god!
and that's what he's done. And I was like,
Oh,
I was scratching my head, and I'm talking to him,
dude.
and I'm like, damn, bro, I don't know. Maybe you should, get advice from other folks too, because not everybody works the same. Maybe he says that's worked for him, or fuck, let him. That's for him, bro. Like, maybe you should try, looking at other people and what they have could give you advice on a diet. Like, I have a friend who had cancer, and he said he beat it, by going vegan. So I was like, maybe you should think about doing that too, because it's hard. It's hard to digest meat, right? Like, it's hard for the body to digest it. So
Diverticulitis.
yeah, and
Well, I can talk about that.
Yeah, once you clean out all that stuff, man, it's like.
Do you have diverticulitis?
Me?
No. Yeah.
No.
I
No.
don't.
Okay. Don't
he's
bring
got
that
GERD.
up.
He's got GERD.
Yeah, I have GERD.
This is colon congestion stuff. Like, you've got the esophageal congestion in the stomach. Imagine what's happening on the other end.
Yeah. Cooked fats, like cooked animal fats, are like really bad. Like it gets in your stuff, and it like makes awful stuff happen. So while GERD is your main complaint, there's probably some other stuff contributing also, and other things that
I had people ask me if I had like problems going to the bathroom when becoming vegan, and I'm like, no, dude. In the morning, I'll like have my coffee. I'll sit down, stand up 30 seconds later, and I'll look, and I'll be like, well, damn, bro. Like, I know it takes people like a half an hour and a magazine to like smash out that, like, which takes like 30 seconds as a vegan. You're just like, oh,
and then
I'm
people
done.
talk about not every day, not having a bowel movement every day, even, or like multiple days, and it's just like
that's insane.
That guy Joey Schwartz I debated, the carnivore kid, he shits every 4 days.
Oh,
and the guy was eating eggs, only raw eggs, raw meat, raw milk, and that was it. That's all this kid ate. And I told him, I'm all, bro, you're gonna get scurvy. And 2 weeks after we did our debate, he got scurvy. I told him, I'm all, you're gonna get scurvy. And then he did this video, and his teeth were bleeding. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And that kid stopped his whole. He was one of the up and coming carnivore influencers, and me and Durian Ryder and this kid named we did 3 debates with him, and we destroyed him, and he quit doing his YouTube channel because of it. It was pretty rad.
You should make a vegan channel where he goes.
But no, I've done a bunch of reviews to videos of dudes that get their blood work, and these are like fat dudes. They get their blood work, and their doctor's screaming at them, going, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And they're just pounding out this carnivore diet. And this dude made this video where he's talking about his blood work, and he's like crying. And he's like, I don't want to fucking die. And they're like, these carnivore people in his comments screaming at him, like, don't fucking worry about it. You'll be fine. Don't ignore your doctor. And it's like, the dude's like, I feel like, and you see the guy, the look on his face, like you can see the heart attack on this guy's face, like at a certain point you could just see it on people. And it's just like the amount of social, like the carnivore diet stuff, there's no science behind it, but it's all bro science. It's all pushed by Joe Rogan, cult of Joe Rogan,
Andrew Huberman, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's just this. It's all not based in fact and science. Not that science is everything, but when it comes to this stuff, like the epidemiological amount of information, the meta studies we have from the last 200 years that say that the plant-based diet is way healthier for you. These people just ignore it all, and they say it's vegan propaganda, and it's like, dude, what? Whose agenda is it? Oh, the government's agenda, but the government's subsidizing the meat and dairy industry. There wouldn't be a meat and dairy industry if the government didn't pay for it, because it's not supposed to. I mentioned this earlier. You might have missed it, but it's economically insane to grow an animal to kill it for food. The amount of money you have to put in the water, the land, the medical, the attention. the food, the everything, it amounts to way more than what that meat is worth. So the government has to pay for half of it. Basically, it pays for most of the corn and soy is all grown with subsidies from the government for the meat and dairy industry. And it's not even for humans. It's crazy, but it doesn't make any sense. Like I had goats once when my daughter was born. I got goats because I didn't want to give her the shit formula. So I got goats, and I was blown away by how much money I had to spend to keep these goats alive and eating a organic diet. It was like insane. Completely economically insane. You don't make up by like if you grow a cow and you kill it and you chop it up, you'd spend more money on the cow than you did in what you save for the meat. So the government has to subsidize it. So it's like, it's not even supposed to. All these guys that are like, oh, I'm just going to grow animals in my yard. It's like, it's all bullshit. All the animals get killed in the same slaughterhouses, the same inhumane ways. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff along with the health stuff.
It gives the government control over the food supply.
Yeah,
because
that too.
Farmers are all in debt. See, if it wasn't for the subsidies, they wouldn't be able to operate. And if they don't play ball with the farm equipment and the seeds and all that, they get foreclosed on. So it's a control for the
big
soft
corporate
kill.
Yeah,
I
Monsanto, Bayer.
I remember back in.
I was just going to say, go organic, choose organic wherever possible. So I keep going.
Shit, I remember here in the area where I live, I guess in Bakersfield, there was a drought, I would say probably between 2012 and 2014 or some shit like that. And the farmers are pissed off because, they wanted more water. And they started to limit the people like watering. You couldn't water your grass from like certain time. And they started putting like restrictions on the people. And I'm just like, well, shit, man. These farmers are fucking. It's because of the farmers. It seems like, motherfuckers with big ass trucks will pull up to your house and be like, "You're not supposed to be watering your yard." And like, what the fuck?
Fuck you, dude. Yeah, it's Nestle and the big farms that are all government subsidies. And there's a couple guys I'm having on that are activists in Central California. There's a bunch of elk that were endangered on the coast out here. And they were extinct, and they were brought back from extinction, and then now they're being threatened with extinction again because all the farmers have taken up all the wild land that the elk are supposed to be grazing on, and they're all dying. And the farmers are actually like getting bills passed and like spending all this money, getting the laws changed so they're able to basically eradicate the natural animals that are supposed to be there. And like in any of these circumstances, if a coyote runs and tries to attack one of these cows, they fucking blow its head off. So it's like they've lost nature basically in California. There's
not only do they shoot that coyote, they shoot all the coyotes in the entire county from helicopters.
Yeah.
How is that natural?
Yeah. And so cows were never here before in California. Cows are from Europe. There were never cows stomping around eating not naturally in California. So there's millions and millions and millions and millions of cows now in California. So it's a problem. It's a very big problem.
GMO.
What's that?
They're GMOs, aurochs and water buffalo.
Well, they're European cows that have been GMO'd. They've been genetically selectively bred.
Yeah. Selectively bred. Yeah.
Also, like chickens.
Yeah,
chickens come from Asia.
Grouse, pheasants.
But the health reason is a good it's a good reason because it's definitely. I mean, I know like as far as you were saying, your buddy like lost 10 years. Like that's definitely legit. I mean, me and Allie look pretty young for our age. I'm 46. Like I've been vegan, vegetarian most of my life, but that's mostly genetics anyway. But you will look younger once you're eating the diet you're supposed to be eating, which is plants and fruits and stuff like that. Very simple.
There was one thing that stuck with me in a documentary that I see, and I don't know how you feel about this theory or what, but I think it was called "What the Health."
Yeah.
And,
if you saw that, then you know what's up.
There was a thing they mentioned about teeth, like certain animals can eat certain kinds of foods because of their teeth. You know, if you got fangs, they're probably given to you so that you can rip apart the meat and your stomach acids will digest it, right?
Catch the animal with your mouth.
Right.
You know,
and if you have, and so I always thought about that theory of, you know, how people were born with like little tiny fangs. So are we, you know, maybe supposed to eat meat if we need it, or if that's all we can, you know what I mean?
But
Like,
you also
or
see in color, and
That's
you
for biting
see
into an apple.
Yeah, I heard it was actually. I heard it was it was for intimidation. I heard some deep super nerd guy said it was like something that left over so we could actually kind of be a little bit scary.
like the monkeys.
Yeah. But these teeth aren't sharp enough to do anything. I've heard the idea that maybe we used to eat meat and we used to have bigger canines, but they would have to be like we'd have to look like tigers or something. But we have the jaw doing this, the chewing this way, which is how we chew. No carnivores do that. They chomp, take big pieces, and they swallow whole. And they have a very short, they have short intestines because in a long intestine, the meat will start putrefying by the time it gets through. And that's what happens. That's why everyone's so unhealthy, is meat putrefying in their guts, with guts that aren't made for meat to be in. We have fruit. We have like fruit and vegetable eating guts that are the right length to eat that kind of stuff, but it's not the right length for meat. And that's where most of these problems come up. Where you get putrefaction of protein. You get diverticulitis, where your meat is actually like boring a hole in your guts because it's trying to push it out, and it's used to pushing out leafy material with fiber in it, and when you're pushing just like meat that's rotting, it just doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't, you get these sores. Yeah, it's just pressure. But there are a lot of reasons. There's lots of evidence we could point at to say that eating meat probably isn't the greatest thing. The mental health problems that factory farmers go through, slaughterhouse workers, they all have mental health problems. Very bad ones. Yeah, we were just watching that video. There's health problems, there's mental health problems, there's environmental problems, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
There's brain fog as well for just the body being imbalanced.
Fatty blood.
Not feeling good.
Yeah.
Hey, our mutual friend is a vegan as well.
Bassler.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bassler. So me and Dave know we have a mutual friend named Jason Bassler, who, I don't know if any of you guys remember Free Thought Project back in the day. Biggest indie media outlets. I was a moderator on Free Thought Project for a while. Jason Bassler, the guy who runs it, is just a gem. He's just the greatest dude. He right before the big purge happened, where they got rid of Alex Jones and got rid of all of the big indie media outlets. They got rid of Jason's outlet the day after he bought a house, and he's still fucked because who was it? YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all across platforms, they pulled his channel down, and he had one of the most legit indie media channels that never reported, weren't doing fake news, all this stuff. They were one of the best. It was a damn shame. That was crazy when that happened. The freedom movement was killing it, and the powers that be stuck their hands in and was like, no more of that, and just pulled all the good information. You can't find anything on YouTube anymore. All the old cool conspiracy videos and based videos and stuff, you can't find them because they took them down because they don't want us knowing all this stuff. We were learning too much. We were getting too based too quickly, and it threatens everything that they do. But yeah,
he's
a
wise dude, man.
Jason Bassler's awesome. I'm gonna try and have him. I think he's gonna be up here next month. It would be rad to have you on too at the same time. We could do like an old school fucking badass shit.
I don't know. Derek Bros.
Yeah.
Derek Bros. Do you know him?
Derek Bros. Yeah, we know Derek.
Yeah. He's from the Truth. What was the name?
Free Thinker.
Resistance. Something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so many of those names.
Reset, and there's a couple other things. He's on a number of platforms over the years.
Yeah. That's we were still So
You're muted, Alicia.
I was just looking animated. Then he also was trying to run for a government position, so there's that.
Yeah.
Bros. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
But
these
he
guys.
couldn't because he had a criminal history. It wasn't massive, but he
For
had
mayor. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Texas.
You guys are talking about Derek?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
doing it from like an inside. Yeah, I think he had good intentions, trying to make some real change. But yeah,
I know a little bit too much about Derek, unfortunately. I've spent especially he's a nice guy. It's just the usual no, not Bassler.
No, I know.
No, Bassler is amazing. Derek. Yeah, Derek. It's just a kind of like a don't meet people you look up to towards type of thing. He's done a lot of good work.
Yeah,
the Freedom Cells stuff was really cool. It's too bad the Freedom Cells didn't pick on more.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
that was awesome.
Like a kind of freedom-based Facebook sort of platform where you could actually meet up with people, like in your create
your neighborhood and making
I
little
signed up
pockets
for that.
of
yeah.
support.
I wanted I was hoping that was going to take off.
Or something like it's still I don't know if like because before it was like they actually had wasn't there an app or something and it was actually you could connect with local people, but yeah, I don't know if it's still up, but I have to look.
Yeah, it was it's a good idea. I'm sure if he got behind it 100%, it would have gotten an awful lot more, but he was trying to do too much shit. All these guys trying to do too much stuff.
Yeah. That's the name. Conscious Resistance, I think.
Conscious Resistance, or
yeah.
It was him and John Vibes, right?
John Vibes was dope.
Yeah.
John Vibes is dope. He's still around. Yeah. But anyway, so what do you got? What do you got up to? What's going on, Dave? Like what's your next month look like?
Well, everything is day by day. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy what I do. I try to learn from people. I try to, speak to people who have an understanding of our rights and, and what we're doing in order to empower the people all together. And I try to unite the people to, educate, ourselves regarding our rights. That's why I think, for people who attack vegans, it's funny to me because it's your right to be vegan. It's your right to choose a certain lifestyle, and
why should they care?
Yeah, but it's always about trying to learn from people. That's why I have so much respect for Jason, because I've learned so much from him. There's channels that I try to help from. Like, remember I was telling you on my live stream about Jersey Watcher, Christo, and a lot of us get put through a lot of shit because of what we do, and some of us get prosecuted and persecuted, and there's a lot of people out there dealing with a lot of shit because government can be, fucked up sometimes. And, Jason has a great mind. You know, I've spoken to you about certain things. I believe that you understand a lot. I'd like to learn from you, pick your brain a little bit, you know, in the future as well. Maybe sit down and talk to you, brainstorm on what we can all do together to help, you know, all communities, you know, because you seem to be aware of, you know, the vegan community as well. You seem to be aware of the freedom
We're all
movement in the
fighting for
community.
freedom here. Yeah, we're all
You
just
know,
different, doing our different ways, our different work. You know, fighting for freedom in our different ways, basically. You know.
yeah, and you know,
But
I'd
see,
like to.
it's been really refreshing because it seems like you care a lot more about the general, like your fan base. I've seen you kind of stick up for the little guy a lot more, which I think is very good, especially in YouTube, because YouTube, there was this video back in the day called Together to the Top. It was some YouTuber who was like, man, you know, like if we just help each other instead of compete against each other, we would own YouTube. YouTube wouldn't have the power to dick us around anymore. You know, like and these big YouTubers should be helping smaller YouTubers so we can have more power in the space. But so many dudes, you know, like I see in the auditing movement, everyone's fighting like crazy. And, you know, that happens in all the movements, but like we got to work through this shit because we're all fighting for freedom. We shouldn't be fighting each other. You know, we go after a lot of people on this show, but it's out of love. Like I want these guys to be better so we can party together and kick the government's ass, you know, like kick the status quo's ass together instead of fighting over dumb shit. You know, because none of us know how to communicate correctly because they didn't teach us that in school. They just taught us how to compete. So all we know how to do is compete. That's the unfortunate byproduct of growing up in a capitalistic society, is that there is a lot of competition, and school has lost, you know, the like, hey, why don't we teach these kids how to actually get along instead of throw them out in the field, and when they fight, yell at them and spank them and put them in the corner. Like they don't, you know, like, and that's why we're all fighting in YouTube land. Like we're just like kids on a play field, you know, who don't know how to communicate because the adults around us are dumb, you know, like it's crazy. But I would love to talk to you further, and I would love to, you know, like kick around some ideas on how we can get the auditors fucking helping each other. I feel like it's like the 80s when like the cross colors, remember when the Crips and the Bloods got together and they're like, we need to stop this, Jesus Christ, you know, like they're finally fed up with fighting, because they were fighting the wrong people. They got convinced by the government to fight each other because the government was scared of them and didn't know how to control these people. So we're going to convince them, we're going to give them some bad drugs and convince them to fight each other. And, you know, it's all that on a different space. Like slavery wasn't abolished. The plantation just got bigger, and we're all here just slaves. And anarchy is about the opposite of slaves, no slavery, no human slaves, no animal slaves, you know, like, cause if we're like, again, if we're killing animals for food for no reason, we're not going to see a big deal going and killing some brown people because of something we disagree on. You know, like the mentality, oh, humans are just bad, we just kill, you know, we're just humans, we just kill, you know, it's complete bullshit. And it might be why I might go a little too deep here, but it might be why we've been separated from everyone else, possibly in the yeah, like we might be separated from another group of people who's gotten past killing and killing humans and animals, and we might have been separated from them, Petri dish style. But that's a super deep dive there.
Exhibit A.
That's a whole different story.
That's what got me into the freedom movement and veganism was Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada with his book Life Comes from Life. And you know, he was explaining that there's everything alive comes from something that was living. When somebody dies, you say, oh, he's gone. But no, he's right there. His body, everything's right there. No, life comes from life. And, if you turn your body into a graveyard, you are going to be separated from the source of life. You're surrounding and you're becoming, more in tune with death, and it's lowering your vibrations. And, so that in combination with stuff like my dad told me growing up, like, don't ever be like the smartest person in the room, because you want to be able to be around people you can learn something from. And your friends will correct you when you're wrong. If somebody doesn't correct you when you're doing something wrong, then they're not your friend. Yeah. So I'm looking at these esoteric teachings, and then I'm looking at like practical advice, and I'm like, wait a minute, I have a choice. I can either stay the same and lie to myself and say that everything's fine the way it is, or I can, seek out uncomfortable truths and shit, and like interactions that may not be pleasant, but like humans, what does make us different from animals is we have the ability to contemplate the morality of what we're doing. So we're kind of halfway in between, God and animal, or pure consciousness and animal. And it's like, well, at the same time, we're the only ones capable of committing a wrongdoing. So it's like, do I want to push this work to another lifetime? And it ties into what you were saying about the karma of the planet. And like Prabhupada used to say, and I'm not a Hare Krishna anymore, but I lived in ashrams and stuff back in the day. And like the violence on our planet is directly a repercussion of the violence we commit on lesser species.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Law of correspondence.
And it's impossible to murder millions and billions of animals unless you cremate your care. You have to murder your conscience so it doesn't bother you anymore. And so like reading a book that says your God craves blood, and then growing up, eating meat, you learn it's not that much of a step to say, well, these people like have the wrong form of government. We have to kill them, or they believe in the wrong thing. I mean, it's that might is right. It's a predatory mindset.
Based as fuck. Sick, Darren. So proud of you, brother.
Thank you. Sometimes I start shit just to see if people care. I don't know. But like, I just like, sometimes I'll say something to see if somebody will have an emotional reaction, or like anything, like, because I don't know, like going through life, you see so many NPCs and you hear things that are just so ridiculous. Like people will be like, yeah, natural law. And then at the same time, they'll like, maybe believe in something completely ridiculous. And then I don't know, like I just have learned to like test reality, and once in a while, like just shake things up a little bit to see like, does this person have real emotions, or are they just kind of memeing with everybody?
Yeah. A lot of NPCs out there.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes just walking around doing whatever.
I think a lot of people
rather look stupid for a day than stupid for a lifetime. I mean, like, it's only a matter of time before we're worm food. Why are we wasting this?
I think a lot of people sometimes go, misled, or not, not guided in, certain directions. Maybe some people don't know,
Confused.
how to understand, things. Maybe.
Yeah, it's hard. We're under a lot of psychological manipulation. Yeah, warfare, basically.
Confiscation. Yeah.
And
Yep. The powers that should not be are very disciplined and very effective at what they're trying to do to humanity. And they are working at all levels, from education to our food system to the medical system. I mean, they're hitting us from all sides. And so to stay conscious and just to rise above all of the propaganda, it's not an easy task. But I think, when we come together like this, and we start showing what could be, what is the alternative? Where could we be as a human species if we weren't bogged down by all of this? And I mean, we could be doing amazing things. That's what saddens me so much, is that humanity should be at a higher level than where we are now.
Even the word alternative is for me sometimes like obsolete word. It should be like what is the right way to live, right? The moral way, more moral way. Most people can't define what the right is. It's not right from the government. It's like a human in right action, right? So a right is an action that doesn't harm another sentient being, the humans and animals or anybody. Like, so just do no harm, but take no shit, right? So basically,
we're all really into natural law over here, and like there's human law, which is what you're dealing with, David, with the cops, and we all hang out because of natural law, which is the laws of nature that we're all bound by, that we don't really see, that's not so, there's not so apparent as, like a stop sign. But if you live your life outside of these natural laws, things get fucked up. And that's kind of where the world is today. Just not believing in karma, not believing in morality, and just living super selfish lifestyle where you just don't give a fuck. And that's where most people are. We call them, we call them in my circles, we call them Satanists, and it doesn't have anything to do with Christianity or the Bible or anything. It's just people that are living a satanic lifestyle, which, without knowing it, they're called crypto Satanists, right? De facto Satanists. Yeah. They don't know they're a Satanist, but they are, because in how they live their life, pure, psychotic consumerism, just insane, excessively, eating animals, just not being a generally good person. You're not putting a positive out into the world. And so you're going to get a negative back because you put a negative out. The more people putting out negative, the more fucked up our world is. And so we kind of have to try and turn the tide of getting people to care about morality and karma, because people think karma's not real because something doesn't immediately happen to me negative when I do something negative. But karma actually goes out and bounces around a little bit before coming back to you. It affects the world like a ripple, like a wave. When you do something shitty, it affects a couple other people somehow, and then that ruins those people's life experience a little way, and it caused them to maybe do something shitty down the line, which is this. It's unfortunate that things are like that, but that's how we are. So we as people have to, try and actually care. Care is a big thing that not a lot of people care these days about shit. And caring is really important. And if you care, and if you actually care in your heart, things will start changing in your life. We're all just, we're on a different journey. And, but yeah, shit, I'm glad you're here. And I'd like to.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with anything that you said. I mean, as far as like you and your journey and everything that, you stand for. And I think that's a very interesting way to look at it all, and a very legit way for, to look at it, because, it's like in a moral way, looking at things, not just a selfish way, but a way to look at it for, for the animals and life itself,
Yeah,
look,
with
the other day, you got to think about animals and life itself. Where I live, there's possums. Like, they fucking nonstop. They make the dogs fucking angry, right? Like, the dogs go crazy when they're fucking hanging around, and they're annoying, But one of them, we found one in the pool, and it was dead, and I was like, God damn, I felt bad for it. But then my son ran in the house not too long ago, and he was like, "Dad, there's another fucking possum in the pool, and he's drowning."
Oh
and
shit!
So I was like, "Fuck, man!" So I ran out there and I grabbed that thing, to clean the pool, and I pulled the motherfucker.
Yeah,
I pulled the
nice.
motherfucker out, and I'm thinking
Yeah.
like, me and my whole family, we're like, when there's life, there's life. If you're there and something's dying, you gotta do your best to try to
Yeah, maybe
survive
he
it.
was
You know what I mean?
thirsty or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Yeah, he was
even though they're annoying as fuck, but you
knocking your
like,
trash over and shit.
Yeah,
They're just trying to eat.
Preserving energy.
Right. And so, man, I think of what you said, and I think it's a legit way to think of it, and to think of life itself. When it's life, and I agree. I'm still a meat eater. You know what I mean? But maybe it's my own health. Maybe it is karma, payback for me eating animals. Sometimes we get sick, and maybe I've been wanting to go back, because when I did go vegan for 6 weeks, and it took that long to actually like really, really get comfortable with like different foods and stuff, and I started back to the old habits.
Well, I'm excited to see you start it up again.
Yeah,
even if
man,
it's just a couple days a week.
Right. I'm not gonna lie, man. That's kind of one of the things that I think about is maybe vegans possibly get a bad rep as well, because meat eaters are looked at in a certain way, just like vegans are looked at in a certain way. And maybe I think it would be kind of a good thing to maybe suggest eating vegan meals, even if you're not vegan, and try to find a way to help people at least start eating vegan meals, and even they mentioned a few things on the documentary, What the Health, and stuff like that, of how if you don't eat meat in a day, it actually hurts, like these companies and shit. So
yeah, hell yeah, it's voting
It's
with
a
your
very
dollar,
Yeah.
And a lot of people, it's like, I rarely come across anyone who says, "Oh, I'm down for fucking factory farming." Like most meat eaters will agree, factory farming is very bad. It's very evil, sketchy situation. So it's like, you can't. It's hard to say that while supporting it at the same time. So you have to vote with your dollars. And if you know something's super immoral, it's going to make you feel better to stop supporting it.
I have a friend who, he's a photographer and shit. You'll probably meet him one day. He's a cool motherfucker. Like, he's been inviting me to fucking the brewery up there, and but maybe I'll go up there with him soon. And like, if we're like, when
the 178 or the Kern River.
Yeah, and so when I got sick and I was trying to eat, and I couldn't eat much, so I was like, "Fuck it, man." We're in LA, and I was like, well, "Fuck, bro, I should probably just try to get a vegan meal." My homie was like, "Dude, I'm so down for a vegan meal. Let's go find one." You know what I mean? And so it's like, I think it's probably a good thing to maybe start introducing people, even if they don't want to be, or don't feel in their heart that Joe Rogan's, I'm his biggest fan, I'm never gonna become fucking vegan. Maybe just say, hey, start introducing some of these meals into your diet little by little. I'm guaranteed you'll like it,
Yeah.
Because the vegan meal that I had, that was delicious,
Oh yeah.
I think
if
it's
you're in
also-
Vegas, the LA too, there's a lot of good vegan food in LA. Holy crap. There's really good vegan food. And actually almost anywhere these days has very good vegan food. And that's, that's just eating out. You tend to, mostly when you go hardcore vegan and you're really into it, you tend to kind of just cook more yourself. Because the restaurants get expensive, and again, like I was saying, the food tends to be not as healthy. There's been a lot of obvious marketing by huge corporate food companies to make vegan food, and the carnists love rubbing that stuff in our face as if we invented it and we cooked it and we eat it every day, which we don't.
That's hilarious.
They're every carnist thinks that we just eat Beyond Burgers all day, most vegans, because there's difference between plant-based and there's vegans are like way more into it than plant-based people, mostly just do it for the diet. Vegans are like into the moral and environmental and all the other stuff too. So, and most vegans in general do live a healthier lifestyle. It's actually screwed up a lot of studies that have been done with vegans because the vegans are in general, outside of being vegan, they live such a more healthy lifestyle that it kind of skews the numbers in the studies that they do, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, it's you know, the vegan thing is just one part of the whole natural law thing. Not eating animals is a big karmic. You're losing a lot of karmic inventory when you stop eating animals, as far as like what you're putting out into the world. People like to, you know, marginalize the meat eating thing, but you're not killing several animals a day your whole life. Like, that's a lot of harm you're doing. And if the goal of being on this planet is to do less harm, the stopping eating animals is a pretty big deal. So we end up talking about it quite a bit, but the natural law stuff is really rad, and I'd love to get you into that now that we're friends. Show you what the natural law stuff is, because I think it would really help. You'd be way into it, and your people would be way into it, and it would help all the auditing activists knowing natural law. It would just, holy shit. I couldn't imagine if the auditing scene grasped natural law and took it into the field, because the arguments, I mean, I've been pretty impressed. Back in the day, the auditors were pretty bad. When I first got into auditing, in like 2012, it was a lot of just yelling and cussing, and like the dudes these days, I've been watching a lot more videos, and dudes have just been gotten a lot smarter about it. But if they knew natural law, and it would be pretty awesome. But that's one of the things I'd like to show you now that we're buddies, as well as the veganism stuff, because it's all, you got to take care of yourself first. You can't fight freedom if you're sick in the hospital. You know what I mean?
True.
And you're a big part of this scene, the auditing scene. You seem to have a lot of respect and are looked up to by a lot of people. And so you could influence a lot of people in the right way. And that's like, you know, having a platform, you have a lot of responsibility. And being able to help, being able to entertain and educate, and then also help your fan base is like, it's fucking rad, dude. Like, you know, like I get pissed off at like celebrities because they just have their fame and they don't do shit with it. You know, it's like, and then any like actor or something that like gets into some sort of activism, they get like ostracized. It's fucking bullshit. But you know, taking advantage of your platform to do the most you can with it, to do the best amount of good for the most people. You're in a pretty awesome situation, and I think you should keep up the good work, because you're doing cool shit over there. I think the police are in trouble. I think they're losing power all over the world because of people on cameras and people standing up for themselves. And it takes shadow work to be able to stand up for yourself and to stand up for others. Too many people are just quiet, and that's complacency. And you're basically helping out the harm by being quiet about it. So, you know, being able to look inside and be like, look, like I can't watch this happen anymore. I can't just pull my camera out. I got to say something. I got to take this to the next level, because, you know, everyone should always film the cops in every situation. But that shouldn't be the only thing you do. We got to do more than that. It's just like, going vegan and not being an activist. It's kind of just like, you're just like a plant-based fad dieter kind of at that point, and you're just doing it for the health reasons, and the moral stuff isn't as interesting. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Braxton?
I mean, I agree. On the spot moment. No, yeah, it's I mean, we've had our fair share of encounters with people from like different shows or different like natural law kind of cliques, I guess. That there have been people who are like, they'll present themselves as vegan in principle, but what it boils down to is it really is just
Just trying to
self-serving.
socialize.
Yeah, and they'll do the whole like go along to get along, but like at the end of the day, if we're really digging into the work and trying to like build ourselves up and by extension build up people around us, like we should be spreading, not to get too like Christian sounding, but like spreading the good word, spreading the gospel.
Yeah.
Because we have an obligation, we have a duty to like tell people how they should be living, the judgmental word of should, but like it is really necessary because if you know better and you don't tell people how to be better, then you're kind of hiding that truth from people. And that applies to both ourselves and the world around us. So
If you know, but
Nice.
you don't act, then you don't really know. Kind of.
Yeah.
Because you don't care.
I got that. I got
Jeffrey,
that banner, I think. Right here.
I gotta
Those
get running,
who don't
man.
know, yeah.
I
Thanks,
want to
dude.
say thank you for having me on, and everybody, thank you guys for the advice too. But
Thank you.
I'd like to bring you on the channel, and maybe I'll interview you, and
let's do that.
I think you're a great ambassador for everything you stand for.
Awesome.
You can
Thanks,
talk
man.
to the people and share, your thoughts, your story, and maybe start teaching the people. If there's anyone better to teach the people about natural law than myself, because I don't know much about it, would be you. So I'll learn from you. I'll interview you over there on the channel as well. And
sick, bro.
We'll text soon, man. Thank you for having me on.
All right.
I
Later,
think
bro.
it's someone's birthday today.
Allie's birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, everybody. Nice to meet you guys.
Enjoy that
Jeffrey.
meal that you make.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Woo, it's hot in here. Well, let's see.
Arjun, what time is it for
5
you?
hours. Yeah.
7 a.m.
Oh my
I think
God.
I see the sun coming up over there.
No, it's
still dark.
It's darkest. No.
Wow.
It's the light in the room.
I think we've reached the 5 hour mark.
Yeah.
I got a video I'm gonna play out. Interesting video. Don't agree 100% with this guy's politics, but has some very cool stuff to say. That's very relevant to everything we're doing. Thank you for everyone showing up. Thank you for everyone coming on the show. Especially Braxton and Alicia, who's hung out with me alone several times. Alone. And hopefully we'll be able to do another year.
Here's to the next 50, eh?
Proud of you, Darren. Proud of you, Alicia.
Oh,
And I'll see the rest of you guys too.
That was where, that's an example of full circle and just really supporting and being there for one another through the journey and seeing all sides of it. It's such a beautiful thing.
Cooperation. Yeah.
It's been awesome. All right, dude.
All right. Night
See
all.
you
later.
Happy birthday, Allie.
Happy birthday and happy 50th episode.
Is teaching us that effective education.
That was supposed to start from back here.
Are you a man who wants to help prevent harm to women, save a life, maybe even help save the world? I'm not joking or exaggerating at all. This is an invitation. Most of my videos that start with invitations are just little exercises. This one is quite different. This is a very specific invitation for a particular group of men. So I'm asking you to listen closely and see if this describes you. Firstly, this is for men who have understood either my work or the work of Ex-Patriarch or Johnny or Dr. C, who have read or understood Bell Hooks and Glenn Mazis. However you got there, do you understand that masculinity today is wounded, that the wounds of masculinity are endangering women, men, and the future of the world? Do you understand that the wounds of masculinity are appealing and addictive to men, especially young men? The whole dominance, alpha, superiority thing looks really good to young guys, especially in the social context where our culture is doing a terrible job offering young men healthy pathways for growth or positive identity. Those narratives glorify their insecurities and make the wounds that we inherit feel like strengths in ways that lead men to be miserable and cause a lot of harm. If you understand that, the next point is this. While coming to understand that, have you not said much of anything about it online? No posts criticizing patriarchy or masculinity. Hopefully a pretty typical male social media presence, or none at all. Beyond being a guy, your identities aren't super important. Being younger might make this more effective. If you're in your teens through 30s, that's ideal. But guys my age and older are more welcome to play as well. It will help. Finally, you have to be willing to make some sacrifices. The sacrifices are these. This will take a substantial amount of your time. To do this well will take years of investment. This will be a part of the arc of your life. The last sacrifice is that you have to be willing to look a little worse in the public eye than you are for the sake of a better world. Not to the people closest to you, but in the public sphere. If I just described you, then I have a most formal invitation to offer you. For context, there's been a concerted, well-funded effort to drag young men into self-harming, women-harming patterns of thought and action for a long time. Caricatures like Nick Fuentes are carefully crafted and funded with millions of dollars to exert the influence that they do. Story, narrative, is the most powerful tool in the entire world, bar none. Narrative shapes our past, present, and future. It's infinitely more powerful than AI or nukes or anything else, because the power of all those things is how they affect narrative. Narrative is the core power that all other powers seek to influence. The greatest failure of healing and healthy people to date has been that we've ceded the entire sphere of narrative to the most wounded people. Woundedness tends to be louder than health. In a healthy human village, it's not much of a problem. People get sick of the wounded guy who's barking all day and gravitate to healthier, quieter people. But in the age of social media, we're not close enough to the wounded people to see their wounds. So people like Nick Fuentes and Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate can seem charismatic. If you lived with any of them for a week, that mystique would dissolve very quickly. But from the distance of a screen and with the massive PR budgets and handling that they have, the impact that they carry on narrative is hard to overstate. This is true of the entire celebrity hero culture. Men love the images from Braveheart, but never hear the clips of Mel Gibson screaming threats of sexual violence against his wife. Nowhere is this gap more pronounced than in the world of masculinities. Our concept of masculinity today is a collective myth propped up by a million TV shows and podcasts and memes, but it has nothing to do with actual men. The young men who idealize Andrew Tate don't understand the reality of the harm that he causes directly to women in his life. And they don't see how deeply he hates himself. Tate and others like him are distant myths, leading young men into a lifetime of self-hatred and harm. Given the nature of the wounds of masculinity today and how much harm those wounds cause to men and everyone else, most men who can see those wounds work on taking up less space, leaving more airtime for other folks and minding our own business. This is a totally understandable and quite healthy instinct, but it leads to a race to the bottom effect where the most wounded men end up holding all the influence. I know you're not perfect. I know you have room for growth. I know that you know that, and your awareness of your woundedness haunts you. I know this because I share it. I'm painfully aware of my own woundedness all the time. I struggle with imposter syndrome, with self-doubt. For many years, I struggled with deep self-hatred and anxiety. And while I've made a lot of progress, that work continues. My self-love is far from perfect. I know that you don't have all this figured out. I know that I don't have it figured out either. I understand why a lot of people see me as pretentious and patronizing. And I think that most of the people who follow me can see how beneath that veneer and vocabulary, I genuinely carry a deep awareness of how wounded I am and how much room for growth I have. So I get how scary it can be to speak from that place. And you know who doesn't carry that kind of self-awareness? Fuentes and Peterson and Tate. Those men think that they have everything figured out. The fact that their confidence in that way is just a paper-thin shell over their deep wells of debilitating insecurity doesn't change the fact that consciously they think they're right. We need the voices of men who know that we're not right, who know that we don't have this figured out, who consciously face our own wounds and lean into the healing that asks of us. The silence of healing and healthy and conscientious men, however well-intentioned, has brought us to a position where we need to do some serious remedial work to help men who are already on those trajectories. This remedial work is what I'm inviting you into. Many of you can already see where this is going, but I'll lay it out as clearly as I can with some resources. There is a particular aesthetic tone, and presentation style that resonates deeply with wounded young men. You know it. You've seen it your whole life. It has different flavors, but it's often identifiable by a tone of thinly veiled rage and superiority. From Fuentes to Peterson, they both carry this. And sometimes it's not even veiled. Sometimes their veneer of intellectualism breaks and they're just openly rageful and say out loud how superior they are. Both of these characteristics, the barely concealed rage and the superiority, and the occasional breaking of that concealment and revelation of the rage beneath, have a deeply vindicating impact on their audience. Young men feel outraged at how lousy the world is, and deeply frustrated that no one seems to see it or to honor how hard their lives are. So completely apart from the content, this presentation style alone is profoundly compelling for young men. In reality, the ethics of intersectional feminism are the only body of work that holistically addresses the concerns of young men today. The ideologies of the right, of Tate and Peterson, are ideologies of compounding loneliness, isolation, and self-hatred. They're not just snake oil, they're straight poison, cut with a little sugar to make men drink more of it. At this point, the style of these influences is recognizable. That's a brand strength for the wounded men. It means that within 2 seconds of seeing a male influencer, you can identify his entire orientation. It's also a weakness. This is the exhaust vent on the Death Star. And if we get the torpedo into this vent, the whole thing blows. But unlike Luke, we don't just get one shot. We have as many shots at this as there are men who choose to try. But with the strategy I'm inviting you into, each of you does kind of only get one shot, so it's worth being very careful with how you do this. Here's the play I'm suggesting. Start making content in the exact style of the right-wing influencers that's appealing to wounded young men. Make it as real to who you are as you possibly can. Part of that is figuring out how you're coded, as in what do people presume about you when they see you, especially if there's any truth in it. Regardless of whether you fit into any gym bro stereotypes, if you're a buff dude who works out a lot and spends a fair bit of time at the gym, you're kind of gym bro coded. That's an asset. Honestly, however you're coded, you can make it an asset in this work. If you're gamer coded, lean into that. Nature coded, if you're intellectual coded, if you're clueless dude coded, if you're kind of spoiled rich teenager who has never talked to a girl but thinks he knows everything coded, lean into that. There's room for all of these, as we see from the variety of right-wing influencers from Joe Rogan to Matt Walsh to Nick Fuentes. Young want to hear from men coded like them and how they've been taught to want to be. Once you've spent some serious time creating a base, then you will construct a multi-year off-ramp for people who resonate with your work. This is the remedial work that we need to do. To start, you have to build a base, build a relationship with that base. This means creating content for a long time, which resonates with the people who you're working to reach. As you start making this content, don't say anything untrue or that you don't believe. Lying will not set you up for success here, but absolutely do select for the parts of the truth that the people you're trying to reach will agree with the most. So in your vernacular, sentiments like mainstream culture doesn't offer men any healthy options today, or pisses me off how men are treated today, it's not fair and it's not right, or more personal, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do as a guy today, it feels like everything's my fault and I didn't make any of these crappy systems, feels like there's just no way for men to win today. Those are all true statements, which a lot of young men today resonate deeply with, and you can code in a way that makes them resonate more deeply. The fact that they will presume that the speaker of any of those statements is headed towards the Tate Peterson land is not the speaker lying to them. Build a platform based on those kinds of statements for many months, maybe years. Then apply one of the oldest and most effective teaching methods in the history of the world. Very slowly, learn with your audience. Over many months, start slowly integrating little breadcrumbs of content that support healthy relational skills, more grounded, respectful mindsets and approaches to dating and relationships, mental health, self-love. There are a million great creators out there who you could stitch and weave some of their stuff in that would be immediately accessible, much more accessible than my content. Look to guys like King Pierre's Masculinity Mondays or Endeavorance. Both of them make content on a wide range of subjects and both offer some great inroads to conversations about healthy masculinity that aren't likely to be off-putting to guys who are more into Peterson and Fuentes. That's an incredible gift that they're giving us. Guys like myself and Johnny and Ex-Patriarch are, frankly, polarizing. That's not a critique. We hold a space in the conversation and public sphere that's deeply necessary, and we need more men holding this space with us. But realistically, we're deeply inaccessible for most men. We use words that lead many of the most wounded men to write us off completely, never listen to us again. Not as many as people think. A lot of guys crave the kinds of conversations we're having, but the point stands regardless. In case that was too subtle, if you're someone who can hear the work of men using words like feminism and patriarchy the way that we do, even if you're not 100% convinced yet, this is a compliment. You were taught to write off and run from those words, and now you're listening, and that speaks volumes about the work that you've done and your character. But we all understand how polarizing that language is for many men. Beyond that, for better or worse, I'm like a dog with a porcupine with political commentary, which leads even more wounded men to write me off. Your conservative uncle probably won't like me much at this point because I'm too explicit about politics. I use direct words like feminism and patriarchy and capitalism that make many conservative men think I'm their enemy. My suggestion is to stay away from politics as much as possible. In the work I'm inviting you into, it's just a porcupine. Be a wiser dog than me. Once the arc of this remedial work has concluded in a few years, then you can use your platform for political education or whatever. But for now, poking at it will just leave you full of quills, looking like an idiot, and less effective. There are guys who are doing kind of what I'm suggesting a little bit, in certain ways at least. Endeavorance edges into this. His content often has this edge of anger, which I think makes him a lot more accessible and appealing for a lot of men. Both Endeavorance and King Pierre make content on a wide range of subjects, and I suspect that's a great tactic in this work as well. However you're coded, with whatever interests you hold, your work to help heal masculinity will likely benefit from you making content about that stuff as well. Cars, fishing, gaming, fitness, whatever. Posting about that stuff will help your audience build a relationship with you, and that will give your words about masculinity more traction. Speaking of, if you're a creator who already has a platform about a subject like that, you're in a position to do really good work in the world already. If you don't know what to start making content about, I'd start by looking inward. What are the things you find frustrating, and what are the things that bring you joy? This will ground your channel in reality. I don't have some secret sauce for success, but I will say this. I gained 500,000 followers in about 18 months on this app. I'm a heavy-set 40-year-old bald guy putting up phone footage taken while I walk my dogs in the woods. I think the main reason I've had that level of success is because I'm talking about reality. I know many creators in the world of masculinity today, podcasters and Andrew Tate and whoever, say that and may even believe it. But they're almost all just talking about their own masks and wounds, and it shows. It makes their work feel disconnected and lead men further and further away from connection. Being real builds connection, but that reality can only come when we're speaking to the roots. Guys saying, let me be real with you. You need to get fit to get laid. And let's be real, man. Men are biologically superior or meant to be leaders or need to cheat or whatever are not being real with you because they're not able to be real with themselves. They're wounded grifters selling you the poison that they've become addicted to. The only reality they're showing is the reality of their own insecurities and woundedness. To learn with your audience, there's two paths I see. The first is just to select a book that's close to where you want to go. 3 that come to mind are Bell Hook's Will to Change. People get annoyed with how often this book is recommended, but most of the people who get annoyed about that still haven't read it, so maybe go read it and then ask for another recommendation. Then there's Glenn Mazis's Trickster, Magician, and Grieving Man, Reconnecting Men with the Earth, which is hands down my favorite book about masculinity written by a man, kind of on par with Will to Change. And Sophie Strand's Flowering Wand, Rewilding the Sacred Masculine, one of my new favorites. Hooks is a great place to start because she is directly speaking to how poorly men are treated today, and you can pull powerful quotes from her which will deeply resonate with the most red-pilled incels, like, everybody wants men to start talking more about their emotions right up until men start talking more about their emotions. That's a sentiment that is well understood in right-wing communities, and a sentence that many right-leaning red-pill men would really like. And Will to Change is full of stuff like that, which Hooks explores in more holistic ways than the right ever can. But honestly, that's not where I'd start. I would take the second path, which is to read some of the much more popular books on masculinities that shaped and continue to shape the entire field of masculinities work today. Books which are notably absent from my suggested reading book list, such as Robert Bly's Iron John. It's hard to describe how influential that book has been on American masculinity in general, and it's well worth reading because you'll start to see that impact everywhere. Bly got a bunch of things right and opened up a bunch of necessary conversations for men. He invited men to cry and grieve and make art and express ourselves in ways that had been notably absent from Western masculinity for a long time. All great. The problem is that he couldn't see his own biases, and his work was still deeply rooted in Victorian-era spheres of influence nonsense, so he frames all his work trying to heal and liberate men in terms of distancing ourselves from women. He sets up the entire approach to masculinity's work as oppositional to femininity, in particular in opposition to our mothers and our partners. He talks about how men need to cut ourselves free from our mother's apron strings in that language, and he carries that mentality into relationships. Bly invites men to fight against femininity and women. It's interesting. If you read someone healthier, like Martin Prechtel, you'll notice sharp similarities and differences. Prechtel is a native guy, and he talks about how when boys are taken to their rite of passage to become men in the village, the mothers sob and scream and fight to keep the boys, and the men have to hold the mother back to bring the boy to the rite of passage. To a Western lens, this can look similar to what Bly is describing, that cutting of the apron strings. Bly would think it's the exact same thing. But if you go past the surface, if you go deeper, you'll find that Bly's orientation is the exact opposite of Prechtel's. Go read Prechtel's Smell of Rain on Dust and then Bly's Iron John. And if you can understand the difference between what they're saying, then we really, really need you. Iron John held an appeal for the men of this country that was unprecedented. That book spent 62 weeks on the bestseller list. Men were desperate for that kind of validation, invitation, and framework. There are a bunch of other really appealing men's works out there as well, like David Data's The Way of the Superior Man. You can see the allure and the wounds right there in the title. And that was another very popular, very appealing book that got some things super right and a bunch of things dangerously wrong. Data invites men to be present with and welcome women's intensity and moods. All great. But then he leans hard into embodying this weird, wildly insecure polarity and superiority complex thing. He's one of the originators of the be in your masculine energy and find a woman in her feminine energy language. And that mindset slips really quickly into the same spheres of influence nonsense and prescriptive gender roles. But he's an inspiring writer. And a lot of cool men were drawn to him. A lot of really cool women leave those men when those guys get into Data because he's super wounded and passes those wounds on through that book. I've watched this happen in my communities, watched really amazing women leave men who used to be amazing, saying things like, I don't know, he just went in a weird direction. My point is that you can read either of those and talk about what you see them getting right and wrong. You can piggyback on their appeal and share the parts of them that resonate to build your base. All the content is sitting right there. Part of my point here is that the pandemic of really weird and wounded men's content today did not emerge in a vacuum. The podcasters preaching about embracing masculine energy today in ways that are palpably hateful towards women didn't make that up. And as men working to heal these wounds, it really helps us to understand the ideological underpinnings. Most of those men have not read Bly or Data, but they're paraphrasing them nonetheless. When we understand the roots of these wounds better than those who are perpetuating them, we gain a distinct advantage. Most male influencers are just a parrot of a parrot of a parrot. If you read the people they're unwittingly referencing, you can speak all the way around their positions. You don't even need to argue, because everything that resonates in Robert Bly is addressed far better by people like Bell Hooks and Glenn Mazis. Again, I'm not saying to lie. That'll just harm you and your audience. But you can certainly emphasize the parts that will resonate more with your intended audience at first, and then start slowly integrating critiques or different perspectives. Definitely don't use words like feminism, patriarchy, or oppression, at least for a long time. You can also start to teach media literacy by role modeling that no book is totally right or wrong. You can talk about what you agree and disagree with. You'll be criticized by the left during that stage. That's okay. In fact, it's an asset. Their critique will drive more right-wing young men to you. Hopefully, videos shredding you go viral. That will paint you as a victim in the eyes of the people we need to help the most. Walk the path. That Glenn Mazis book I recommended, Trickster, Magician, and Grieving Man, is a direct response to Bly's Iron John. And once you read Trickster, Magician, and Grieving Man, you can never see Iron John the same way. That whole book is an exploration of how the archetypes in Iron John, which are the ones that all the podcast boys love, king, warrior, lover, poet, are all super recent. Mazis's book is an exploration of far, far older, deeper, wider, and wiser archetypes. So you can role model reading and being impacted by Iron John, and then being impacted by Trickster, Magician, and Grieving Man. You can help bring your audience, however small, along with you in that growth. Just make sure you make it beyond Bly and Data. They're like sirens, luring men to their doom, and many, many men are joyfully running to them. There will be parts of you that resonate with everything they say, but it's not real. They're glorifying woundedness. I share this depth about these books because the channel is just me paraphrasing the authors who have influenced me the most. 90% of my videos about masculinity are straight from Bell Hooks and Glenn Mazis. 90% of my videos about politics are straight from Noam Chomsky. So you don't need to know what to say. You don't need to make up content. You can literally go through these books, and these giants, including the giants who we fight, like Bly and Peterson, will give you content. Beware any belief that makes your own power seem smaller. I believed that I was incredibly stupid for my early life, and I thought that smart people had real impact. So both my belief that I was stupid and my projection of a distant smartness onto others distanced me from my own power. I worry about this when I see people talking about how smart I am now. Maybe I am, but what are you really saying? Because if any part of you is saying that you can't do what I'm doing, you're completely wrong and harming yourself and all our futures with that narrative. Honestly, my intellect has been more of a barrier to my healing and any wisdom I've gained than an aid. Being bright, privileged, and wounded is a dangerous combination because I can excuse anything convincingly. Jordan Peterson is a brilliant man who's deeply wounded and has used his intellect to excuse and glorify those wounds. That's the risk. And I can see Peterson clearly because in many ways I am Peterson, or have been. His addiction and pain and denial are very familiar to me. All that to say, neither healing nor impact require intellect, and being smart absolutely does not mean that someone's right. The only requirement here is actually undertaking the work of healing your wounds instead of running from them. That's it. Though I will add this, you will need some healthy mechanisms for dealing with a lot of hatred coming your way. If you do the work I'm inviting you into right, you'll end up being criticized by everyone. A lot of people on the left will read your aesthetic and early messaging the exact way you intend it to be read and criticize you as just another misogynist dirtbag. Then a whole bunch of red-pilled guys and incels and whoever else will come to absolutely hate you as a sellout who got wokeified. If you're good at this, you'll integrate healthy content so slowly that it does not feel like an abrupt shift. Never mention words like feminism or patriarchy. Just talk about the patterns and the harm that it's causing to men and everyone. But no matter how slow or careful or strategic you are in introducing healthier concepts that will help heal and liberate men, there will be hardcore red pill guys who will accurately see that and damn you for it, especially if they resonated with your early messaging in the way you intend. They'll feel super betrayed when your messaging starts inviting men into more humanizing mindsets. Many men default to this mindset of, I don't care what anybody thinks. They are all lying. Everyone, mostly to themselves. We're a social species. We care what other people think more than anything else in the world, and that's healthy. Denying it is just telling on their own deepest insecurities and fears of being unlovable. Don't fall into that trap. Don't say you don't care what people think. Instead, I'd advise you to get really particular about whose opinions you value and develop intentional mechanisms to set down the opinions of rageful strangers on the internet. There's more on this towards the end of my intro vid if you're curious. A lot of people try to gain large followings on social media. Most don't. That's not the only way to have an impact, which I'll come back to in a second. But anyone who tells you that they can make you famous is lying. It's sort of a mystery, even to people who've done it. I got lucky with some breakthrough videos early on. To this day, I have no idea what will make a video popular. I make videos that I think are super powerful. They get like 1,000 views. Then a random clip about crows gets like 5 million. I don't know. My point is that the more men who consciously attempt this, the higher the odds of success become. Most who try will not gain much traction, but a few will. Those will have an impact on the broader narrative, and that's powerful. But even if you only have 10 followers, I just want to share something for context. Very shortly after this channel started growing, I began getting messages from men who were thinking about taking their own lives. Many messages. Some were asking for help. Most were just saying, hey man, I was thinking about checking out because it just felt like there was no way to win as a guy here today. Your videos are why I'm still around, and I just wanted to say thank you. My videos weren't about reasons to stay alive. They're just about how to be a healthier guy, critiques of large male influencers. Why do you think that my redneck critiques of Jordan Peterson and talking about the logical fallacies in mainstream male narratives were saving men's lives? That's not hypothetical. Why do you think that my redneck videos critiquing Jordan Peterson and mainstream masculinity were saving men's lives? Whatever you think the answer to that is, that's part of what you have to share. I don't think there is one answer, but I do know that men are desperate for real, relatable conversations beyond the nonsense performative podcasts, which are just sitcom stereotypes. I share this because your work will have an analogous effect. Even if it's one guy who follows you along the path that you're modeling, you might very well save that man's life. You might save his girlfriend's life. You might save a young woman from SA. Remember that when you're making content that it feels like nobody sees. You have the authority in the old sense of the word to write reality. Let me show you. This is a creator named Kaspar. As you can see, they're a smaller creator, fewer than 1,000 followers. And this entire invitation is the direct effect of their work. It's my spin on a project that they and their friends spent a long time working on called online theater, which they took the time to share with me. They spent months researching influencers who were bringing young men into extremist misogyny, and then created personas using the same approach to share healthy content. They were consciously doing this as research, hence the short-term nature and the fact that they constructed characters for this. What I'm suggesting is that you use their research as a launch pad for much longer term, more immersive kinds of work based on exactly who you are, who you have been, and who you're working to become. Ground your starting point in the misogynist worldviews we are all taught, and let the growth you role model be real. They published their entire project. I'll put the link below. Fair warning, it's in German, but your browser can probably translate it pretty easily. Not even speaking German, though. You can watch their videos and see the right-wing aesthetic that they captured perfectly and understand what they were doing. Anyway, Kaspar said that I was an influence on their work, and now they're an influence on my work. It's a dialogue. This video is my invitation to you to join us in this dialogue. I understand that this invitation may bring up ethical questions for some people. There's two things I would point out about the ethics at play here. The first is that we are all trying to influence one another and the world all the time. Most of us are just very bad at it because we're taught to be. The approach we're taught is honest, is the equivalent of taking a book that we think someone needs to read and hitting them in the face with it, and then feeling offended that they won't educate themselves. It's performative failure, which has become the hallmark of the left. I'm done. The left's addiction to performative failure, performative punishment, and facades of allyship are why I don't identify as a leftist at all, despite the fact that many people put that label onto me. Watching the dumpster fire that is the left absolutely destroy the most motivated and ethical people in our society while driving young men towards fascism has taught me, and I try not to need the same lesson twice. I'm not blaming the left for the existence of fascism, but its rise today has absolutely been driven by the left's complete failure to offer young men any healthy pathways, let alone the celebration and validation that all humans need. So I support Indigenous governance, including Indigenous leadership, Indigenous community practices, Indigenous conflict resolution, and Indigenous worldviews. That's where I see health and any possibility for a healthy future of the world. It waits with Indigenous people. Also, as a teacher, I simply have no use for performative failure. As a human, I have no use for it. I'm not saying that the ends justify the means, but I am saying that our concept of what is honest or ethical has been artificially constrained to only include tactics which are guaranteed to be impotent and ineffective. And allowing that to remain true for us is not ethical at all. It's just blindly accepting the ethics of a system built and maintained on our own subjugation. We've been told that the only ethical path is failure. That if we're not starting every conversation with our conclusions in ways that set us up for failure, then we're lying. I don't buy it, and realistically, I'd be surprised if you bought it. When you're talking to your most racist, sexist uncle, who you still love, you probably don't start by saying, "You're a racist, sexist old man who's blinded by his own privilege." Or if you do, you're doing a very bad job of being an ally to anyone at all. What I'm inviting you into right now is carrying that same ethic of love and supportive education that we all take naturally with people we care about into the public sphere. We're trying to help people and using effective pedagogies to do so. The second point is this. The playing field is currently far from level. People like Nick Fuentes and Matt Walsh and other right-wing influencers who are completely divorced from reality are constructed by the right in order to fill that role. They're given millions of dollars and PR teams to create their personas, which exist purely to continue to lead men into corporate servitude, which is to say, right-wing, red-pilled misogyny. There are no equivalent constructs on the left because it would not benefit the people with money. Healthy men are bad for corporate profits, so the corporations fund the perpetration of men's woundedness. Nobody offers people like me and Johnny and ex-patriarch millions of dollars in PR and legal teams. So the entire field is slanted in favor of men falling into the fascist incel red pill pipelines, which all go to the same place. And it's not a healthy one for anybody. I'm not saying that the slanted field justifies unethical action. I bring it up more to emphasize the need for us to understand the first point. Part of the slanted field is teaching us that effective education is unethical. They don't believe that at all for themselves. It's an ethic that's only applied when it might benefit people and hurt corporate profits. I bring this up in part to say, if anyone offers you money or support, check your ethics, and then if you can, take it. Here's the thing, having someone like Matt Walsh actually learn publicly today would shift the entire narrative. Having Jordan Peterson start moving towards health today would create a pathway to another world. Sometimes I dream of Andrew Tate starting to see the harm that he's caused and actually taking accountability. It would change the world. So I'm not saying don't take the money. I'm just saying hold real tight to your ethics. Lao Tzu said, in action, watch the timing. Notice that in this exact video, I'm never going to have this scale of platform again. I have 500,000 followers, 250,000 men follow me on this app. Right now, as that might go away very soon, I'm using my platform to try and pass this work on and pass it off to you. That's me watching the timing. I'm inviting you to do the same. So if you get a brand deal, maybe take it. Grow more, get on more platforms, and pay enough attention to know when to start publicly shifting and growing. Watch carefully how far to go, how fast. It's a balance, because if you wait too long, then you're actually just contributing to the harm that you set out to address. But if you act too soon, you minimize your potential impact. On this note, if you're in academia, Make this a project. Document it. Write about it. Get paid to do it. Publish it. Whatever you can. Of course, the right may get a hold of this and dramatize it, become aware of this tactic. But the negative consequences of that are already happening, and it would have sharp positive effects and give us more tools. Like, imagine that the red pillars started telling people to beware new right-coded creators. What they're doing is asking for more critical media consumption. That's an ask that is guaranteed to harm them far more than people working for health, because what they're saying is always fundamentally untrue. The alpha bro domination red pill thing is a hollow myth which crumbles at the slightest investigation. So I dream of them starting to tell young men to be more critical of influencers. That's a win for health and reality. And if that happens, lean into it excitedly. Support the whole idea of critical awareness and carry it further. Be like, yeah, I've had questions about some of these guys, like Nick Fuentes. Seems like he's literally never had a girlfriend and lived in his mom's basement until like last year. When I want to get good at something, I try to find people who are good at it to learn from. So why are we listening to him about marriage or anything else? That's critical media consumption. The red pill right, trying to weaponize critical media awareness in response to this kind of video, would immediately bite them right where they're most vulnerable, in the truth. One thing that I think Kaspar's group Online Theater did really well was support one another. They weren't doing this alone, and that gave them community, accountability, and support. So if you know other guys who would be game to do this, talk to them about it. Start a small group. You can try asking Online Theater questions. You can try asking me questions. Sometimes my inbox moves really fast and my capacity varies a lot, but if I don't answer, it's really not personal. If you want my 2 cents on something, especially something like this, don't be afraid to message or email me repeatedly. I genuinely feel like this work is some of the most meaningful in the world today. I had no idea my channel would gain traction the way that it has. I was just sharing some random thoughts. But if I had known, or even suspected, knowing what I do today, this is exactly the approach that I would have taken. We need to see young men publicly healing and growing. Young men need to see that normalized. They need to see men recognizing that what they believe is harmful or incomplete. Right now, one of the core characteristics of masculinity all across the political spectrum is rigidity. Even when men learn and grow, we pretend that we didn't. We don't show it. Growth is always behind us, past tense. That's not modeling, it's just claiming authority. As the next generation of male influencers, you have the opportunity to model growth, real time. You saying, I'm learning, and actually doing it, modeling how you're becoming more healthy and stable through this work as you will, that will open pathways for all men to do the same. This is the power of narrative. It is the most important power in the world. In some ways, it's the only power. Like I started with, all other powers exist only to shape the power of narrative. Nuclear weapons, AI, religion, book burning, algorithms. Their power is in their ability to shape narrative. I'm not saying that a nuclear weapon doesn't have objective power or that no religious beliefs are true, but that's not their power. Someone with a weapon, however powerful, has no power to make you do anything outside of the degree to which they are shaping your narrative. Large powers are the ones that shape our shared narrative, which is the largest influence on our individual narratives. But we can start using the power of narrative directly. That's what I'm inviting you into. Maybe this will just be shaping a few people's individual personal narratives, and that's powerful. You could save a life or prevent an essay. Maybe you will shape the entire shared narrative. I have. I didn't expect to, but I have. That's what my intro video is all about. Past January, if this app goes away, I doubt I'll have this scale of platform again. That's okay. I'm proud of my work in the shared narrative so far as it's gone. But you can build on my work and the work of others. I suspect I could have done more if I'd been more strategic. I have no regrets, largely because my approach has brought you here now. But for my work to be anything other than a flash in the pan, you have to pick it up. If my work has had meaning to you, then respect for that meaning means picking this up. Just me and a handful of others online sharing these pieces in ways that are polarizing to the people who need to hear them the most is not enough. The conscious practice of healing masculinity has to become much, much wider. That's where you come in. What I mean is that you must become conscious of it. We live in a shared collective story already. You're a part of that. So you're already wielding this power. We all have this power. Most of us are just unaware of it. So this power of ours is co-opted by the very systems that are wounding us all our lives. It leads us to feed back into the wounded narrative that wounds us. I'm asking you to recognize the power you already have and wield it with much more intention, care, and strategy. I'll continue supporting this as best I can. One thing I'll be offering sometime soon will be online men's groups. And if there are enough of you undertaking this work who want my support, I'll happily make a group for us to meet and work together on this. I believe in this work, and I'll do what I can to support it. But I'd also be thrilled to just hear from you in 5 or 10 years telling me how this went. Follow me on my newsletter if you want to stay in touch that way or cross-platform. What I've outlined here is just one path of how to consciously wield this power, and it's a very particular one that will be for some of you and not for others. Yours may be different. I dream of a world where popular, fun video games reinforced anything other than the woundedness of men, where there was a body of compelling sci-fi and fantasy stories with healthy ethics beyond the tired, boring, played-out themes of individual heroism and violence. But regardless of what it looks like, I hope you do pick this power and responsibility up and wield it with honor and integrity. Remember, you're wielding it already. Every word you speak, every post you make, every silence you keep, you're wielding this power. So looking at this power of narrative, the greatest power in the world, in your hands, shaping all of our futures, may you act with care, compassion, humility, strategy, and humanity. Free Dog, go ahead.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.